30. Gaia. The Kirghiz in the black wool coat held court in the expedition's tent, sitting cross-legged in the middle of a circle consisting of 5 of his troops, Orosias, Jamal Atta, Demetrios, and Lugatorix. Rhita stood with the others outside the circle, hands bound with strong, thin rope. Women were anomalies on a military expedition, apparently. They did not believe she was among the leaders, and no one made them any the wiser. A translator entered the circle, short and wiry, wearing a drab uniform cut in a modern Rus manner, with scalloped collar and tight-wrapped linen leggings above short, supple boot-slippers. The bull-like, black-coated Kirghiz leader spoke, and the translator converted his words into common Hellenic. "I am Batur Chingiz. I control this square of the grass for my esteemed masters, the Rus of Azovian Miskna. You are trespassers. I need to know your reasons, to report by radio to my masters. Can you enlighten me?" "We are here on a scientific expedition," Orosias said. The translator smiled before converting those words into Kirghiz. Batur smiled also, showing even yellow teeth. "I am not stupid. Surely you would ask our scholars to do this thing for you, not risk your own lives?" "It is an urgent matter," Orosias said. "What about the Dark One, the Arabios? What does he say?" Jamal Atta nodded in Batur's direction. "I concur." "With whom? Me, or the light-skinned leader?" "We are on a scientific expedition." "Ah, so it is. I will report you are lying, and they will tell me to kill you, or perhaps cage you and send you to Miskna." "Are you part of the revolt in Askandergol?" "He means," the translator added, "Alexandria, of course." "I don't understand," Orosias said. "Are you fleeing from the palace, perhaps, cowards in search of sanctuary in our wide territories?" "We know little about a revolt." "We have only received news in the past few hours ourselves." The Kirghiz lifted his broad shoulders and raised his chin, staring at them across his flat brown cheeks. "We are not speakers of nonsense here." "He means barbarians," the translator added again. "We have radios, and we are in touch with our fortresses. We even bathe when the rivers are full or we are garrisoned." "We have all due respect for the illustrious Kirghiz soldiers of the Rus of Azovian Miskna," Atta said, glancing at Orosias. "We are intruders, and we humbly beg your mercy, which, under the sky of God and the grass of the riding devils, we feel sure the great horseman Batur Chingiz will grant us." Orosias narrowed his eyes, but did not object to Atta's attempt at formulaic diplomacy. "I am pleased by your kind and understanding words, but mercy is not mine to give. I am, as you say, soldier, and not master. Enough of this. Can you enlighten me further before I request orders for your disposition?" Rhita shivered. The clavicle had been taken from her when they had been dragged out of the bee-craft. She had no idea what was happening with the gate, but darkness was coming. More than anything, she wanted to be away from this place, relieved of responsibility to her grandmother, to the Academia, and her imperial Hypsilotes, whatever had happened to her now. She was terrified. The past few hours had given her time to absorb a few facts she had until now managed to ignore. She was mortal. These people would gladly kill her and all her companions. Lugatorix could not protect her, although when the time came, if it came, he would attempt to die first trying. This situation was her doing. She could not easily pass the blame on to her father or Patricia. She had agreed to come. The outcome of bringing the news to Cleopatra could not have been foreseen, but— She shivered. The Kirghiz troops prodded and shoved them out of the tent and into a hastily made enclosure of tent poles and canvas gleaned from the emergency supplies in the cargo gullcraft. The enclosure had no roof. It lay open to the cool wind and the deepening twilight. "I think we're dead," Atta murmured, as the final section of canvas was erected and tied by a Kirghiz infantryman, who regarded them with narrow, curious eyes. Their prison was flimsy at best, but they didn't dare even touch the canvas. They had been given, by gestures of rifles and hands striking the fabric, the distinct impression that bullets were ready for anyone who made a ripple in the barricade. Rhita squatted on the dirt, arms across her knees, and rubbed her face wearily. Her entire body ached. Hours of fear had done this to her. She needed desperately to urinate, but no one had yet made provisions within the barricade for a latrine, and she was too angry and confused to take the lead. Soon, however, she might be forced to. She turned slitted eyes up at the stars, as miserable as she had ever been in her life, and felt their coldness sink into her face. They don't know, they don't care.
All absolutes meant nothing. How far could a goddess such as Athene extend?
She seemed wholly inadequate beyond Gaia. The comfort of prayer meant little if she was going to die soon, and die in discomfort and ignominy, far from Rhodos. "Damn it, I have to piss," she said aloud. Jamal Atta stared down at her, his dark brows knitting. "So do I," he said. "We'll—" Rhita ignored him, fascinated by something above his head. A luminous green, straight line, singular, unembellished, silent. "Make an area over here," Atta continued. The line passed smoothly over their enclosure. She could not tell whether it was near or very far. Another green line crossed it, and both lines moved their juncture rapidly to the edge of the enclosure. That made them seem close. The gate. Something was happening at the gate. The lines passed out of view. There was no unusual sound outside the enclosure. Men conversed in soft gutturals, boots scuffed dirt, grass rustled in the cool evening wind. Darkness was almost complete. She smelled raw dirt and scared men and the green of the steppes. Like an automaton, she followed Atta to the designated latrine, marked by boot-scuffed lines of sod. She pulled down her pants and relieved herself. A few men glanced in her direction, never too frightened to catch a glimpse of a woman's naked flesh. Pulling back her pants, she stepped out of the scuffed lines and looked closely at her companions within the enclosure. They stood in dejected postures, heads hanging, faces coldly outlined by a faint crescent moon and the starlight. This was what it had come down to. In truth, she now hoped something would come through the gate. It might be their only chance at reprieve. Had the green light been real, or were her eyes playing tricks? She stood still for several minutes, with arms crammed beneath her jacket, the cold sapping her strength and numbing her face. The fabric of the barricades tensed and bellied in a freshet of wind. Expecting a bullet, she flinched as a teardrop of rain splattered on her eyelid. A black wall of cloud slid smoothly over the moon. She could barely see around herself. More raindrops fell. She listened for sounds outside the barricade, suddenly alert, her arm hairs pricking. No voices. Not even the hoof-clomps or neighing of horses complaining of the wet. Darkness, scattered rain and wind whipping the canvas. The moon gleamed through a rift. Lugatorix stood beside her, huge and bedraggled. Saying nothing, but touching her arm, he pointed above the barricade to their left. Something tall and sword-shaped, as wide as a man's spread arms, towered over their flimsy prison. Its edges rippled like water. Smoothly, quickly, it curved to one side and dropped out of sight. Death, she thought. It looks like death. "Kirghiz?" the Celt asked quietly. Nobody else seemed to have noticed. "No," she said. "I didn't think so," Lugatorix muttered. Rhita tried to locate Orosias or Jamal Atta in the temporary illumination. They were hidden among the men. Before she could find them, the moon vanished again. A hideous, ripping noise on all sides startled her. She gave a small scream and reached for Lugatorix, but he was not there. The canvas barricade was being torn to shreds. Wind rushed by, the wake of the passage of something huge. Nails drove into her back, knocking the breath out of her. 1 pause, 2 pause, 3 and 4 and 5. She could not fall over. Lugatorix whimpered nearby like a struck dog, a sound she had never heard from him before. Head slung back, jaw open, scalp and neck resting on something icy cold, she saw once again the straight green lines cross above them. Something lifted her. She had an impression that the grass had grown huge and metallic. The camp was covered with swaying, supple steel blades, edges rippling like water, topped with smooth green shields or hoods. Her spine stiffened until she wished she could scream, but all her muscles had frozen. She could still see, but gradually she realized she was losing the ability to think. For what seemed a very long time, she saw everything and nothing. She might as well have been dead. 31. Gaia. The clavicle came into her hands and comforted her. It knew her. For the moment that was enough. The clavicle was withdrawn, and she missed it deeply. No time at all later, but later nonetheless, she realized the clavicle had told her the gate was fully established, a commercial width. There were other gates. This did not comfort her. Lugatorix, standing naked between two huge snake swords, touched on arm and thigh by dots of luminous green. "You are connected with this man?" "Yes." "Do you need him?" "Yes." "And the others?" She thought of Demetrios and Orosias. They saved them. She wondered what would happen to the others. It did not comfort her that she was a center of attention. For a time there were many of her, and some of her selves were subjected to unpleasant experiences. That was all she remembered. Her body was not injured. She had no privacy.
They asked her if Athene had opened gates to Gaia, or Isis, or Astarte.
Rhita said no. She did not believe these beings, gods, actually existed. That interested them. Are the gods imaginary companions to console you for the possibility of dying? She didn't know how to answer that. You did not make the clavicle. No answer required. That much must have been obvious. How did you find it? She told them. They believed her. They became very interested in the Sophe. She's dead, Rhita informed them. You are from her. Again no answer was required. Some time of intense discomfort, worse than pain. It was almost worth the experience to feel time passing. Without memory, she stood in a place of blue sky and crumbling marble overlooking the sea.
That went away and came back, and she was years younger, standing in the sanctuary of Athene Lendia.
She remembered everything, including her life after this moment. A young man stood near her, vaguely handsome. His face was not clearly defined. He wore a white byssos shirt and dark pants with legs split and tied, like a fisherman, but not. She wondered if this was a lover, but he was not. Nor was he a friend. "Is this pleasant for you?" he asked, walking around her. "Please be truthful." "It doesn't hurt." "I hope you'll pardon our intrusion. We've had few opportunities to work directly with your kind. You've been treated rudely." She forgave nothing. Her confusion was too great for such niceties. "Would you prefer I have a name?" "I won't know you anyway." "Would you prefer we stay here?" It seemed wise to say yes. She nodded, appreciating the sun on her face and the cool reassurance of the abandoned temple in the rock. She did not believe she was actually there. "I am Rhita," she told herself. "I am alive. Maybe I've been taken to the gate. Maybe grandmother came from Hades." 32. Thistledown City. For reasons clear only to himself and his advocate, The President had decided not to lodge in the formal Nexus quarters beneath the dome.
Instead, he chose temporary quarters in a small, plainly decorated apartment in a Journey Century 5 building adjacent to the Arboretum, a kilometre from the dome.
4 hours after Mirsky's testimony, Farancilium held audience there with Korzanovsky, Mirsky, Olney, and Lanier. His manner was sharply formal. He seemed to be controlling anger. "Pardon my forthrightness," he picketed Korzanovsky. "I have never, in my existence in the Way and now near Earth, never seen such a treacherous about-face by a celebrated Hexamon citizen." Korzanovsky bowed slightly, face stiffening. "I make these requests reluctantly and under pressure," he said. "That should be obvious." "I'm sure the entire Nexus needs a Talcet session," Farancilium said, pressing on the bridge of his nose. The President glanced at Lanier, seemed to dismiss him with a leisurely blink, then focused his attention on Mirsky. "The Hexamon considers itself an advanced society, whatever our self-ordained limitations, but I find it very hard to believe our work could have such far-ranging consequences." "You are at a crux," Mirsky said. "So you claim. We are not complete innocents, however. I well remember Olney's deceit before the Geschels some years back, when he brought the engineer back to us. He did all true Naderites a service. But is this another kind of deceit? Another manipulation?" "The truth of my story should be obvious," Mirsky said. "Not so obvious to someone who has spent the last 10 years fighting a tide of sympathy for reopening. Fought with the engineer by my side, although that seems difficult to believe now." Lanier swallowed. "May I sit?" he asked. "By all means," Farancilium said. "My irritation obscures my manners." The President ordered a chair to be formed for Lanier, and, as an afterthought, ordered chairs for them all. "We're going to talk for some time," he told Korzanovsky. "I'm a reasonably practical man," Farancilium continued, "as practical as a politician can be, in charge of a nation of dreamers and idealists. That's what the Hexamon believes it is, has been for centuries. But we've also been hard-headed, strong, and willful. We met the challenge of the Way once, but we nearly lost to the Jarts, and they have had decades since to refine their tactics. We all believe they've occupied the entire Way. Don't we?" Lanier was the only one to abstain from agreeing. He felt like a dwarf among giants here. Again old, a fifth wheel. "Do you understand my confusion?" Farancilium asked Korzanovsky. "Yes, I do, Sir President." "Then clear it up for me. You've been convinced, but do you swear to me, by the good man, by the stars and fate and Numa, that you are not involved in a plot to reopen your creation, and you have not somehow fabricated this entire episode?" Korzanovsky regarded the President for several seconds in offended silence. "I so swear." "I regret calling your integrity into question, Sir Korzanovsky, but I must be absolutely certain. You had no prior knowledge of Sir Mirsky's return?" "I half expected something of this sort. I cannot say I believed it would happen. No, I did not have prior knowledge." "You are convinced the Way has done this damage?" "Not damage, Sir Minister," Mirsky said. "Obstruction, whatever." "You are convinced?" He stared sharply at Korzanovsky. "Yes." "You understand that most of the corp reps and senators have the highest regard for you, but that your motives in this case must be suspect. You spent much of your life creating the sixth-chamber machinery and the Way. You must have felt some justifiable pride at changing the course of Thistledown's history. It would be understandable if you felt your status had decreased since your reincarnation and since the Sundering. Personally, I am well aware you've had nothing to do with encouraging our Neo-Geschels." Calmer now, the President rubbed his hands together and sat among them. If we open the way, will we be at war with the Jarts, Sir Olmy?
I believe we will.
That's it, Lanier thought. If we do not open the way, Sir Mirsky, and make preparations to close it from our end, will we block the distant, noble efforts of our descendants? Of the descendants of all intelligent creatures in our universe, Sir President, yes? Farancillium leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. I can replay parts of your testimony. I'm sure most of the corp reps and senators are doing so now. He grimaced. The procedure for voting on this is going to be difficult. We've never called for a complete hexamon plebiscite. Do you understand the problems? Mirsky shook his head. Let me enumerate them. Voting procedures on Thistledown and in the orbiting precincts are very different from those on Earth. Most citizens on Earth must vote physically. It would take months to make arrangements for such a vote. We simply haven't prepared. Each citizen in space must download a special partial into a mens publica in city memory. The partials are assembled into a unified whole, using methods strictly outlined in the Hexamon Constitution, and can vote within 2 to 3 seconds on any subject, though by law they are given much more time to make a decision. Citizens can update their partials once a day, if they wish, to reflect changing personal attitudes. The partials cannot evolve opinions on their own. Those are the technical considerations. Considered as a problem of public policy, if we reopen the way only to destroy it, we aggravate those who wish the way to remain closed, and to avoid conflict with the Jarts. We certainly do not satisfy those who wish to reoccupy the way, and the Jarts will no doubt resist our efforts fiercely. They may have more at stake in the way now than we ever did. They seemed much more singular in their pursuits. Am I correct, Sir Olmy?
Yes.
Farancillium folded his hands. I do not know how our terrestrial citizens will view this problem, or even whether they're capable of judging now. For most old natives, the way is a very foggy concept, at best. Earthbound citizens do not have direct access to extensive city memories or libraries yet. I suspect, however, that the Neo-Geshels will invoke the recovery laws and cut Earth out of the voting entirely. That would be exceptionally distasteful. Earth senators would fight it every step of the way, Lanier said. The recovery laws haven't been used for a while, but they're still in place. Farancillium raised his hands, face drawn. The way I read the Hexamon's temper now, those who want to reopen are about evenly divided with those who don't. Social condensations and coalescences are not at all unlikely in such a split. Rapid formation of power groups, perhaps even a Neo-Geshel domination in the Nexus. The Neo-Geshels could force me to act as they decree, or resign and let them form a new government. These problems are not specifically your problems, my companions, but you bring them to me. And I can't say I'm grateful to you. Nor can I say how the vote will go. We face a number of problems, a number of decisions, and now that the genie has finally crawled, or exploded, out of its bottle again— Farancillium stood and picked at a query at the quarters monitor. If you could stay here for another few minutes, gentlemen, I've arranged for another old native to join us. Sir Mirsky should remember him. You were companions, fellow soldiers, during the invasion of Thistledown by forces of the Soviet Union before the Sundering, before the death. He returned to Earth after the Sundering and has lived in what we now call Anatolia. Mirsky nodded, face composed. Lanier tried to remember the surviving Russians who had worked with and around Mirsky, and found only a few faces weakly linked with names in his memory. The sharp, acerbic Zampolit Vilazersky, assured, calm, doomed Vielgorsky, senior engineer Pritikin. The monitor flashed, and Farancillium ordered the door to open.
Gentlemen, "This is Ser Victor Garabedian," he said with a look of triumphant expectation.
He believes he'll expose Mirsky, Lanier thought. Garabedian entered the room, white-haired, thin, slightly stooped. His hands were hideously scarred. His eyes were half-lidded, rheumy. Lanier could read his condition almost immediately. Talcit-cleansed radiation damage. He must have tried to return to the Soviet Union decades ago. Garabedian looked around the room, obviously not prepared for this meeting. His eyes lit on Mirsky, and an ironic smile crossed his face. Mirsky seemed stunned. "Comrade General," Garabedian said. Mirsky rose and approached the old man. They stood apart for a moment, and then Mirsky spread his arms and hugged him.
"What happened to you, Victor?" he asked in Russian, holding the old man at arm's length.
"A long story. I expected another old man. They didn't tell me you'd look the same. Ser Lanier, I recognize him, but he looks dignified, not like a youngster." Pharyncylium folded his arms. "It took us several hours to locate Ser Garabedian." "I live as near Armenia as I can," Garabedian told Mirsky. "The homeland will be cleansed in a few years, and I can return. I've worked as a policeman with the Soviet recovery forces. I fought in the Armenian liberation against the Hexamon. Not much of a war, like children fighting their doctors and teachers with sticks. When that was put down, I became a farmer. Where have you been, Comrade General?"
Mirsky glanced around the room, tears in his eyes. "Friends, Victor and I must talk."
"They want me to ask you some questions," Garabedian said.
"Yes, but alone. All but for you, Gary. Will you come with us?"
"We need a room." He glanced at the President. "You can use one of my workrooms," Pharyncylium said. "We will record your meeting, of course." Lanier observed the change in Mirsky's expression. He seemed sharper, more hawk-like, less serene, much more like the Pavel Mirsky he had first met in the stone 4 decades ago. "I'd like to speak with Ser Lanier for a moment, then he'll join you," Korzanovsky said. The two men left the room, guided by the President to another section of his temporary quarters. "Ser Lanier?" Korzanovsky asked. "He's Mirsky," Lanier said. "Did you doubt?" "No," he said. "But this is additional proof." "For the President," Lanier said, "it has to be the clincher." "The President's reservoirs of doubt are vast," Olney said quietly, "matched only by political expediency." The President passed Lanier in the wide, cylindrical hallway, nodding at him. Uncomfortable, Lanier followed Mirsky and Garabedian into the workroom and stood beside them. A small round table rose out of the floor, surrounded by several free-form chairs. The room smelled vaguely of clean snow and pines, a residue, Lanier suspected, of some previous environment. Garabedian, cap clutched in gnarled pink and white hands, examined his old comrade with the childlike eyes of the old and weary, eyes empty of any emotion but a kind of stunned wonder. "Gary, Victor was with me when the space shock troops invaded the potato, Thistledown," Mirsky said. "He was with me when we surrendered, and he advised me during the bad times after. I last saw him before I volunteered to go with the Geschel Precincts." "You've lived through hard times, Victor." Garabedian continued to stare, his mouth slack. Then he turned to Lanier. "Sir," he said in halting English, "you have not stayed youthful. Some have. But Comrade General Mirsky—" "No longer a general," Mirsky said quietly. "He has not changed at all, except—" Garabedian squinted at Mirsky again and said in Russian, "When you were shot, sir, you changed. You became more resolved." "I've been on a very long journey since." "The people who brought me here, we seldom see them in Armenia. They come to break up our little wars, to stop our plagues, to repair our equipment. We were like children. We hated them so much. We wished to be let alone." "I understand," Mirsky said. "This time they did not ask me." "Pavel?" Using Mirsky's first name seemed to strain the old man. "They came and said I was needed. They said I was a witness. They were like police in the old times." His voice rose. "How can they treat us so like children? We have suffered. So many died." "How have you suffered, Victor? Tell me." Lanier saw Mirsky's face become bland and accepting again, and a chill made him clench his jaw muscles. Mirsky put his arms on Garabedian's shoulders. "Tell me." "Nothing is like it was," Garabedian said. "Nothing will ever be. There is good and bad in that. It seems all my life I have been confused, having seen this and then gone back to the villages where my forefathers lived, having fought against the Hexamon, having lost." "Yes?" Garabedian held up his hands. "We went into poisoned lands. The soil had become a serpent. It bit us. We were taken out by Hexamon angels. They apologized for not giving us new bodies. I could not go home. There was nothing there. I moved into Armenia. They call it North Anatolia now. No nations, they say, no factions, only citizens. I farmed and raised a family. They were killed in an earthquake." Lanier felt the familiar sinking sensation in the pit of his stomach. Couldn't save them all. "I raised horses. I joined an Armenian cooperative for protection against the Turks. Then the Turks made peace, and together we fought against immigrant Iranian farmers raising opium. The Hexamon came in there too, and pulled us out. Then they gave people something that made the opium useless." Mirsky looked at Lanier. "Some sort of immune response. Blockers," Lanier said. He knew very little about this aspect of the recovery. Mirsky nodded. "Go on." "It has been a long life, Pavel. I have suffered and seen many die, but until now I have forgotten much of the pain. I see you, so young." "It is indeed you?" "No," Mirsky said. "Not the same one you know. I've lived a much longer time than you, Victor. I've seen much myself, triumph and failure." Garabedian smiled weakly, shaking his head. "I remember Sosnitsky. He was a good man. I think often that we could have used him in Armenia. Me, an Armenian, thinking that about a White Russian. Everything has been turned upside down, Pavel, and it is still upside down. I hated the Turks. Now I am married to a Turkish woman. She is small and brown and has long grey hair. She is not a city girl, not like my first wife, but she's given me a beautiful daughter. I'm a farmer now, growing special plants for the Hexamon." Lanier thought of the Frant farmers on Timbl, the Frant home world, walking through their fields, growing biologically altered crops for export to the Way. "Is it what you wanted?" Mirsky asked. Garabedian shrugged, then smiled ironically. "It's a living," he said. He grasped Mirsky's left hand in his and prodded him with a scarred finger. You must tell me." Mirsky looked at Lanier with a sheepish expression. "This time I'll tell it in words," he said. "Gary, you must go back to the others now. Victor, tell Sir Lanier. Am I Pavel Mirsky?" "You say you are not exactly him," Garabedian said, "but I think you are. Yes, Sir Lanier. This is Pavel." "Tell the President." "I will," Gary said. Mirsky smiled broadly. "Now sit, Victor, because I doubt that you will believe what has happened to this Ukrainian city boy." 33. Thistledown City. Little of the Nexus debate took place in real time. Korzanovsky and Mirsky answered questions and discussed the problem in detail within an isolated Nexus branch of Thistledown City memory. Lanier listened in to the debate. Hours of argument and information exchange whisked by in seconds. The debate was not nearly as exhausting as it would have been in open session. Geschels, neo-Geschels, and all but the most orthodox Naderites participated. Off and on it lasted 3 days. It seemed to last several months. Not an aspect of the reopening was neglected, not a nuance left unexplored. There were proposals of such scale that Lanier's mind reeled. Some firebrands, if you could call any Nexus member a firebrand, wanted the way opened, scoured of jarts, and then human hegemony pushed even farther, opening new wells every few dozen kilometers, establishing broad lengths of territory before jarts or other forces could push them out again. Others scoffed at the grandiose schemes. Still others, presenting depositions from colleagues of Korzanovsky who had been in Precinct City memory for decades, and even centuries, theorized that the way could be destroyed from the outside, without reopening. This suggested 2 possibilities: that those who wished to unravel the way could do so without the risk of confronting the jarts, and if the way were reopened and the jarts defeated, they might exact revenge by destroying it from outside. Mirsky, unveiling yet more of his character and capabilities, demonstrated through complex mathematics, equations that made even Korzanovsky furrow his brow, that this was unlikely. The Russian seemed in his element during the debate. The level of discussion was usually far beyond Lanier's comprehension, even when his mind was augmented by loaned talents, a service he had never used before. But Lanier could sense one thing, perhaps not so obvious to the corp reps and senators. Reverence for the way was deeply branded into even those who were terrified of reopening. The way had been their world. Most of them had grown up in it, and until the sundering, most of them had known no other existence. The debate, however fiery, was one-sided. The question rapidly became not whether to reopen, but what to do after the way was linked again to Thistledown. They gathered now in physical session to hear what the Nexus would recommend to the Hexamon. In addition, a vote would be taken on whether to pass the matter on with Nexus recommendations to the Hexamon as a whole, or to restrict voting to the Thistledown Men's Publica, or to launch an educational campaign on Earth and postpone the voting until that effort was complete, which could take years. Lanier entered the Nexus chamber alone. Mirsky, Korzanovsky, and Olmy had preceded him for some pre-session discussion with the president. The chamber was empty but for 2 corp reps across the circle, picking at each other. He stood in an aisle, oddly at peace. He was still out of his depth, but since his confession to Mirsky he no longer felt the inner turmoil, the dark, confused exhaustion. He had toured the 3rd chamber city for a few hours earlier in the day, riding a spinward train to the main library, where he had once spent hours learning Russian, and where Mirsky had been shot and resurrected. The library had been reactivated 35 years ago. It was now a busy facility, its wide floor of pictures and seats often serving hundreds of corporeal scholars at once. The library had been built about the same time as the Nexus Dome. What had once seemed monumental, alien, and frightening, containing as it did the news of Earth's death before it had happened, was still monumental, but familiar now, acceptable to him. His attitude toward the starship had certainly changed. He thought he wouldn't mind living on Thistledown for a few years. The lighter pull of the asteroid spin agreed with him. He was tempted to try some gymnastics. Parallel bars had helped keep him sane when he had administered the exploration of the stone. Glancing at his claw-like hands, he winced, thinking of what he had allowed to slip away. He still resisted the idea of rejuvenation. He wanted to discuss things with Karen, to see if their bonds hadn't been cut completely. But he would not interrupt her conference. That was important to her. Besides, while the debate was still relatively closed, he did not think it was politic to talk with those not directly involved. The members entered the chamber and took their seats with little talk or picking. The air in the chamber was charged with something ineffable. History, Lanier thought. Decisions had been made here that had altered the fate of worlds. Now the fate of more than worlds was at hand. Mirsky and Korzanovsky entered behind him and walked down the aisle. Mirsky smiled at Lanier and took a seat beside him. Korzanovsky nodded at them both and walked farther down to sit beside the panel of 6 men and women currently in charge of the 6th chamber machinery. The President and Presiding Minister, Driss Sands, came in last and took their seats behind the armillary sphere of testimony. The Presiding Minister announced, "The Nexus Men's has cast its vote on the proposal of Sirs Mirsky, Korzanovsky, Olney, and Lanier." Lanier was surprised to find himself designated as one of the proposers. A flush of excitement and nervous pride went through him. "Now it is time to confirm this vote by a physical plebiscite." Lanier glanced around at the corp reps and senators, hands clenched in his lap. He did not know how the vote would be taken. Would they all pick their decisions, the whole chamber lighting up like a Christmas tree? "The final recommendation of this nexus having been determined first in the Nexus Men's, must now be confirmed by a voice vote. Each voice will be recognized and tallied by the Chamber Secretary. The votes will be cast at once. Members, is it your decision to proceed with the basic proposal of reopening the way? Signify by aye or nay." The chamber was a chaos of ayes and nays. Lanier thought he detected a preponderance of nays, but that apparently was nerves on his part. The presiding minister glanced at the secretary, seated beside the sphere of testimony, and the secretary raised his right hand. "Aye it is to the proposal. Is it to be the recommendation of this nexus to open the way with the intent of ultimately destroying it, as Ser Mirsky has requested?" The nexus members voted again, their voices a warm murmur in the dome. "Nay it is to this decision. The way is to be kept open. Is it the decision of this nexus to create an armed force with the express purpose of securing the way for the benefit of the infinite hexamon and its pledged allies?" The voices seemed to rise in volume. Lanier could not tell whether ayes or nays led now. The vote was very close, and some corp reps and senators had dropped out, bowing their heads or leaning back, faces strained. "The decision is aye. Is it the decision of this nexus to put the issue with our recommendations before a full vote of the terrestrial hexamon, including the mens publica and the corporeal voters of Earth?" Again the voices spoke out in unison. "Nay, it is to this plan. Is it the decision of this nexus to take a vote solely from the mens publica of the 7 chambers of Thistledown and the 2 orbiting precincts?" And again. Lanier closed his eyes. It was happening. He might actually stare down the throat of the corridor, the way, again. There might even be a chance, some day, of learning what had happened to Patricia Luisa Vasquez. "Aye, it is. The vote shall be taken solely before the mens publica of the 3 orbiting bodies. Sir Secretary, do these votes tally with the Nexus Men's?" "They do, Sir Presiding Minister." "Then the recommendations are set, and the voting process will begin. A Nexus Advisory will be issued to all citizens of the 3 orbiting bodies tomorrow at this time. There will be a week-long period of individual research and contemplation, with all information and testimony presented to the Nexus available to the voters. Within 24 hours of the end of that week, all citizens will inform their partials within the mens publica, and another period of 24 hours will pass before a vote is taken there. The decision of the citizens of the hexamon will be ratified by the Nexus within 1 week, and the implementation of the new policy will be made binding upon the Nexus and the President and Presiding Minister. It is the law that the President may delay this entire process by as long as 1 month of 28 days. The President has informed me that he does not wish to delay the process. This meeting is hereby adjourned. Thank you all." Uncharacteristic pandemonium broke out in the chamber. Lanier watched the corp reps and senators flashing bright picts at each other, some meeting to embrace, others standing in stunned silence. A contingent of conservatively dressed Orthodox Naderites came forward to meet with the President and Presiding Minister beneath the podium. Mirsky pinched the bridge of his nose. "This is not good," he said quietly. "I have opened the bag, and the winds are escaping." "What will you do?" Lanier asked. "Much thinking." "How could I not have convinced them?" "During your journey you might have forgotten one thing about humans. Lanier suggested. "Obviously. What thing?" "We're a perverse group of sons of bitches. You've come to us like an avatar. Maybe they resent being dictated to by a demigod just as much as people on Earth resent being saved. Maybe they simply don't believe you."
Mirsky frowned deeply. "My physical powers are not great," he said. "I come as catalyst, not as an explosive. If I fail, however, there will be grave times ahead."
Lanier felt his old instincts coming to the surface.
"Then use judo on them," he said. "Think of the power to be directed when the way is opened."
"Power?" Mirsky turned his placid gaze full on Lanier.
"The social disruption."
He might not be a fifth wheel after all. He saw a crazy plan coming together in his head.
"Yes?" "I think perhaps we should go with Olmi to Suli Ramkikura."
"You are thinking something interesting, then," Mirsky said.
"Perhaps. I need to talk with my wife, too. Earth has been cut out of the decision. There's a lot of resentment already. This could be explosive, even if you aren't."
He had taken the bone in his teeth and was clamping down hard. His neck ached with tension. He rubbed it slowly with one hand.
"Lead on, my friend," Mirsky said. "This avatar bows to your judgment."
34. Thistledown City Memory. The valley of Shangri-La lay below the walls of the palace in shadowy emerald splendor, mountain crests touched with gold in the last light of the sun. Karen gripped the cold stone rail of the balustrade with fingers clenched white. The conference had begun to unravel on the first day. The fighting among the delegates had begun in the third chamber city when they had been taken to their apartments, located on the 9 floors of a huge gray-and-white Journey Century 9 building shaped like a golf tee. A woman from North Dakota had protested that their quarters were entirely too luxurious.
"My friends back home are living in wooden and sod shacks. I can't live like a queen."
Suli Ramkikura had suggested, somewhat innocently, that the quarters could be made to seem as spare as they wished. The North Dakotan had scoffed.
"Fake hovels in a palace won't disguise the palace," she had answered contemptuously.
A shack had been built for her in a nearby park. The expense of wiring and extension picture in building the shack had cost more than her simply living in temporary luxury, but there had been no criticism of her choice. This was to be an exercise in understanding and unanimity, after all. Then had come the disputes over which fantasy environments the delegates would interact in.
"We can't expect lasting results if we lose all touch with reality," a male delegate from India had declared.
He had then demanded a setting familiar to an early 19th century Mogul's palace. When none of the other delegates had agreed with this, he had threatened to leave the conference. He was back on Earth now. What had seemed straightforward and promising to begin with had rapidly turned sour. The remaining delegates had finally settled on a suitable environment for interaction, a duplicate of James Hilton's Shangri-La, created for downloaded Thistledown vacationers centuries ago. Within a few hours, more disputes had broken out. 2 delegates had become enamored of each other and complained when the environment would not allow them to have sexual relations.
"That's not what we're here for,"
Karen had tried to explain. They had not been mollified. Suli Ramkikura had put her foot down, explaining that the environment had been modified to forbid sexual interactions. In this project, the delicately balanced psychological atmosphere would be damaged by allowing them. The 2 delegates had grudgingly given in, but even now complained about other petty issues. Karen realized now that she and Ramkikura had approached this project with entirely too much idealism. This shamed her. She knew humans too well to have been so naive, but Ramkikura's attitude had affected her deeply. She had approved of the advocate's upbeat approach, and had unconsciously hoped against her better judgment that it would all turn out well, that people would, after all, be reasonable. But even those with the very best attitudes and records were only human. Taken from the surroundings in which they had proven themselves, they had become little better than children. City Memory's ideal environments were too seductive for old natives, and for that reason unsuited for what Karen and Ramkikura hoped to accomplish. Besides, there was a tension in the air, even in Shangri-La. something she could not define, but which seemed to put large obstacles in the way of their project's success. Suri Ram Kikara appeared on the balcony behind her and put a hand on her shoulder. "I think it's time you took a rest." Karen laughed. "This place was made to be restful." "Yes, but for you it's not right." "So what are we? Wild flowers that wilt in the greenhouse?" Ram Kikara's brow wrinkled. Physically she had changed little since Karen first met her 4 decades before. She was still striking, with strong, pleasingly irregular features and golden-brown hair. "I've never thought of Thistledown as a greenhouse." "It's Shangri-La to these people. Even without going into city memory, I should have known." "You're tired." "I'm mad, goddammit." "I was wrong. It is not your fault." "No, but I was hoping so much you'd be right, and we could bring them all together here, forge a bond. It was such a wonderful plan, Suri. How could it have gone so wrong so quickly? We explained it to them. They're acting like children." Ram Kikara smiled grimly. "They know what they need better than we, perhaps. I wanted to force things, like a parent watching a child play with toys, trying to teach them how to grow up more quickly."
"That's not fair."
Karen cut herself off, surprised that hearing the delegates compared to children made her angry. She felt close bonds with these old natives. Was one herself, of course.
"They've lived through hell, most of them."
"Maybe they thought of this as a vacation," Ram Kikara suggested, "and we were tour guides. We disappointed them by being so bossy." Despite herself, Karen laughed.
"She's a master, really, however naive she is. We've been." "So what do we do now?"
"I have just enough stamina to give it one more try. But you, dear Karen, are at the end of your rope."
"I must be. I want to kick them."
"So you must take a break. We've been in this environment for an objective 10-hour period. Return to your apartment."
"Back to my body, out of the dream."
"Precisely, out of the nightmare. And get some genuine rest, in your own head, natural rest without city memories overtones."
"How could this be anything but restful?"
Karen asked wistfully. The stars were coming out above them, as sharp and real as any she had seen on earth. The night winds smelled of jasmine and honeysuckle. "Do you agree?" Ram Kikara asked. Karen nodded. "Then go now. I'll report to you if anything improves. Otherwise, I'll close this whole charade down and send them all back to their bodies. We'll escort them back to Earth and start planning all over again." She lifted her eyebrows and inclined her head, staring levelly at Karen. "All right?"
"Yes, How do I get back?"
"Ruby slippers, my dear. Remember the code." Karen looked down at her feet. Instead of soft doeskin boots, she now wore ruby slippers. She tapped them together.
"There's no place like home," she said.
Ram Kikara vanished. An objective hour later, in her temporary apartment, Karen put on a silk kimono, given to her by a group of survivors in Japan 30 years before, and lay back on a couch with a cool glass of Thistledown Chardonnay, a Haydn quartet playing softly in the background, sans picture accompaniment. The apartment environment had been adapted to resemble an open-air porch looking across a tropical island beach. Across the broad, dazzling blue ocean, a nub of volcano smoked casually, its plume mingling with stacked white anvil-head clouds. Warm, salty breezes played over her wicker chair. She might have never left city memory, the illusion was so complete, but there was a certain sensation, a knowing that her body was being diluted and stimulated, and not just her mind. It was a moot distinction. So many distinctions were moot on Thistledown.
"We are all such children," she thought,
sipping her glass and considering the distant volcano.
"Maybe Gary's right to chuck it all and let old age claim him. Maybe we are all burned out after 40 years, and he's only being honest."
The room control chimed melodiously. She leaned back in the chair and said languorously,
"Yes?"
"Two men wish to speak with you, Sir Lanier. One is your husband, and the other is Pavel Mirsky." Involuntarily she shivered.
"Speak of two devils."
"Drop the islands and give me the standard setting." The porch, beach, volcano, and ocean vanished and were replaced by a small room decorated in classical hexamon spareness. "All right." Gary appeared in the middle of the room. "Hello, Karen."
"How are you?"
She fingered the cool bowl of her wine-glass, both glad to see him, she had not blanked out her worry, and curiously irritated.
But their quiet discord had gone on for so long she did not want to let him know her emotions. That was her armor. "I'm fine. I've been thinking about you."
"I wondered if you were up here," she said defensively, struggling to keep her voice mellow.
"I wanted to talk to you before now, but I didn't want to interrupt your conference."
"Please do," she said.
An image came to her mind of whom she wanted to be like now. The American actress of the early 20th century, Bette Davis, cool and contentious, armored, but desirable. The apartment pictures could not do that for her, however. "We need to speak with Suri Ramkikura."
"She's still in city memory, keeping the chickens from pecking at each other."
"Problems?"
"It's not going well, Gary."
She looked away from the image, noticed her finger actually in the wine, removed it, and set the glass down.
"I'm resting. What about Mirsky? What's happening?"
There, the curiosity had escaped. "Have you been following the Nexus proceedings?" She shook her head. "There's very big trouble coming." He explained the situation. The time had come to shift gears. This was not strictly a personal call. Still, the shift did not come easily.
"That doesn't sound like the Nexus at all. Without consulting Earth?"
"Mirsky's told us some amazing things," Lanier said, "and frankly I don't like the Nexus denying his request. I think reopening the way, and leaving it open, is a very bad idea."
"Sully hasn't heard his story?"
"No." She thought quickly, her conflicts temporarily suspended. They were almost a team again, working together on a problem. Something had changed about her husband. What had Mirsky done to him? To all of them?
"All right, I'll contact her in city memory and tell her it's urgent. Then I'll set up a meeting. Where are you?"
"Nexus Dome quarters."
"Mirsky? He is Mirsky?"
"Yes." That answer, unequivocal, brooked no argument. She knew Lanier better than to think he had come to such a judgment lightly. Somewhat to her surprise, she found she still trusted her husband's judgment on these matters, perhaps on many other matters as well. Why was that surprising? She did not dislike Gary. She disliked the thought of losing him forever. Their discord and separation were certainly not based on distrust or aversion.
"This is very big, then."
A note of wonder and speculation crept into her voice. "It is indeed," Lanier said. "And, Karen, I don't want our problems to get lost in it." Her face flushed.
"What do you mean?"
"I need to talk about other things, too."
"Oh?"
"When there's time."
"Fine,"
she said tightly. "I love you," Lanier said, and his image faded. Completely against her will, and to her surprise, her breath caught in her chest and she had to struggle to hold back tears. It had been years since he told her that.
"Damn him,"
she said. 35. Rhita. Before the memory of her capture was lost to her completely, bleached away by the false Rothian sun, she asked the youth,
"Where are my friends?"
"Preserved," the youth replied. She tried to ask more about them, but could not. Her thoughts were restricted into certain channels. With a wrenching awareness of the falseness of this place, she forced herself to think, "I am not free." She felt a shiver of horror. She could not be among her grandmother's people. The Sophet would have told her about such horrors. Who had her, then? She did not understand how such things could be. How could she be someplace and yet not be there? This was not a dream, however devious. It did not feel like a dream. Whatever it was, they took it from her, but it was not hers. She did not control it. She walked through the stone house where Patricia had lived, bare feet stroking cool tile with each step, peering into this room, then the next, aware somehow that they wished to know more about the Sophet, but unwilling to tell them, or show them. She was blocking her grandmother from her mind. How long could she do this? They seemed very strong. She decided she would ignore the youth. He did not answer her questions fully. There was no way of knowing whether the little he did tell her was the truth. A flash of anger and scattered confused thinking made her vision darken and Patricia's library room fade. When her vision cleared, the objects lay on the floor around her, clavicle revealed in its wooden case. "This is a device for passing from the way to other worlds. You attracted our attention by using it on the gate." Rhita glanced over her shoulder to see the youth behind her. His face was still indistinct. "Where did you get it?" he asked.
"You know that already?"
"Where did your grandmother get it?" She closed her eyes and still saw the clavicle before her and felt the unanswered question. "We are not going to torture you," the youth said. "We need your information to take you where you want to go."
"I want to go home,"
she said softly.
"My real home."
"You did not make this device. Your grandmother did not make it. Your world has no use for such things. We are curious how it came to be here. Did you once commune with the Way, far back in history, perhaps?"
"My grandmother, I told you."
"What?"
"Had she told them? And how often?"
"Yes, we believe you."
"Then don't ask me again and again."
She turned on the youth, anger again dimming her vision. Each time she got angry it seemed they knew more, yet she was not actually trying to hide anything from them. She surmised she could not hide facts if they were capable of making her think she was on Rhodos when she wasn't.
"I should be nearly dead with fear."
"There's no reason for you to be afraid. You are not dead. You are not injured." The youth's face suddenly became distinct, as if a shadow, not of darkness but of ignorance, had passed. He had regular features, black eyes, black hair, and a slight growth of beard. He might have been a Rothian beach boy. "I take this shape because you are not familiar with us."
"You're not human?"
"No. We come in many different forms, unlike your people. We are all unified, but—" he grinned— "different. So please accept me in this more pleasant shape for the time being." They seemed to have changed tactics, or perhaps learned how to make their deception even more convincing. Rhita turned away from him and from the vision of the objects.
"Please leave me alone. Let me go home."
"I will not conceal truth from you. Your home is undergoing changes now to make it more efficient." Rhita looked at her hands. She wanted to shiver, but she couldn't. She could, however, feel more anger. She restrained herself.
"I don't know what you mean."
"We've laid claim to your earth. I suppose it's time we drop this pretense and acquaint ourselves more fully. Are you prepared for that?" Let me explain. This is a kind of waking dream, made up by our investigators to introduce you gently to your new life. I am a superior officer among the investigators. I have just arrived to speak with you. Until now you've been speaking with an inferior officer. I am more acquainted with your people than he was. Is that clear?"
"I think so,"
Rhita said. "You've been in this state for several years of your time. Since there's nothing you can do to hurt us, and since we have enough information from you for the time being, there's no need for pretense. So I've decided we will let you awaken. When you are ready, you will be able to use your real body, and the environment you see around you will be real. Understood?"
"I don't want any of this,"
she said.
"Years?"
That took a moment to sink in. The despair she felt spreading through her thoughts was a dark, freezing thing. She realized she might as well have been dead from the moment she boarded the bee-craft, perhaps from the moment she had left Rhodos. She, and Patricia, had opened a true Pandora's box. She still had no idea what had emerged.
"Years. I am too young. How could I have known? Patricia did not know. Is the world dead too?"
The cold sensation passed, and she felt a series of small aches. The illusion of Rhodos and Patricia's home faded. She opened her eyes and found herself lying on a hard, warm surface beneath a square of light the color of embers. The light slowly dimmed. Her skin felt sore, as if it had been sanded. Indeed, looking at her arms, they seemed flushed, sunburned. A man-shaped shadow stood just beyond the reach of the light. An olive-colored darkness surrounded them, the hue of a dream before it begins, or after it ends. She did not feel well.
"I'm sick,"
she murmured. "That will pass," the shadow assured her.
"Are you a Jart?"
she asked, trying to sit up. She had not voiced that question until now, because she had hoped never to have to know the answer. Now, hopeless, she faced the shadow. "I've tried to decide what that word means. It's possible we are. But you've never encountered Jarts, nor did your grandmother, who told you about them. The word does not connect with us. The humans your grandmother seems to have known could not have spoken our true name. They might have known a name used by others not human. The answer, at any rate, may be yes."
"She told me you fought humans."
The figure in shadow did not directly respond to this. "We are many and varied, and we can change our shapes if we wish, change our functions." Rhita felt better, physically if not mentally. The despair faded with an odd sensation of hot chill that diminished with the overhead glow, now cinnamon. Other lights came on, vague and soothing in the olive gloom.
"Am I on Earth?"
"You are within what you call the way." Her breath shuddered, and she suppressed a moan. That meant nothing and everything to her. Could she believe them?
"Are my friends alive?"
"They are here with you." That, she decided, was evasive.
"Are they alive?"
she asked again. The shadow stepped forward, its face falling within a nimbus of light. She shrank back, sensing very strongly this was not a dream or an illusion, but a physical being. The face was masculine, but without much character, smooth-skinned, narrow-eyed. Not a face she would look at twice in a crowd. It was neither godlike nor some monstrous horror. It wore a jacket and pair of pants similar to that worn by the soldiers she had travelled with, years ago, if that wasn't a lie. "Would you like to speak with them?"
"Yes,"
she said, breathing more rapidly. She held her hand up to her face. It felt the same. She had not been changed. Why should she expect such a thing? Because her captor looked human? "All of them?" the Jart asked. She looked down for a moment, lips moving.
"Demetrios and Orosias,"
she said. "Allow us some time, please. We discard nothing." 36. Thistledown. "I hadn't expected to see you again." Suli Ram Kikara picked it at Olmi, her symbols cool blues and greens. Olmi smiled enigmatically and followed Korzanovsky and Mirsky into the corporeal meeting area reserved for Ram Kikara's fellowship project. Befitting the terrestrial's home surroundings, the room had been decorated in mid-20th century industrial boardroom. Spare metal and wood chairs, a long wooden table, bare bone-white walls, with a display board on one end. "Excuse the primitive conditions," Ram Kikara apologized in speech. "Brings back memories," Lanier said, catching the chill between the advocate and Olmi. Olmi seemed to take it in stride, but then Lanier had never seen him nonplussed. "I spent many a long hour in rooms that looked like this." "Our Earth guests are still in city memory. We're trying to repair a complete fiasco," Ram Kikara said. "Karen will join us in a few minutes. From what she tells me, some unholy alliances have been forged the past couple of days. The Nexus has decided to reopen the way?" She pointedly avoided Olmi's eyes. Korzanovsky stood by one of the chairs, fingering it with a puzzled expression. "Yes," he said, coming out of his brief reverie with a quick blink. "A Nexus advisory subject to hexamon voting. Precincts and Thistledown only." "I presume they're invoking the recovery laws. We should have wiped those from the statute books years ago." Ram Kikara seemed more radical and bitter to Lanier than when they had first met. Age and the recovery had worn on her as well, yet she did not appear any older than when he had first met her. She had kept her style and looks largely unchanged the past 4 decades. Olmi completed a slow walk around the table, his gait smooth and leonine. "You've absorbed Sir Mirsky's story?" Ram Kikara nodded. "As much as I care to. It's hideous." Mirsky's eyes widened in surprise. "Hideous?" he asked. "The ultimate pollution, the ultimate sacrilege. I was born and raised in the way, and yet now—" She looked as if she might spit. "To open the way again, and keep it open, is more than folly. It's evil." "Let's not get extreme," Korzanovsky said mildly. "I beg the engineer's pardon," Ram Kikara said. "You're being shrill," Olmi picketed privately to her. She turned on him with a stone-heavy glare. "These men are here to ask your help. So am I. There's no sense being self-righteous before you know what we need, or what we believe." This message passed in an eye's blink. Lanier only knew that Olney had picted with her. He was not in the line of picting, of course, and did not consider himself adept at translating picts anyway. Ram Kikara's shoulders slumped, and she stared at the carpet, eyes closed, taking a deep breath. "My apologies. Sir Olney reminds me of my manners. I happen to be passionate about these things. Seeing the aftermath of the death gave me a strong impression of what our hubris can do."
"Please remember, until now I have opposed the reopening of the way," Korzanovsky said. "But the pressures on the Hexamon are enormous, and Sir Mirsky's return—"
"Excuse me, Sir Korzanovsky," Mirsky interrupted. "I am curious why she calls my story hideous." "You tell us the way clogs up our universe like a snake," Ram Kikara said. "Not precisely. It makes a project carried out by our very distant descendants more difficult, perhaps impossible. But the way itself is not thought of by these beings as hideous. They regard it with wonder, that such a tiny community, travelling between worlds, still locked into the realm of matter, should accomplish so much in so short a time. This is unprecedented. Constructs similar to the way exist in other universes, but none of them were created by beings so early in their development. To our descendants, the way stands out as the Egyptian pyramids did in our history, or Stonehenge. If they had their preference, it would be preserved as a monument to early brilliance. But that is not possible. It must be dismantled in a particular fashion, and that can only begin here." Ram Kikara's anger faded. She regarded him with deep interest. "You aren't concerned with our petty politics, are you?" she asked. Mirsky rapped his fingers on the table, an impatient gesture Lanier found intriguing. "Politics? Never petty to those caught up in it. I am concerned only insofar as politics might prevent dismantling the way." Karen entered the conference area and stepped forward to kiss her husband. The kiss was short, but apparently sincere. There was no need, she seemed to tell him, for personal problems to come to the fore now. Nevertheless, he took her hand and squeezed it.
"The timetable is short," he said, forcibly interlacing his fingers through hers.
Her jaw tightened, and she glanced around at the others, wondering what they were making of this, quickly seeing that social nuances and speculations were the last things on anybody's mind. Lanier did not loosen his grip.
"Sir Korzanovsky, the way could be opened in less than 6 months. I'm afraid Sir Mirsky's story drove a wedge into the Nexus, and the Neo-Geshels used that wedge to open a wide split. The Nexus will advise a permanent reopening. Nobody doubts what will happen then, if the Jarts aren't waiting for us, I mean. There'll be a rush of entrepreneur legislation, permits to open test gates, some of which, of course, will lead us to Talcet concessions. And if we establish commerce with the Talcet again, we'll never shut the gate down. The Talcet are damnably seductive salesmen, and besides, many Hexamon citizens need their goods too much right now. There's an air of desperation. Sir Olney?" "Even Naderites enjoy their longevity," Olney said. "Within the decade, millions will have to give up their bodies and download into city memory, or die. Naderites dislike the idea of living permanently in city memory. They accept artificial life enhancements, but city memory is a kind of Gehenna, a limbo to the orthodox."
"That sounds a lot like hypocrisy to me," Lanier said dryly.
"It is, of course," Korzanovsky said. "Committees of parcels are being formed in city memory to study the possibility, that's all the Neo-Geshels will call it, of Jarts reoccupying the way. If they agree with Sir Olney, they might delay the reopening until an adequate defence is in place, perhaps even a workable offence."
"My God," Karen said, "they'd fight the Jart wars all over again?"
"They are being very optimistic," Korzanovsky observed darkly.
"What if the Jarts are right there, waiting for us?" Lanier asked.
Korzanovsky grimaced. "Such a nightmare has occurred to me often the past few years. I have parcels in city memory listening to all planning sessions, and I must participate in the defence of the Hexamon if I am so ordered."
"How can we defend ourselves?"
Karen asked.
"It used to be a secret, very closely held," Korzanovsky said. "But even the deepest secrets can be declassified when the ruling powers think it expedient. We have immensely powerful offensive weapons stored in Thistledown. They were too ungainly for pure defense, useless in the way fortresses. No military planner gives up weapons that might some day have a use, so they were kept in the asteroid walls. Ancient, but still effective and deadly."
Ram Kikara covered her nose and mouth with prayerful hands and shook her head. "Star Fata Numa," she murmured. "I didn't know. The people were told—" "All politicians will lie," Mirsky observed, "when it is politically expedient. The people demanded of them." Lanier's face had gone pale. "Weapons?"
"Surplus from the last Jart war, stockpiled in Thistledown's secret chambers,"
Olmi elucidated.
"They've been there all along? When we first boarded?"
Lanier asked. Olmi and Korzanovsky nodded. Ram Kikara watched his reaction with grim irony.
"What if we had found them?"
He did not finish his speculation.
"The death happened anyway,"
Korzanovsky said, waving a hand, irritated at being sidetracked.
"Even if the Jarts are in the way, we can at the very least establish a beachhead, I believe the strategic term is."
"Unless they've progressed beyond our old technologies," Ram Kikara said dourly.
"Indeed. At any rate, I have been given a Nexus command to render technical assistance. That I cannot refuse. I have had my special research privileges for too long to play the upstart now. Our problem is how to change the Hexamon's collective mind."
"Go around the Nexus," Ram Kikara said. "Go directly to all citizens, including terrestrials."
"Without the Earth, a bare majority would agree with a reopening," Lanier said. "We've done opinion modelling, or rather, Sir Olmi did." "They cut the Earth out because it's too ignorant?" Karen asked.
"Too provincial and too self-absorbed," Korzanovsky said, "which of course it is. But the procedure is very irregular. The threat of encountering Jarts could be made more evident. Even the existence of the weapons might be used to convince the mens publica to vote against the advisory. Sir Ram Kikara's suspicion that the Jarts have advanced beyond us, that could make a useful counter-argument. And before the advisory is made, I think we can attack it through the judiciary on the grounds that no segment of the Hexamon should be disenfranchised."
Mirsky had taken a seat in one of the conference-room chairs. He clasped both hands in front of him, then lifted his arms over his head. "Delicate job," he said. "No doubt Gary understands how delicate?" Karen looked at her husband.
Lanier decided to emulate the Russian's familiarity.
"Pavel says the way must be dismantled."
"And if it isn't?" Ram Kikara asked. "It will be," Mirsky said, "one way or another. I did not count on such difficulties, even with a better mind than I now have. If I fail, the consequences will be spectacular."
"Is that a threat?"
Ram Kikara asked. "No, it is a certainty."
"How spectacular?"
"I do not know. I did not make the contingency plans. I probably would not understand them in my present form anyway."
"Too many questions," Korzanovsky said unhappily. "Sir Mirsky, when your story is made public, how many of our citizens will believe you, and how many will think your appearance here is an orthodox Naderite trick to keep us locked to Mother Earth?"
"I can be no more convincing than I am now," the Russian said, releasing his hands and stretching. "Do you not believe me?" He looked around the group, thick eyebrows raised in query. Karen, who had yet to see his presentation, ventured no opinion. Korzanovsky, Olmi, and Lanier did not hesitate to express their belief. Ram Kikara reluctantly said she concurred.
"We have to set our strategy,"
Lanier said.
"Between us we can devise something worth presenting to the opposing corp reps and senators. They can make their case. Ram Kikara can carry the case to the judiciary. A two-pronged assault."
"I think I'd better start on Earth," Ram Kikara said. "There's a meeting of the Earth Hexamon Council in a few days. We were going to report our conference results there anyway. Nobody in the Nexus will be any the wiser if Karen and I leave and attend that meeting. How much of this is officially confidential?"
"All of it," Korzeniowski said. "Until the advisory is made, none of us is supposed to talk."
"That's not strictly legal either," Ram Kikara mused. "The Nexus Neo-Geshels have become an eager group, haven't they? I'm surprised Farron Cilium would go along with them." "He'd rather keep his government together than turn everything over to his opponents," Lanier said. Ram Kikara picted a complex symbol he could not read. "I'll steer clear of mentioning the weapons. That could involve me in defense law, and I'm no expert there." "Somehow, when I was not in this body, and my mind was immense, I thought all rational people would agree," Yursky said, shaking his head. "What a surprise to be human again!" Lanier smiled thinly. "Back to being thick as a brick, hmm?" "Not thickness," the Russian said. "Perversity. Twisting." "Amen," Karen said, glancing at Ram Kikara. "People are the same all over." 37. The Way. The ghost of Dimitrios hung translucent and unhappy before Rhita. Her face was white with horror. She had expected nothing like this. Now she understood she was beyond the reach of any god or gods, or in the hands of the wrong gods. The escort told her, "His mind patterns have been stored. His body is also in storage. He is not using his body at this moment, nor are his thoughts moving through his brain. They move through a different medium, where you also were once stored." He stood beside Rhita, examining her face, gauging her reactions. "Are you in distress?" "Yes," she said. "Do you want the display ended?" "Yes, yes." She backed away, hiding behind her clenched fists, and began to cry hysterically. Dimitrios reached out with ghostly arms, beseeching, but could not speak before he vanished. In the indefinite chamber that was her prison, she squatted on the soft floor and buried her face in her hands. All of her remaining scant supply of courage had fled her. She realized, beneath her horror and hysteria, that at this moment she was completely vulnerable to her captors. They could put her back in a fantasy, in a dream, and she would live there happily, without protest, answering their questions, just to be in some place like home, away from this nightmare. "There is no reason for your fear," the escort said, stooping beside her. "You would be speaking to your friend, not to an image we have made. He is still thinking. He occupies a pleasant illusion, as you did before you insisted on returning to your body." The escort waited patiently, saying nothing more, as the paroxysm faded and she regained control of herself. She had no idea how long this took. Time was not her strong point now. "Odysseus and the others, are they dead too?" she asked between her last few sobs and gulps. "Death has a different meaning for us," the escort said. "Some are active in illusions. Others are inactive, as if in deep sleep. None are dead." "Can I speak to any of them if I want to?" she asked. "Yes, all are available. Some might take more time to be brought here than others." She decided it would be best to try again, although she was not at all sure she could control herself. "Can you make Dimitrios seem more real? He frightens me. He looks like he's dead. He looks like a ghost." The escort seemed to savor the word ghost, repeating it several times and smiling. "He can be made to seem as solid as you and I, but that will still be an illusion. Do you want such an illusion?" "Yes, yes." Dimitrios reappeared, more substantial but no less miserable. Rhita got to her feet and approached him, leaning forward, arms stiff by her side, hands clenched into fists. "Who are you?" she asked between gritted teeth. Still her body shivered. "Dimitrios, Mechanikos and Didaskalos of the Museion of Alexandria," the figure replied. "You are Rhita Vaskaisa. Are we dead?" He spoke as a shade might speak, voice slow and quavering. Rhita could not stop her teeth from chattering. "I don't think so," she said. "We've been captured by demons. No." She shut her eyes tightly, trying to think how Patricia would have approached this situation. "I think we've been captured by people who are not human, but with very advanced machines." Dimitrios tried to take a step forward, but seemed to be walking on ice. "I can't reach you," he said.
I should be frightened, but I'm not. Am I the one who's dead?
Rhita shook her head.
I don't know. He says you're still alive. You're dreaming.
He says? What is he? Pointing to the escort.
One of our captors.
He looks human.
He's not.
The escort didn't seem to think it was necessary to pay attention to the image. He focused on Rhita. This frightened her even more.
Are the others dead? He says they're alive.
What can we do? The escort, eyes still on Rhita, said casually, Nothing. Escape is not possible. You're all being treated with respect, and no harm will come to you.
Did you hear him?
Rhita asked, jerking her thumb vehemently at the escort. She really wanted to strike him, but knew that would accomplish nothing.
Yes,
Demetrios said in a thin voice.
We opened the wrong doorway, didn't we? He says years have passed on Gaia.
Demetrios looked this way and that, squinting as if through smoke.
It seems only a few hours ago. Can he take us back to the real Gaia?
Can you? Rhita asked. It's possible, the escort answered diffidently. Why would you wish to return? It's not the same world you once knew. Demetrios did not react. Rhita felt sick to her stomach. She had enough of her grandmother's knowledge and instinct to half-visualize what that meant. These were jarts. Jarts were rapacious. So Patricia had been told by the people in the way.
I may be responsible for the destruction of my home.
Her hands rose automatically like symmetrical claws to just under her chin.
Demetrios, I am so frightened. These people don't seem to care. They just want information.
On the contrary, the escort said. We're really quite passionate. We're very interested in your welfare. Very few people have died since we claimed your planet. A great many of them are in storage now. We waste nothing. We cherish all thoughts. We have scholars, and we save as much as we can. What are you talking about? Demetrios demanded. His voice was so calm and deep and thin. Rhita remembered what that felt like, to be in the illusion and not feel true fear. Do you wish me to address your companion? The escort asked Rhita. Dumbfounded, aware there was some protocol here of which she was ignorant, she gave her permission with a nod. It is our duty and destiny to study and preserve the universes, to spread our own kind, the best and most efficient of all intelligences, to serve the ends of knowledge. We are not cruel. Cruelty is a word and concept I learn only from your language. It is wasteful to cause pain and to destroy. It is also wasteful to let other intelligences advance to a point where they will slow our growth by resistance. Wherever we go, we gather and store. We preserve, we study, but we do not allow resistance. Demetrios absorbed this soberly, with a puzzled expression. He knew next to nothing of Patricia's stories, only what she had told him on the grasslands before the arrival of the Kirghiz horsemen.
I would like to see my home, Rhita said resolutely. I would like Demetrios and Orasias and Jamal Atta as well to accompany me.
Only part of your request can be granted. Jamal Atta killed himself before we could capture him. Not enough of his personality has been preserved, I fear, to present a complete image, or to control a rebuilt body.
I must go,
Rhita said, sticking to this one demand, unwilling to be distracted by her own mounting horror. If she wept, if she let her hands reach her face, she might lose all control, and she would not shame herself before these monsters, or before pale Demetrios. We will take you there. Do you wish to observe the process, or would you like your journey to be instantaneous? Demetrios looked at her pointedly. She wasn't sure what he wanted her to say, but it was obvious to both of them that she was the important one to their captors.
I want to see everything, she said.
It might be confusing. Do you wish for me to accompany you and explain, or would you like a supplement added to your own psyche, to your memory, to guide you? She bowed her head, face almost touching her hands. She did not understand the first alternative, or perhaps she refused to understand it.
Can they make me more than what I am? Perhaps she had already been changed. That thought was almost unbearable. "Please," she said, her voice little more than a harsh whisper, "come with us. Just take us." She had one hope left, that the Jarts were liars. If they were not, then she might as well be dead, and she would work very hard to die. Somehow she did not think the Jarts would let her. To their way of thinking, it might be a waste. 38. Thistledown City. Ram Kikara wondered what it would be like some day to fall into city memory, never to return, trapped away from life in a world indistinguishable from life, but for all its mutability, its extraordinary privileges. That would make city memory either heaven or hell, albeit a comfortable enough hell. She had been born in city memory, incarnated much as her son would soon be, and feeling uncertain about city memory now was both premature and foolish. She had at least one more incarnation to go. Her life was not hazardous. She might live for millennia before the problem became practical. But she mulled it over as a natural youth on earth might mull over death. The youth on earth, however, would not be allowed to sample the afterlife. She could do so whenever she wished, for as long as she wished, and visiting her unborn son was the usual reason. Her visits seldom lasted more than 5 minutes, external time. Those 5 minutes in city memory could extend for months. The last time she had visited, she had accompanied Toppy on a tour of an imaginary and highly embellished Amazon, something he had created as a personal project. The simulation was selected for a permanent place in city memory recreations, something of an honor. Their time would be more limited on this visit. She was entering Axis Euclid's city memory remotely from Thistledown. That reduced both the time and complexity of her experience. When she accessed Toppy's personal space, he was involved in limiting himself, cutting away unnecessary mental adjuncts to prepare his mentality for birth. By law, no newborn could enter its body requiring implant memory. Every incarnate had to design and choose a core mentality that could fit within the limits of a normal human brain. "It's painful," he said ruefully. "So much freedom here makes the real world seem harsh and confined." "Sometimes it is." "Makes me wonder if incarnation is such a privilege." She moved through his personal space, looking over what he had already cut away. "Wise choices," she said. Extraneous subroutines, modified personalities adapted to abstract environments he was unlikely to encounter when he became incarnate. Sexual image experimentations, probably prompted by fellow unborns, all stored away to be accessed at some future date should he wish, or permanently discarded. "There's a lot of me disappearing," he complained. Around Olmi, Toppy did not complain. He enthusiastically demonstrated and explicated, but never revealed his doubts. That was reserved for his mother, and she took some pride in seeing this other side. "Doesn't look like anything essential," she commented dryly. "Fewer voices in the chorus," he said. "But I'm seeing what I'll be more clearly. I think Olmi will approve, don't you?" "Has he been to see you?" Toppy nodded. "Some time back. He gave his approval." She withheld some half-sarcastic comment. "He knows quality when he sees it," she said instead. "Father's facing some very large problems." "Aren't we all?" "Perhaps larger than you think." She examined her son's present image, very close to the appearance of his chosen body form, and asked, "Has he told you anything surprising?" "No," Toppy said, but he was holding something back. He knew the present status of his parents' relationship. He would not carry tales. "I'm concerned about him." "So am I." "Should I be more concerned?" "I don't know," Toppy said honestly. "He tells me very little." Ram Kikara set her mind on the task at hand, finished examining the deleted adjuncts, and embraced her son. "All right," she said. "I think you're ready." "Your approval?" he asked, an eagerness in his voice that belied his previous complaining. "Registered already," she said. She did not go through the age-old formula as Olmi had. She resisted that kind of traditionalism. "Have you decided where you're going to be born?" "Yes," he said, "on Thistledown." Olmi had been born within the asteroid. She had been born on Axa City. Still, she knew Toppy was not slighting her. Toppy arranged his personal space to hide the discarded adjuncts. "Do you approve of my plans once I'm born?" "It's not my place to approve or disapprove. You'll be independent." "Yes, but I appreciate your opinion." "My opinion is," she said, "like father, like son. Olmi's part in you is very strong. Mine seems subdued at the moment, but I have no doubt you'll make us both proud." Toppy literally beamed, filling the space with light. He embraced her again. "You're as much a soldier as father," he said. "You just fight different battles." Olmi felt more in control among his fellows and less strained by the circumstances than he had thought. Still, it was good to be alone, if only for a few hours. He missed the isolation of the fourth chamber forest. He did not return to the Thistledown City apartment. Instead, he had accepted temporary quarters beneath the Nexus dome. Whoever so desired could spy on him all they wished. He was certain they could not discover what he carried in his implants.
There was a strong temptation to simply lie still and study what his partial was sending to him. He resisted that temptation, and went through the intricate steps of the France Relsoso dance taught to him over a century ago on Timbl, the Frant homeworld.
He stretched out his arms and lifted his legs, twisting smoothly from corner to corner of the small quarters. Frant anatomy was inherently more subtle and flexible than human. Olmi had to refashion some of the basic movements. Still, the Relsoso did its job. He felt more relaxed and stronger afterward.
"Now, I'll sit and vegetate," he announced out loud, squatting in the middle of the blank, unfashioned parlor and its white furniture forms.
The exchange with the Jart mentality was proceeding smoothly, according to his partial. In a few more hours, more information would be passed through the barriers. What he already had to digest was considerable.
There was little room left in his implants to process the material more rapidly. Between the Jart, his partial, the various barriers and safeguards, and the cleared and uploaded information, the implants were filled almost to capacity. His study, consequently, was slow, limited to a natural human rhythm. There were some advantages to this. Implant processing of information was rapid, but sometimes lacked the cross-connections of more natural thinking.
Olmi closed his eyes and was bathed in Jart philosophy. Translating the concepts into human language or even thought was difficult at times. Other times the ideas seemed directly analogous. He mused on the possibility that the Jart was releasing this part of itself in order to persuade its captor. Propaganda certainly was not out of the question. He instructed his partial to match the cultural and philosophical exchange with an equal emphasis on persuasion. Jarts were voracious conquerors, much more so than humans. While humans desired commerce, Jarts seemed to relish domination and complete subjugation. They were unwilling to share hegemony with non-Jart species, making exceptions only when they had no choice. The Talsit, for example, had traded with Jarts before humans had retaken the first few billion kilometers of the way. The Jarts must have known that conquering the elusive Talsit was virtually impossible. Talsit were, after all, representatives of a much older race, even more mysterious, and certainly far more advanced than Jarts. The question was, why such voracity? What lay behind the push to control everything? Command has duty established by ancient command. Gather and preserve that descendant command may complete the last duty. Then there is repose for expediters and all others, and in repose we will become ourselves again, relieved of duty, relaxing the image of strained materials that is our thought and being. Why is this not what humans do? Olmi tried to riddle this apparently key passage. It had such a formal air that he surmised it might contain quotes from some ethical or semi-religious work of literature or indoctrination. The notion of descendant command was particularly intriguing, with its overtones of Jart evolution, transformation, and transcendence. Oddly, in this idea, there was also the only hint that Jarts and other beings could equitably cooperate and share responsibility. There was an implication of vast enterprise behind Descendant Command, of work that surpassed the capabilities of any individual group of beings. Gather and preserve. That string image was particularly striking. Olmi searched the background behind it, opening up layer after layer of complex instruction. The Jarts were collectors, and more than that, they transformed what they collected, hoping to prevent self-destruction of the collected objects, beings, cultures, and planets. Nature was for them a process of decay and loss. Best to take control of all things, stop the decay and loss, and ultimately present this neatly beribboned package to Descendant Command. Olmi felt a mixture of attraction and horror. Theirs was not a selfish greed. It was a compulsion of incredible depth and uniformity for such a diverse and advanced culture, and it had little to do with their own welfare and progress. Jarts were simply the means to a transcendent end. They believed they could rest only when their task was done, when the neat package of preserved galaxies, such maniacal ambition, would be given up to this nebulous entity. Their reward would consist of being gathered and preserved themselves. And what would Descendant Command do with the package? It wasn't a Jart's duty to speculate. Certainly not an expediter, however modified. Olmi found a list of supremely forbidden actions and inactions, what it might be necessary to destroy in the struggle to completely preserve, as the Jarts had to destroy human forces to try to keep control of the way. To destroy unnecessarily was hideous sin. There was not a hint of cruelty in any portion of the Jart philosophies, no enjoyment of victory, no petty satisfaction for the success of a moment's work, no savouring of an opponent's defeat. Ideally, Jart actions were to be motivated only by desire for the transcendent goal. Satisfaction would come when the package was presented. Olmi doubted that this kind of purity was possible in any living being, but that at least was the ideal, and in its rigor and selflessness it put to shame a good many exalted human philosophies. There was a neatness and finality about it that denied change of mission without denying progress. Progress in speeding achievement of the goal was highly desirable, and any level of Jart, from expediter to command, could make improvements subject to command approval. Human history had seldom managed that neat trick. Fixed goals almost inevitably fixed change, causing a strain in human history that usually led to denial or reshaping of the goals. Even in the hexamon there was the dichotomy of accepted philosophy, star fate enuma, and the rule of the good man nader, and the contradiction of actions, necessary to preserve institutions and advantages for individuals, groups, and the hexamon as a whole. Jarts could fit war and destruction neatly into their philosophy, encompassing contradiction of goals in a tight wrap of necessity, while controlling excess and bloodlust. Humans had never been so neat about their paradoxes, nor so capable of reigning in excess. Olmi realized there was an element of propaganda here, very effective propaganda. He was not seeing Jart history. There seemed very little of that. He was simply being fed the ideals with no information as to how closely they were followed. He withdrew from the philosophy and sped through an overview of the ways rolled in the Jart scheme. When the Jarts had first entered the way through a fortuitous test gate, they had quickly understood the principles behind this marvel. They had thought themselves either the creators of this infinite tube-shaped universe, through a rationale Olmi found difficult to follow, or they had postulated that Descendant Command had sent it to them to help them reach their goals, and the way could not have been more neatly designed for them. By understanding its principles, as they quickly did, Jarts could open gates to any point in the universe, and even find means to enter other universes. They could travel to the end of time. In this Jart's memory, they had not done so, apparently never having mounted an expedition like that of the Gesell Precincts after the Sundering. Perhaps they felt it was best to leave such things to Descendant Command, or at least to wait until their task was finished. As a tool, the Way fit into their plans perfectly. Through the Way, Jarts could wrap up and even present the package in record time. Olmi barely touched the image connected with his idea. A static, perfectly controlled universe, all energies harnessed, all mysteries removed, unchanging, ready for consumption by descendant command. It was a logical conclusion. Still, it made him feel justified for all the resistance he had offered to the Jarts. Theirs was the purity of a kind of death. Jarts did not savour or enjoy, or suffer or exult. They merely performed their roles, like viruses or machines. He knew the simplification was unfair, but a feeling of deep abhorrence was upon him. Here was an enemy he could understand and hate at the same moment. His partial signaled that more information was ready for transfer and consideration. Olmi opened his eyes. It was hard to reorient after such strange journeys. Having barely skimmed the data already available, he packed it away and cleared the path for more. 39. The Way. Her captor's scrupulous attention to leading her step by step to Gaia began to wear on Rhita early in the journey. Nothing, not even the scale of what she was seeing, was familiar or comprehensible. First she was taken from her chamber, actually quite a small room, nowhere near the cavern she had imagined, and placed inside a protective oval bubble, where they stood on a flat, railed platform 4 or 5 arms wide, and as black as lamp soot. The escort accompanied her in the bubble, which seemed to be made of exquisitely thin glass. Or perhaps soap? She was not willing to place any limits on what her captors could do. "Where are my companions?" she asked. The image of Demetrios had been left behind. They were alone in the bubble. "They are taking a much quicker route. What I am doing with you is, if I may borrow a word, expensive. It consumes energy. I am given only so much energy for my tasks." The bubble hung suspended in blackness. Ahead of them, at the far end of the blackness, a brilliant triangle of white light grew, as large as her outstretched hand, and then stopped. For a moment there was no further action. The escort stood in silence, staring at the light ahead. Rhita shivered. Something animal in her looked for a way out, hoping that some magic had suspended all this reality and provided her with a chance to escape. But she did not try. Left idle with her thoughts, she turned and saw an opaque wall behind them, covered with the sheen of an oil slick on black water, gold and silver, and all the colors of the rainbow besides. The wall stretched off above them in shadowy darkness. It was hauntingly, massively beautiful. It gave her no clues whatsoever as to where she was, or what would happen next. The silence terrified her. She had to speak to keep from screaming. "I don't know your name," she said quietly. The escort turned to her, smooth face all attention, and she was oddly ashamed for even wanting to know such things about her enemy. The shame came in part from realizing that she could not hate this figure standing beside her. She wasn't even sure what it was. To learn more, she would have to ask questions that might make her seem weak. "Do you want me to have a name?" the escort asked pleasantly. "You don't have a name of your own?" "My companions address me in a wide variety of ways. In this form, however, since I am to be viewed and accessed only by you, I have no name." His seeming obtuseness renewed her irritation. "Please choose a name," she said, turning away from him. "Then I will be Kimon. Is this a suitable name?" She had had a third-school pedagogos named Kimon. He had been a round, pleasant man, gentle and persistent, but not quick. She had felt deep affection for Kimon as a young girl. Perhaps the escort hoped to play on it, and perhaps he doesn't need to use any such obvious subterfuge. "No," she said, "that isn't your name." "Then what should my name be?" "I will call you Typhon," she said, "from Hesiodos, the horrible being who fought with Zeus, son of Gaia," hence the escort's human appearance, and Tartarus, a deeply buried monster of limitless evil. That name might keep her on her guard. The escort nodded. "Typhon it is." Without warning, the bubbles sped away from the rear wall. There was no way she could judge their speed. She felt no motion. All around, the darkness seemed filled with subliminal rainbows. Glancing up, she saw myriad faint beams of light traveling in parallel from the triangular whiteness ahead, over and behind them into the wall where they vanished. The triangle grew larger and brighter. They were obviously approaching something, but what? She could not be sure. Hypnotized, Rhita stared until the whiteness filled her vision, a brilliant, almost dazzling luminosity with a pearly quality that both awed and soothed her. This was the light in which a god might come clothed. "Those gods I don't really believe in," she thought.
"They're still inside me, though. Athene and Astarte, and Isis and Aser, and Serapis and Zeus, and now Typhon."
Suddenly the light surrounded her, and the blackness became a yawning wall or hole behind. With a sudden reorientation, she realized that she had emerged from a huge triangular prism into a surrounding bath of pearly light. She turned and saw the dark equilateral mouth receding. It was framed by a thin line of sullen red, of a richness and elegance hard to describe, a color that seemed to carry within it the qualities of serene dignity, vibrant life, and horrendous violence all at once. "Where am I?" she asked, her voice no more than a whisper. "Behind us is a vessel. We are in a vacuum, within a tube of glowing gases. We will descend through this tube momentarily." She still had no clear idea where they were. Her stomach had knotted. So much strangeness, she decided, was not good for her. How had the Sophet reacted, seeing so many strange things? There was a time when Gaia herself must have seemed strange and perhaps awful to Rita's grandmother. She held her fists to her eyes and rubbed them. They hurt. Her neck hurt from so much tense craning. Her head hurt. She felt miserable again, and yet there was a beauty to the light. She was ashamed to be in pain. "I'm not reacting well, am I? Perhaps I should be grateful to still be sane." The glow intensified, and she felt a momentary tingle. They passed through the boundary of the tube of pearly light. Below lay something incomprehensible, intricate like an enormous map, pale green in color, covered with white and brown lines, dotted at rhythmic intervals with processions of cone-shaped towers made up of stacked disks with rounded edges. Again she felt a reorientation, and saw with understanding instead of just coordinated sensation. They were within a closed, elongated surface, round like a cylinder or a pipe, but enormous. The surface of the cylinder spread out like a Cretan textile design, all pale greens and browns and whites, or like— She quickly ran out of comparisons. Rhita knew where she was now. Patricia had described many of these things, though not these patterns or colors. Above their bubble stretched the wide band of the plasma tube, much fainter now, and the impossible region called the Flaw, the singularity. Perhaps the prism rode the Flaw, like the Hexamon's floor ships. She was seeing the way. 40. The Hawaiian Islands. The terrestrial Senate was in recess, its members scattered around the Pacific Rim. One influential terrestrial senator had remained in Honolulu, however, and Gary Lanier arranged for a meeting with him. Suriram Kikara and Karen accompanied Lanier to Earth. Their object was sabotage. Lanier knew Robert Kanazawa, senior senator from the Pacific nations, from 50 years before. They had met as young officers in the Navy. Kanazawa had gone on to become a submariner, Lanier a pilot. Their ways had parted until the recovery, when they had met again in a Nexus plenary session on Thistledown. They had managed to cross paths every few years until Lanier's retirement. He deeply respected Kanazawa. The man had survived the death in a U.S. Navy submarine, had worked in California to reestablish civilian authority, and had become senior senator 20 years before. During the death, around the world, Allied and Warsaw-pact military facilities had been targeted repeatedly. Yet, due to some vagary and Soviet planning, or wholesale missile failures, Pearl Harbor had been hit by only 2 warheads. Other bases on the islands had been struck by 1 warhead, some by none at all. Honolulu had suffered widespread damage from the Pearl Harbor attack. Still, as a city, it had not been obliterated. After the sundering, as Hexamon investigators, Lanier among them, chose sites from which to begin the recovery. The islands had offered themselves as a prime location for mid-Pacific support services. The weapons used there had been relatively clean. The radiation after 5 years was not especially dangerous, and could certainly be countered by hexamon medicines and treatments. In 10 years the lush growth of Oahu's jungles and grasslands returned. Cities rose again, feeding both on the hexamon activity and on trans-Pacific trade between New Zealand, North Australia, and Japan and Indochina. Because hexamon communications did not make geographic position crucial to centers of recovery government, the Terrestrial Senate had established its capital on Oahu, at the site of old Honolulu. There had been a hint of power and privilege in this decision, but the Nexus overseers did not attempt to change it. They knew that few terrestrials would participate in such an unpleasant task as leading the recovery without substantial perquisites. Kanazawa lived in a long wood frame and stone house a mile from the fused glass shore of Waikiki. With a moist, warm southerly breeze rustling palm fronds overhead, Karen, Gary, and Ram Kikara walked up the pumice path to be greeted by a Nexus security device, a long, polished white tube about 1 meter long and 15 centimeters wide, floating beside the porch. "We're pleased to see you again, Ser Lanier," the device said in a higher-pitched version of Kanazawa's voice. "You are all expected. Please enter and excuse the mess. The Senator is doing research for a trade bill to be considered next session." They walked up the stone steps and entered the porch breezeway. Wicker furniture rested on polished, dark wood floors. Papers and folders lay in haphazard piles around the living room. Advanced electronic storage media were still something of a luxury on Earth. Ostentation was not Kanazawa's style. He relied on paper. "I like this," Ram Kikara said, fondling Polynesian print fabrics on sofa and chair. "The real thing." Kanazawa stepped from his rear office wearing a blue and white Japanese cotton print robe and tabi slippers. "Gary, Karen, I'm delighted to see you again." He smiled at Ram Kikara. "If I'm not mistaken, this is Earth's advocate and a former colleague, Ser Suli Ram Kikara." He offered his hand. Ram Kikara shook it and bowed slightly. "To see all of you here at once worries me, pleased as I am by the visit. Something important is happening in the Nexus, I take it." He led them to a back porch and ordered drinks from a mechanical servant. Since his second wife had died 10 years before, Kanazawa had not remarried. Instead, he had plunged more deeply into his work, establishing a reputation as exceptionally polite, exceptionally capable, but also exceptionally stubborn, even obsessive. "There's an advisory about to be issued by the Nexus on Thistledown," Lanier said. "I've heard nothing about it," Kanazawa said, tilting his head to one side with curiosity. His broad, rugged face carried a vivid white scar across one cheek, where he had received a flash burn while standing on the sail of the USS Burleigh, his submarine. A similar scar marked the back of his right hand, ending at the shadow of the long jacket sleeve he had worn. The submarine had been sailing north along the coast of California 3 days after the inception of the death. The flash had come from a spasm renuking of San Francisco. "Chances are the old natives will not be allowed to vote on this issue," Lanier said. Kanazawa's expression did not change, but his voice took on an edge. "Why not?" "They'll be excluded by recovery regulation," Lanier said. "Unfit for the making of decisions involving the parent hexamon." By a peculiar twist of legal language in the early years of recovery legislation, the Thistledown and Precinct ruling bodies had become the parental legislatures. Kanazawa nodded. "Not invoked for 11 years, but still in force." "Should it concern me?" "It concerns all of us, I think," Lanier said. "It's a rather long story." "I know it is worth my time coming from you. Tell me." Lanier told. 41. Thistledown. Korzanovsky walked across the 6th Chamber terminal to join Mirsky under a transparent skylight. The Avatar, Korzanovsky found it easiest to think of him that way, stared up across the chamber at the carpet of machinery on the opposite side of the chamber. Clouds moved swiftly over the view, both on their side and the far side. The colours, grey and green and mottled, traversed by the glow of the plasma tube, soothed Korzanovsky in a way he found puzzling. He had cut himself loose from all this, yet it continued to fascinate him. Like Olmi, he now believed that the Hexamon would reopen the way, no matter what obstacles they faced. Would he be sorry? "It's magnificent," Mirsky said. "A magnificent achievement." He smiled at the engineer. "When I first saw this, it was beyond anything I could imagine. I was dwarfed. I had not been introduced gradually, had not had the time Lanier spent in the potato. That's what we called Thistledown. We had not entered peacefully. It felt impossibly alien and disturbing and fascinating too. Yet Ser Ram Kikara called it hideous."
"Her passions do not lie in machinery. She spent her life with huge machines. She takes them for granted. It's not unusual for Naderites to be blind to their actual environment, in quest of some perfection. We're a mystical group, all in all. Starfate and Numa lie deep in us."
"How long will it take you to complete this diagnostic?" Mirsky asked.
3 days. There are partials and remotes all over the chamber now. Everything crucial seems in working order."
"And the weapons?"
Korzanovsky stared intently at the view through the skylight. Rain began to fall in gentle patters, mottling the glass, the same water that had cooled and cleansed the machinery in the 6th chamber for centuries.
"I did not build them. I know very little about them. I suspect they're in working order also. The Hexamon spent much of its history relying on machinery to stay alive. We respect our creations, and by instinct we build them to last."
"How long until the reopening, then?" Mirsky asked.
"The timetable hasn't changed. Unless Lanier and Ram Kikara succeed in blocking the advisory and the vote, perhaps 2 weeks. No more than a month."
"You'll do it, if they order you to? Open the way again?"
"I'll do it," Korzanovsky answered. "It seems to be fate acting, doesn't it?"
Mirsky laughed. For the first time Korzanovsky heard a timbre in the Avatar's voice that did not seem entirely human, and it chilled him. "Fate indeed," Mirsky said. "I have been with beings like gods, and fate puzzles them too." 42. Hawaii. "I would be honored to have you stay here," Kanazawa said. "My hospitality is not what it was when my wife was alive, only mechanical help donated by my constituents, but the kitchen treats my guests and me well." "We'd be delighted," Lanier said. "We leave in the morning to visit Oregon, then fly on to Melbourne and back home, New Zealand, Christchurch. We haven't much time." From the front porch they saw the sun decline in splendor beyond the palms and beach, setting the slopes of Barber's Point aflame with a gentler fire than that area and its naval air station had known during the death. A Japanese graveyard lay just west of the senator's property, behind fresh-painted white picket fencing. Suri Ram Kikara stood there now, Karen beside her, examining the carved lava pagoda-shaped headstones and crosses.
"There's something the old Axis city lacked," Lanier said.
"What's that?"
"Graveyards."
"Far too many here," Kanazawa said quickly. "Many things must be different up there. We have such close ties, and yet I sometimes think so little understanding of each other. I wish I were not so afraid of space travel. My only trip was the last time we met. My weeks in the Burley cured me of cramped quarters, I suppose. I left the ship when we beached her at Waimanalo, and I swore I would never sit in an iron tube again. I flew up there sedated." Lanier smiled sympathetically. "You've worked with them. Hell, Gary, you were one of the first to meet them. Surely you understand what motivates them?" "I can guess." "Why suddenly consider us weak partners when this could affect all of humanity?" "We are weak partners, Senator." "Not as weak or naive as they must think. We can encompass many strange things before breakfast."
"I think the quote is more like, 'Believe 6 impossible things before breakfast.'" "Impossible things?
That we have a man returned from the dead, or very nearly. We've heard lots of those, Lanier said. I've even helped resurrect people. Mirsky is something much stranger than that. Kanazawa turned his back on the twilight. The flames past Barber's Point had died to purple dream tones. Sunsets were not as spectacular now as they had been for years after the death, but in Hawaii they were still memorable. "All right. Perhaps we are naive. Does she accept such a thing?" "Karen or Ram Kikara?" "Ram Kikara. I think she accepts it one way, and finds it difficult to accept another way. She accepts that we have to act on what Mirsky says, but she deeply regrets his return. She believes he catalyzed this whole mess, which of course he did. It would have happened anyway, however. Spreading word across the earth can only increase resentment. However many believe you, Kanazawa said. We resent our saviors. We resent having our childhood stolen from us. I'm not sure I understand, Senator. Surely the death did that. No. The builders of Thistledown. They survived the death, grew out of it, developed a new civilization. They invented their own marvels, struggled to supremacy, launched their asteroid starships. We cannot do that. They've come to us with hands full of marvels, like parents raising children, giving us miracles here and wonders there, sometimes forcing them upon us. They did not let us make our own mistakes." "Thank God," Lanier said dryly. "We'd screwed up badly enough already." "Yes, but do you see what I mean?" Kanazawa asked plaintively. "My constituents feel lost when confronted by these saviors. They think of them as angels. A visitor from the Precincts or the asteroid is still rare. They are respected and feared. We are left on Earth like backwater bumpkins." "If the shoe fits," Lanier said. "You've grown cynical, Gary." "Not without reason, Senator," Lanier said, smiling wryly. "But I understand what you're saying. Still, we have to make more of an effort. Earth can't live in resentment and bitterness and envy like some twisted postbellum South. Maybe a larger issue like this is what we need to spark enthusiasm down here." "They will not understand, Gary," Kanazawa said. "It is beyond their experience, a fairy tale. It's the stuff myths are made of. Myths don't play well in politics. You have to disguise them, make them seem down to earth." Ram Kikara and Karen came back from the fence, both looking somber. "Mortality is not the only thing that separates some of us," Kanazawa said in an undertone. Dinner was served by robots. The four of them sat around the table, Lanier and Karen and Kanazawa, feeling slightly giddy with big tumblers of rum after the day's solemnity and worry. Lanier hadn't been even mildly drunk in decades. He found more knots loosening and regarded Karen with eyes of a distant, more youthful self. She was truly a lovely woman. However young she seemed, she had much of the wisdom of age, and that made her even more beautiful. Lanier did not despise youth. He was simply unwilling to let its attractions dominate him. Working together might be a remedy, he thought, but she was still not as warm to him as he felt toward her, and they behaved as an old married couple might, talking more with others at the table than between themselves. Ram Kikara was reluctant to try rum. "I've heard about alcohol," she said with a voice of temperance caution. "A narcotic poison." "Was Thistledown dry during its voyage?" Kanazawa asked, astonishment creeping into his voice. "No, not at first," she answered, "though alcohol played second fiddle, if that's still a current idiom, or third or fourth. Early voyagers were more interested in direct mental stimulations, a problem we carried with us from Earth. The stimulations became more sophisticated and safer, and we found ways to treat personalities devoted to excess, chemical or neurological. Alcohol was never a major worry, or a major recreation. Wines, if I remember, were cultivated." She seemed to enjoy a chance to talk history, especially when it delayed her decision on the rum. But when the way was built and we had pushed back the jarts, trade began through the wells. Talcet and other substances became known to us. Complex intoxicants, enhancers, augmenters, not to mention the nuances of complete downloading. Alcohol and other chemical intoxicants were like kazoos, she emphasized the word, enjoying its alienness, compared to a symphony orchestra. "Primitive treats still have their charm, though," Kanazawa said. "I'd hate to make a fool of myself," Ram Kikara said softly, dipping her finger into the small glass, lifting it to her nose. "Esters and ketones, very strong." "Destroys the brain," Karen said, on the edge of being tipsy. "Might need to rent another." "Alcohol," Ram Kikara began, pausing, realizing she was about to be sententious, "is still a problem on Earth. Am I right?" "You are absolutely right," Kanazawa said, "and a balm for our manifold wounds." "I dislike not being in control of myself." Karen leaned forward. "Drink it," she said. "It actually tastes good." "You don't have to drink it all. I know what it tastes like. I've had biocrones in city memory." "Biocrones?" Kanazawa asked. "Not as popular now as they once were," Lanier said. "Simulated full-life experiences. Edited, usually. The more extreme remove your awareness that they're simulated. You live another life." "Jesus," Kanazawa said, making an astonished, strongly disapproving face. "That's almost like being— I know, unfaithful to yourself." As they discussed the ethical dilemma of whether or not sex in a biochrone was tantamount, by older Earth standards, to cheating on one's wedding vows, Ram Kikara brought the rum glass closer. Lanier could see she was attracted to it. She had always felt a connection with the past. When they had first met, she had picketed an American flag over her shoulder, proud of her ancient ancestry. Here was a bit of the past she knew little about, directly. Biochrone memories, he had heard, were not nearly as vivid as real ones. They couldn't possibly be, without extraordinary implants, larger than practical endomorphs. "All right," she said, steeling herself and picking up the glass. "To being human." She drank a much larger swallow than Lanier would have recommended. Her eyes widened, and she spluttered, choking. Karen pounded her back unhelpfully. "Ah, Numa!" Ram Kikara croaked when she was halfway in control again. "My body hates it." "Go slow," Kanazawa recommended. "If that's too strong, I have some wine." Ram Kikara waved away their attentions, embarrassed by her ineptitude. She wiped away tears and lifted the glass again. "What were the toasts?" she asked, still slightly hoarse. "Down the hatch," Lanier suggested. Ram Kikara sipped more moderately. "Makes my throat close up." "I don't understand," Kanazawa said. "It's very good rum, Oahu's best." "At least 3 hours old," Lanier said. Kanazawa gave him a twinkling look of senatorial disapproval. "From my district," he said. "This half of the world is your district. Surely you don't drink everything bottled by your constituents," Karen said. Ram Kikara sat quiet for a moment, contemplating the effect. "I don't think I'll become drunk," she said. "My implant metabolizers are converting the alcohol to sugars faster than I can drink." "What a pity," Kanazawa said. "I could fine-tune them, if I will fit into the occasion less sober." Kanazawa glanced meaningfully at Lanier. Karen sighed. "You are not a natural party girl, my dear," she said. The night sky of Hawaii was a cold blaze, reminding Lanier of Van Gogh's Starry Night. Kanazawa brought a low-powered red laser pointer onto the back lawn. They sat on the grass, eating Brazilian chocolates and sipping aperitifs. "This is my private planetarium," the senator said, crouching carefully, kicking out one foot, almost falling over, then settling back on his butt and crossing his legs. "Nothing comparable to actually being up in space, I suppose, but I'm happy with it." He switched on the laser and lifted it.
In the moist sea air, the beam cut a straight, glowing path, hundreds of feet up to the stars, seeming to touch them individually. "I know all the constellations," he said, "the Japanese and Chinese and the Western, even some of the Babylonian." "It's beautiful," Ram Kikara said. She had allowed more than a little of the alcohol to have an effect on her. Her eyes were half-lidded, and she seemed relaxed, almost sleepy. "The sky is more human down here, more friendly." "Yes, I see that," Karen said. She and Lanier sat back to back on the grass, heads touching. "But when I was a girl it still seemed immense. Frightening." "Yes, I see that," Ram Kikara said, imitating Karen's tone and smiling broadly. "I really do." "My own planetarium," Kanazawa repeated. "I can just point the laser and move the beam and watch, and nobody knows or cares. Their problems," he flicked the beam across the entire sky, from cloud-darkened horizon to clear open sea, "are not my problems." He sighed overdramatically. "It is good to see you again, Gary, Karen, and it is good to meet someone from the Precincts on less than formal terms. We have such distance between us, for being parents and children." "Who are the parents?" Karen asked. "And who the children?" "You are the parents," Ram Kikara said. "And the children, too?"
Karen bumped her head gently against Lanier's, and then harder, as if to attract his attention.
"Oh," he said. "What?"
"Just bumping, you old son of a bitch," she giggled. "Sorry. Rum talk."
"Keep bumping," he said. Ram Kikara held her hands up.
"I would love to see crowds of Earth children now. Healthy children, happy children. I love to watch Hexamon children through my apartment window in Axis Euclid." "You've never had more children, Karen. Why?" "Much too busy," Karen said. She bit her lower lip. "How can anyone be too busy to have children?" "Naturally, or the Hexamon way?" Karen asked. The pain had been blunted by time, but she still shied from the center. "The Hexamon way, I think," Ram Kikara said. "My son Toppy is an old-fashioned child." She smiled and shook her head. "He will pass his incarnation exams. He will follow in his father's footsteps. Always," she added. "I never knew you had a son," Lanier said. "Oh, yes, I am very proud of him. But I did not give birth to him in the very old sense. To have children is important, though, however you have them, whether or not they are raised first in city memory, allowed to grow like flowers, to make mistakes." "And to die," Lanier mused, his eyes closed. Karen stiffened and leaned forward, breaking their back-to-back contact, and he instantly regretted his words. "There are graveyards on Thistledown," he said defensively, avoiding Ram Kikara's steady gaze. "I've seen them. Columbaria, even pretentious tombs. Your people once knew what death was like." "Death is failure," Ram Kikara said, her tone angry. "Death is completion," Lanier said. "Death is a waste and a loss." "I'll go along with that," Karen said, bumping him again pointedly. "More life."
"Robert!" Lanier pointed a finger at him. In exchange, Kanazawa pointed the laser beam's arrow on his chest. "Gary?" "What?" "You decide. You're a natural man. No implants, nothing but radiation therapy. You've even kept your scar." "White badge of courage," Kanazawa said. "Helps me stay in office. Is death completion or waste?" "We're far from the subject of the evening, aren't we?" Kanazawa asked. "You have Japanese ancestry. They look upon death in a different way. Honorable death. Death at the right time." "Do you have Amerindian blood?" Kanazawa asked him. "No? Well, you look as if you might. When people have to die, they look upon death differently. They dress it up and dance with it and put it in black robes and fear it. I have many disagreements with the Hexamon, but I do not regret their giving us the choice. Those graves, most are from the years just after the death. Most of my constituents have chosen to live longer. Some hope to live forever.
Perhaps they will. Death is not failure. It may even be completion, but only so long as it is not master.
Right, Karen said.
Have you chosen to live forever? Lanier asked. No, Kanazawa said. Why? That is personal.
Sorry, Karen said. This is not a pleasant subject.
No, it is important, Kanazawa said. Not too personal to talk about. Rum talk, even. I cannot forget certain things. Unpleasant memories. I cannot use talcet or pseudo-talcet, even if we could get them, wonderful as those treatments are. These memories are a fixed part of me, and have made me what I am now. I fight with them always. In the morning I wake to them. Sometimes they hang over my whole day. You know what I'm talking about, don't you, Gary?
Amen, Lanier said.
When I die, those memories will be gone. I will be gone, and perhaps someone better will come in my place. He may have knowledge of the history I've lived through, but he will be able to lift above them. There will be no waste. What I cannot assimilate, he or she will.
Amen, Lanier repeated in a whisper. We will agree to disagree, Ram Kikara said. You are a wonderful man, Senator. Your death would be a loss.
Kanazawa tilted his head to acknowledge her compliment.
We cannot cry, you know, Ram Kikara said. We feel many of the same emotions, but we have not risen above them, transcended them. We assimilate and remain ourselves, but— She shook her head vigorously. I can't think straight. Rum thought, rum talk.
We are too close to a lot of death to look at individual death objectively, Kanazawa said. Karen, do you approve of your husband's age?
No, she said after a long pause.
I can't keep up with her, Lanier said, trying for a pleasantry. She looked down from the stars at the dark grass.
It's not that. I don't want to lose you. I don't want to sacrifice myself to stay in step with you, either.
Blanch that boil, Doctor, Lanier said.
Shut up.
She pushed away from him again and stood up.
We're talking stupid talk now.
Rum talk, Kanazawa said, swinging the beam across the sky again. In vino veritas.
This is noble, Ram Kikara said. This is human.
Karen ran for the house. Lanier stood, brushed grass from his pants, and said, I think I'm going to follow her, and then we'll go to sleep. Kanazawa nodded sagely. Lanier walked back to the house, found the bedroom, and stood in the doorway, watching Karen undress. I remember the first time you made love to me, he said, in the jump jet, on the tube rider. She made a little noise, unhitching her bra. It took me many years to really appreciate you. Not until after we were married. After we had worked together.
Please shut up, Karen said, but not angrily.
You became like one of my arms, one of my legs, he pursued. I took you for granted. I thought everything I'd do, you'd do. I loved you so much I forgot you weren't me.
There was work to do?
No excuse even so, he said. I think you lost sight of me, too.
You're not the only one with bad memories, Karen said sharply. I went back to Hunan, remember? I saw my town, the farmlands. I smelled death, Gary, waste. Skeletons of infants by the roadside. You couldn't tell whether they had been there for months or years, from the death or after, when their parents dropped them there because they couldn't feed them. We couldn't get to everybody in time. You are not the only one with memories.
I know, Lanier said, still leaning on the doorframe.
I can handle them. I can love you for a lot longer. I don't want you to go away from me. I hate that thought.
I know.
Then come back to me, she said. You can still become young. There are centuries left to us, centuries of work yet to do.
That's not my way, he said. I wish you could accept that.
I wish you could accept my fears,
she said. "I'll try. We're working together now, Karen." She half shivered, half shrugged, and sat on the bed. He remained standing by the door, still dressed. "What about Mirsky?" she asked. There was a look of patent wonder on her face, forehead smooth, eyes wide, lips drawn down as if in a pout. "Is he going to bring the gods down on us? Is that what he's really saying? He's a horrible thing, Gary."
"I don't think so." She shook her head.
"A nightmare."
"A vision," Lanier countered. "Let's wait and see."
"I am afraid," she said simply. "Will you allow me that?"
If he came forward now, he knew, and tried to hug her, she would not accept. She would push him away. But he could see that the time might come, and for now, still mildly buzzing with rum, that was enough. "Of course," he said.
"I'm going to sleep."
She lay back on the guest bed and pulled the covers up. He watched her for a moment, then shut out the light, turned, and stood alone in the dark and quiet hallway. Out on the grass he heard Kanazawa and Ram Kikara talking.
"I would be honored if you would share my bed with me this evening," Kanazawa said. "I'm not even mildly drunk now, Sir Kanazawa," Ram Kikara said.
"Nor am I." Ram Kikara said nothing for a moment. Then,
"I'd like that."
Lanier contemplated his wife in bed, the quaint comfort of the guest-room, and shook his head. Still too many walls between them. He walked to the front porch and lay down on the padded wicker sofa there, plumping an old tattered silk pillow under his head. In the morning, Lanier walked along the beach before Karen awoke. A kilometre away he spotted Ram Kikara walking around a tongue of exhausted surf, tall and slender, surrounded by wheeling gulls. Without gesture they walked toward each other, and Ram Kikara smiled at him as they closed.
"Am I a brazen hussy?" she asked, turning to match his pace and direction.
Lanier returned her smile. "As brazen as they come," he said.
"In all my years as Earth's advocate, I've never made love to an old native," she said.
"Was it quaint?" Lanier asked. She scowled at him.
"Some things stay remarkably the same in basics," she said.
They walked on in silence for a while, watching gulls prance on the wet sand ahead of them, avoiding the slick rising curves of water.
"Sir Kanazawa is furious," she finally said.
"He's angrier than I have seen any man in a very long time. He didn't show it to all of us. He's going to call a meeting of all of Earth's senators and corp reps. Through me, they'll challenge the men's publica vote. I can make a strong argument that the recovery laws cannot apply in this case." "Will you win?" Lanier asked. She bent down to pick up a glass Japanese float.
"I wonder how long this has been here," she asked. "Do they make these now?"
"I don't know," Lanier said. "I suppose they do." "Will you win?"
"Probably not," she said. "The hexamon isn't what it used to be."
She held the float up close, examining its tiny star-like bubbles floating in green glass. She returned the float to the sand. "The President seems to be swinging with the tide," Lanier said. "He claimed he violently opposes reopening."
"He does. But there's not much he can do if the Nexus supports it, and I fear that, like the captain of a troubled ship, he won't hesitate to cut the Earth loose, if it's necessary to save what's left of the hexamon."
"But the Jarts—" "We beat them back once, and we weren't prepared for them," Ram Kikara said. "You sound proud, almost supportive," Lanier said. She frowned again, shaking her head.
"An advocate needs to understand how the opposition feels. I'm as furious as Kanazawa myself."
She swung her arms and bent to pick up a crumbling piece of plastic bottle.
"How old is this, do you think?"
Lanier didn't answer. He was thinking of Mirsky, surprised by the refusal of the Nexus to go along with his request. "What chance is there for a negative vote?" he asked.
"None," she said. "Without a persuaded and informed Earth, and that seems to be an impossibility in the near term."
"Then why are we here? I thought this was a good idea. I thought we might have an effect."
Ram Kikara nodded. "We will," she said.
We'll hang on their damned heels and slow them down." "The tide is coming in, don't you think?" The tide was going out, as far as Lanier could tell, but he understood her meaning. "What will we say in Oregon?" he asked. "The same thing we've said here." They turned around to walk back toward the house. When they arrived, the others were up and about, and the robots were serving breakfast. Kanazawa and Ram Kikara were friendly, cordial, and no more. Lanier was thoughtful. He had had a burst of youthful enthusiasm shot down. There was chagrin, but there was also the realization he could still be young and foolish. He could still fight for hopeless causes. Somehow that made him feel even more alive, even more resolved. Besides, he suspected Mirsky, or the beings at the end of time, were far more resourceful than even the Hexamon. They packed their few pieces of luggage. Ram Kikara and Karen spoke with Kanazawa as Lanier carried the small bags to the shuttle. As he entered the shuttle doorway, the automated pilot flashed a red pict before his eyes. "Speak in English, please," Lanier said, vaguely irritated. "Our flight has been held," the pilot said. "We are to stay here until precinct police arrive." Lanier set the bags down, stunned. "Precinct police? Not terrestrial police?" The pilot did not respond. The interior lighting dimmed. The white interior relaxed and turned an inactive blue. "Are you still functioning?" Lanier asked. There were no further answers. He looked around the darkened interior, opening and closing his fists. He stepped down from the doorway, face red with anger, and confronted Karen. "I think we're being intercepted," he said. Ram Kikara and Kanazawa came from the house. "Problems?" the senator asked. "Precinct police are coming," Lanier said. Kanazawa's face hardened. "Not if I have anything to say about it." "You probably don't," Ram Kikara said. Kanazawa stared at her as if she had struck him. "This is very serious, Gary. How did you—" Karen looked out to sea. Beyond Barber's Point, 3 aircraft flew toward them, sharp white against the billowing gray mid-morning clouds. They banked and approached the house, slowing and hovering, their flight fields knocking bits of gravel and dirt from the senator's driveway and yard. "Sir Lanier," a voice from the craft boomed above them. "Please respond." "I'm Gary Lanier." He stood away from the others. "Sir Lanier, you and your wife are to return to New Zealand immediately. All old natives are being returned to their homelands." Ram Kikara stepped out beside him. "Under whose orders, and by what law?" She lowered her voice. "There are no such laws," she muttered. "By Revised Recovery Act. Direct presidential authority. Please board your shuttle. Its flight plans have been changed." "Don't go," Kanazawa said. He lifted his eyes to the 3 craft and raised a fist. "I am a senator. I demand a meeting with the president and the presiding minister." The hovering craft did not reply. "You won't board the shuttle," Ram Kikara said. "We'll all stay here. They won't dare use physical force." "Gary, they said all old natives were being returned, even those with permanent residency on the orbiting bodies?" Karen's face resembled a child's, horribly disappointed, disbelieving. "I don't know," Lanier said. "Senator, we can do more in our own territory, unless we're under house arrest, in which case it doesn't matter where we are." He turned to Ram Kikara. "I assume you'll go back to Thistledown." "Assume nothing," she said tightly. "All rules are off. I certainly didn't expect this." "They do this," Karen said, her face red, "and they'll really have a fight on their hands." "I doubt that," Lanier thought. "The fight is probably over right here and now. They feel the need to play dirty." The 3 craft held their position, implacable. A light sun shower began to fall. Ram Kikara wiped wet hair from her face. "We shouldn't just stand here like disobedient children," Lanier said. "Senator, thank you for listening to us. If we can talk again, I'll—" "Please board your shuttle now," the voice boomed. Lanier took his wife's hand. "Goodbye," he said to Kanazawa and Ram Kikara. "Good luck. Let Korjanovsky and Olmi know what happened here." Ram Kikara nodded. They boarded the shuttle, and the door flowed shut behind them. 43. The Way. Efficient Gaia. A maze of brilliant green lines sketched themselves in parallel around them, breaking pattern to draw a harness or cage about the bubble faster than Rhita could move her eyes to follow. After a brief pause, another array of lines arose from the surface of the way, far below, originating at a single dazzling vertex near one of the stacked disk towers. The lines connected, and the oval bubble descended with alarming rapidity, though again with no sensation. Rhita felt faint. There was too much stimulation, too much to absorb. "I'm going to be sick," she told Typhon. The escort took hold of her left arm, the first time he had touched her. His touch was warm but unconvincing. Through her constricting circle of thought and vision she was faintly repelled. Then she was on her knees and past caring. She half expected Typhon to do something to her, to fix her and banish the spell of dizziness. But he simply stood behind her, keeping her from falling on her back. For a moment she restrained an impulse to heave, and then shut her eyes tightly, deciding darkness would be better for her health. After a time the dizziness faded, and she felt better. "If you are thirsty," Typhon said, "drink this." She opened her eyes and saw a glass cup of clear liquid in his hand. She took it and sipped cautiously. Water, nothing more, as far as she could tell. This disappointed her. She had expected some elixir. Of course, where the escort had found a cup of water in the bubble was a puzzle. She imagined him opening a hole in his body and drawing it out, or perhaps spitting into the glass. She shut her eyes again, fighting another rising plume of nausea. Rhita used the railing to regain her feet, waving off his hand, and hastily returned the half-full cup. Partly to distract herself from the panorama outside, partly to subdue her queasiness, she directed her full attention to what he did with the glass. He held it, nothing more. Shivering, she turned back to the view. They had dropped much closer to the surface now, and flew, guided by the green lines, toward a white tower. Trying to judge scale, she decided the tower was at least as tall as the Pharos at Alexandria, and much more massive, but the scale of the way dwarfed all structures. Rhita forced herself to lean her head back and look up. Her neck protested, her lips parted, and she sighed, despite herself. Far behind and above them the triangular prism hung huge and blunt and graceless in the center of the pearly ribbon of light, like a long black crystal suspended in milky water. Something much farther down the throat of the way, a blinking beacon, caught her attention. She shielded her eyes, although the tube light was not excessively bright, and squinted to focus on a moving speck. It, too, was within the ribbon of light, but many stadia away, moving rapidly in their direction. She jerked her neck back as it reached a point just above them, saw that it was another huge rainbow prism, and realized it would collide with the first prism. Twisting about, she gasped as the prisms struck like trains on a rail. For a moment they were one long green mass, and then the second prism passed through the first, without damage to either, continuing its travel unimpaired in the opposite direction. Patricia had never described anything like that. "I feel numb," she said, glancing resentfully at Typhon. "It was your choice to see it all," the escort said mildly. "None of me take this route often, themselves." She pondered that syntax for a moment, decided the view was less disturbing than what she suspected Typhon meant, and faced forward again. There were no obvious entrances to the tower. Nevertheless, the bubble passed straight through the rounded wall of a stacked disk, crossing an enclosed arc-shaped space filled with floating polyhedrons, and then through another wall. The bubble discarded its panoply of green lines and descended along a leaf-green shaft toward what might have been a perfectly clear lens of glass. Distorted by the lens were sea blues and sky blues, and light browns and cloud grays, all the normal colors of her home. She held her breath for a moment, hoping against hope that the nightmare would end. "This is the gate to Gaia," her escort said. "A prior gate was opened here. Our gates are not usually so constricted in shape, but the prior geometry takes precedence." "Oh," Rhita said, free with information that meant next to nothing to her. As they fell toward the surface of the lens, the color of the shaft reddened, then abruptly shifted to white. The bubble struck the lens, and they fell through. Below lay a coastline, grey ocean under cloud shadows, blue ocean in patches of brilliant sunlight. Rhita could hardly breathe. "Where are we?" "This is your world," Typhon said. She knew that, and it was no dream either. "Where on Gaia?" "Not far from your home, I understand. I've never visited here in any self or capacity." "I want to go to—" She looked up and saw blue sky and an indistinct shimmer over their heads, the gate they had just passed through. "Can we go to Rhodos?" Typhon considered her request for a moment. "It would not consume much more energy. This project nears its limits, however. There will have to be results soon." "I don't know what you mean." "This line of investigation. You must provide results soon." "You know everything I know," Rhita said, near tears, utterly exhausted. "What can I do for you?" "Lead us to those who built your clavicle. Give us clues. But," he held up his hand as she was about to protest, "I realize you do not know these things. Still, there is some hope you can reveal more by your actions, or by your presence. The clavicle may be sought by others than ourselves. Only you can operate it. You still have some value in your active form." "What about my companions?" "They will be brought here if it makes you more comfortable." "It would," she said. "Please." Typhon smiled. "Your forms of social appeasement are wonderful. Such simplicity masking such aggression. The request is made. They should meet us at Rhodos, if we do not exceed the energy budget." "I'm not sure I can stand here much longer. I'm very tired." Typhon encouraged her to squat on the platform. "You will not be clumsy in my eyes," he said. With a grimace, she not only squatted, she lay down on her stomach, peering over the edge. "Are we going to Rhodos?" she asked. "Yes." A green line appeared from nearby clouds and spread out before the bubble into a radiance of grasping curves. In a cage again, the bubble transported them high above the ocean. She could not tell in which direction of the compass they were heading. "Am I the first human you've ever studied?" she asked. "No," Typhon answered. "My selves studied dozens of humans from this world before investigating your preserved record." "Do you know everything about us?" Anger was her dominant emotion now. She bit off her words, hoping the sour edge was not lost to the escort. "No. You still have many subtleties, many things to study. But I may not be allowed to study you to completion. There are higher tasks, and my number of selves is fully occupied." "You keep saying that," Rhita said wearily. "My selves. I don't understand what you mean." "I am not an individual. I am actively stored—" "Like grain in a barrel?" Rhita asked sarcastically. "Like a memory in your own head," Typhon said. "I am actively stored in the Flaw. We can induce resonances in the Flaw and store huge amounts of information, literally worlds of information. Is that clear to you?" "No," she admitted. "How can there be more than one of you?" "Because my patterns, myself, can be duplicated endlessly. I can be merged with other selves of differing designs and abilities. Various effectuators can be built for us, machines or ships, or, more rarely, bodies. I do work when any of my selves are required." "You're trained to take care of strangers?" "In a sense. I made a study of beings similar to you when we fought with them in the way. I was an individual then, biologically based, in a shape similar to my original birth form." Her grandmother had told her what little she knew about the Jart Wars. To a young girl they had not meant much, meaningless wonders in a weave of fantastic stories. She wished she had listened more closely. "What was your original birth form?" "Not human. Not this shape at all." "But you did have your own shape once." "No, part of me did. I have since been combined with others, stirred together." He twirled an extended finger slowly. Rhita frowned at him over her shoulder. "All my questions keep me from the truth I'll have to face." "I'm confused again," she said. "You tell me one thing, then another." Typhon knelt beside her, elbows on his knees, hands clasped. a very human gesture. Was his face gaining more character? Your language doesn't have the right word groups. All sound-carried language is inadequate. You don't talk to each other, she said. Not in words, or using sounds. Not usually, at any rate. Would you kill me if you were ordered to? I will not be ordered to kill you or anybody, if by that you mean destroy your patterns. That is what you would call a crime, a sin. Enough for the moment. She rolled back on her stomach. Below them the ocean stretched blue-green, shallow, with pillars of rock sticking up like stumps of trees. She did not know this place. Yet they were supposed to be near Rhodos. Near might mean different things to a Jart. They could speed down the way and exit through gates and soap bubbles, after all. More pillars appeared. Each was covered by a cap of gold that took the shape of the rocks as if painted on. No vegetation, no boats in the water, just this cloud-shadowed and pillar-specked barrenness. "Could I smell the air?" she asked. "No," Typhon said bluntly. "Why not?" "It is no longer healthy for you. There are organisms and biological machines on your world now that travel by air, too small to see. They are raising Gaia to a higher level of efficiency." "Nobody can live out there?" Typhon seemed to commiserate. "Not of your kind," he said. She felt weak again. They had spread disease around Gaia. Was that what the escort meant? Death and defilement. Nobody could live anywhere? Can people live anywhere? There are no humans on Gaia. They have been stored for further study. Now the hatred came. It jerked her head back, squeezing her vitals like a giant hand, pushing a scream out. She turned on Typhon with fists raised. He made no effort to defend himself. She hit him as hard as she could, again and again, not weak feminine blows. She had never been raised to fear defending herself. Her fists deformed his face, and her knees kicked dimples in his clothing. She seemed to be striking bread dough, warm and yielding. She continued to scream, pitching higher with each blow, grunting, saliva falling from her lips, eyes half closed, again and again, striking, kicking, grabbing him by the neck and sticking her fingers into what might be flesh. Typhon collapsed on the platform, face misshapen, eyes beaten shut, not bruised, but simply warped, and she kicked him several more times until she felt a sparkling, dark emptiness in her head. Staring up at the clouds outside the bubble, tears slick on her cheeks, her chin damp with spit, the rage gone but the legs and arms still trembling, Rhita began to creep back into control. She glanced down at the clothed mass that no longer seemed very human, her expression that of a panicked horse, pupils like pin-pricks and nostrils wide, then grabbed the railing, feeling again as if she might vomit. Across the barren sea she saw a low, dark green outline above the horizon, and the last hopeful part of her exulted. That was Rhodos. She would know it anywhere. The bubble was still speeding her toward home. Typhon spoke behind her, voice undistorted by the injuries she had inflicted. "I may be exceeding my budget now," he said. 44. Thistledown City. President Farron Cilium entered the full Nexus chamber and proceeded to the podium. Olmi sat beside Korzanovsky and Mirsky. They listened to his speech intently.
Korzanovsky's expression was enigmatic. He knew the importance of this occasion as well as anybody in the chamber, but he expressed neither approval nor disapproval.
Mirsky's face was also bland, but in its blandness Olmi thought there might lie more threat to the hexamon than ever posed by the Jarts. Olmi had come to accept Mirsky's story completely, and now even judged the man, if he was a man, incapable of lying. The president doubtless agreed. Garabedyan's confirmation had weighed heavily in that judgment. Yet now the Nexus, and Farron Cilium, for irresistible political reasons, were committing themselves to a course of reopening. They were committing political acts that could only serve to slice a gap between Earth and the orbiting bodies that might never heal. All native terrestrials were being returned to the Earth, whatever their status on the orbiting bodies. The hexamon was entering a period of emergency. Under emergency laws, forgotten since the Jart Wars, the President was assuming extraordinary powers. He now had 1 year in which to carry out his plans. After that time, because of his use of the emergency laws, he would be forbidden from ever holding political office again. He was guaranteeing the purity of the vote of the mens publica with a vengeance. If the vote was negative, he would resign. If it was positive, Thistledown's 6th chamber could be refurbished, the Hexamon defense re-established, and the way reopened within 4 months. Korzanovsky had been formally ordered to see to the execution of the will of the mens publica. He could not refuse. To Olmi he seemed resigned, perhaps more than resigned. Having been forced this far, Korzanovsky might be shedding the last vestiges of the mask he had worn for 4 decades, a mask of interest only in the recovered Earth and the terrestrial hexamon, the denial of all his genius and accomplishment for the greater good of his fellows. Shedding, or having the mask ripped from him, it might not matter which in the long run. Olmi had few doubts Korzanovsky could carry out the hexamon's orders efficiently. The way might be opened sooner even than the President expected. What Mirsky would do, he could not tell. Best not to worry about imponderables. Meanwhile, within Olmi himself, the Jart was revealing layer upon layer of everyday Jart life. The flow of information had turned into a true flood, perhaps a rupture. Thus far he was managing to keep up with the tide. Already he was planning his briefing for the reorganized defense forces. Soon, following an agreement worked out between the Jart mentality and his partial, he would allow the Jart access to his eyes and ears. They could communicate more effectively if they understood each other better. There were some dangers in that, of course, but none worse than what he had already survived. It was more than a time of changes. The pace had now taken the proportions of revolution. The sundering was about to be reversed. The President finished his presentation, and the dominant coalition of neo-Geschels applauded and picketed complete approval. The President's Naderite colleagues kept silent. Korzanovsky turned to Mirsky. "My friend, I must do this work, whatever my beliefs." Mirsky shrugged and nodded, as if either forgiving or dismissing the engineer. "Things will work out," he said with bland nonchalance.
He glanced at Olmi and winked.
45. Thistledown, the orbiting precincts, and Earth. Korzanovsky lifted a lump of white dough and listened to its soft hiss in his hands. The lumps were remains of a failed attempt 6 years before to create a gate without the way. The failure had been quiet, but decisive. Instead of creating a gate, he had created a new form of matter, quite inert, possessing no useful properties that he had found so far. And he had spent the past 6 years searching. He laid the lump back in its pallet of black stone and straightened, surveying his laboratory, saying farewell. He would not be back for months, perhaps not ever. The results of the Hexamon Mens Publica vote had been tabulated and broadcast. By a 2/3 majority, more than he had expected, permanent reopening had been mandated. Pharyncylium had no choice at all now. Korzanovsky activated the robot sentries and gave final instructions to a partial. Should he not return, and should anyone come visiting, the partial would be there to greet them. He was not reluctant to return to the 6th chamber and begin the refurbishing. In fact, he was eager. There was a small and persistent voice in him that either echoed or, perhaps in some way not clear, created that eagerness, the unquiet voice of that which integrated his reassembled self, the mystery of Patricia Louisa Vasquez. Korzanovsky gathered up his small tools and journals, all that was necessary to begin work on the way, and ordered the laboratory sealed. "Be good now," he instructed a cross-shaped sentry as he walked away from the domes. He paused at the boundary of the compound, frowning. It was certainly not in his character to address a remote. He treated them for what they were, useful machines. Surrounded by kilometre after kilometre of scrub and sand, The engineer boarded the tractor that would take him to the train station in the second chamber city. Suli Ram Kikara's partial argued persuasively that its original should be released from house arrest and access Euclid. The partial's appeal was rejected by the City Memory Auxiliary Courts, on the grounds that under emergency laws all appeals had to be presented by corporeals. This was so ridiculous it did not even anger her. She was beyond anger, moving into sadness. In her apartment, Ram Kikara had known the partial would fail. This new hexamon was not above making up the rules as it went along.
To openly object to the reopening was not so much dangerous now as it was extremely awkward, impolite in its extended sense of impolitic.
For decades, hexamon law and politics had been based upon awareness of boundaries beyond which lay chaos and disaster. The President and Presiding Minister, having accurately gauged the true spirit of the orbiting bodies, were now doing everything within their power to stay within the boundaries of their duty, yet also carry out the vote of the mens publica and the advisory of the nexus. They also seemed grimly determined to demonstrate the extremes of this mandate, as if they wished to punish the hexamon, even their ideological partners, for this onerous duty. She was not allowed access to any city memory. That meant she could not speak with Toppy, who would be born any hour now. She had not been allowed to speak with either Korzanovsky or Olmy. They were on their best behavior, she had been told, and were cooperating fully with the emergency effort. She had refused any form of cooperation. Ram Kikara had her own boundaries, and she was damned if she would step over them. In New Zealand, spring brought lovely weather and the amusement of lambs. Lanier tended their small flock of black-faced sheep. Karen helped when she wasn't lost in her own funk. Unable to work, confined to their home and valley, she was not doing well. They worked together, yet kept their distance. Lanier had lost whatever enthusiasm Mirsky had kindled. He did not know what would happen next. He didn't much care. In his way, he had once adored the hexamon and all it had stood for. Over the past few years he had seen, from a distance, the changing character of the orbiting precincts, the shifting sands of hexamon politics. Now lost in its own needs and regrets, the same hexamon that had worked to save the Earth had finally betrayed him and betrayed Karen, had betrayed Earth. Earth's recovery was not yet finished. Perhaps now it would never be done, whatever the assurances broadcast around the world nightly from the orbiting bodies. He found these particularly galling, smooth, pleasant, informative, day by day educating the Earth about progress in the reopening. Now and then Lanier heard of recovery efforts continuing in a desultory fashion. He felt old again, looked older. Sitting on their porch at night, he listened to cool night breezes wafting through the bushes, thinking thoughts convoluted and fuzzy as balls of yarn. "I am only a single human being," he told himself. "It is right that I should wither like a leaf on a tree. I am out of place now. I am finished. I hate this time, and I do not envy those being born." Perhaps the worst part of it all was that for a brief moment he had felt the old spark again. With Mirsky he had thought of fighting the good fight. He had hoped perhaps here was an agency more powerful and wise than all of them. But Mirsky was gone. Nobody had seen him in months. Lanier tried to get up out of his seat, to go to bed and sleep, and for a short time lose all these painful thoughts. His hands pushed on the wood, and his back moved forward, but he could not lift himself. His pants seemed stuck to something. Puzzled, he leaned over one side of his chair. Silently, something exploded. A ball of darkness edged in from one side of his eyes, and his head became enormous. The ball of darkness centered and became a great tunnel. He grabbed the ends of his chair arms, but could not straighten. "Oh, God," he said. His lips were numb as rubber. Ink spread in the back of his head. Doors closed with rhythmic slammings on all his memories. Karen was not with him, not where she was. This was the way his father had gone, younger even than he was now. No pain, just the sudden withdrawal of he had not thought himself so... Oh, God! The tunnel yawned wide, full of rainbow night. 46. Thistledown. Buried 60 meters within the outer perimeter of the 7th chamber's southern cap were 7 generators, connected by 7 field-lined shafts of pure vacuum to the 6th chamber machinery. The generators had no moving parts, and nothing to do with electrons or magnetic fields. They worked on far more subtle principles developed by Korzanovsky based on mathematical reasoning that had primarily begun with Patricia Louisa Vasquez in the late 20th century. These 7 generators had created the stresses on space-time that had resulted in the way. They had not been used for 4 decades, but were still sound. The vacuum shafts were still operating and completely free of matter or time-linked energy, that enigmatic byproduct of interaction between universes. In the hole leading to the 7th chamber, an observation blister had been erected and the borehole pressurized with air. The blister was now filled with monitoring equipment, giant red spheres studded with silver and grey cubes the size of a man's head, tracting back and forth within the blister's shell, silently avoiding their human masters whenever encountered along their complex paths. Korzanovsky floated where the way's singularity had once been, his body precessing like a slow top, grey hair standing out from his hand in the blister's gentle cooling breezes. With cat-like eyes he observed the construction on the southern cap of the 7th chamber, radiating for kilometers outward from the borehole, huge black concentric rings of virtual particle stimulators and their reservoirs of graviton-stabilized tertium metal. These would not be brought into play until after the opening of the way. The stimulators could be used as weapons, and were capable of stripping the way clear of matter for a distance of several hundred kilometers, giving the hexamon its first beachhead, should it need one. Soon the traction beam radiation shields would be in place to focus the backwash of disrupted matter that the stimulators might create along the same path as the stimulator beams. Fearsome weapon. Fearsome defenses. Fearsome opponents. At rest, Korzanovsky's thoughts wandered. He used his 2 hours of daily inactivity to put the events of the past few months in perspective. The blister was deserted but for him and the machines. In 2 more weeks, the way generators would be ready for tests. Virtual universes of fractional dimensions, continua with little more than abstract reality, would be created in deliberately unstable configurations. The night sky over Earth would sparkle with their deaths as particles and radiations unknown in this continuum, or any stable continuum, left their tracks in the protesting void. In 3 weeks, if the first tests went well, Korzanovsky would order the creation of a torus, an independent and stable universe turned in upon itself. He would then dismantle the torus and observe how it faded. The manner of its demise could give clues as to the state and superspatial location of the way's sealed terminus. Over the next few months they would fish for that terminus. A temporary virtual universe, the size and shape of the way, but of finite length, would be generated, would be encouraged to merge with the terminus, and would create an attractive bridge between the generators and their now independent progeny. Ramon, Rhita, Tiempos de los Angeles. Korzanovsky shut his eyes and frowned deeply. He could not help but know the source of these increasingly frequent interruptions and what they signified. When Patricia Vasquez's mystery had been transferred to his assembled partials, to bind them and give them a core, somehow memory and drive had been transferred as well. In theory, that was unlikely, but Vasquez had been in a highly disturbed state, and Korzanovsky, unusually shattered, had not been a textbook model for the transfer process. He did not fight the impulses. For the moment they did not work opposite to his wishes, and they did not disturb him unduly, but the reckoning would have to come soon. He would need to submit to major personality restructuring. That was risky, and he could not take risks now, central as he was to the hexamon's effort. There, he told himself after a few minutes had passed. Quiet. Peace. Integration. Conrad? Came a voice from the blister's borehole entrance. Korzanovsky grimaced and turned to face the voice. It was Olmi. They hadn't talked in weeks. He spread his arms and slowed his precessing, then tracked it outward from the center. They picked intimate greetings and embraced each other in the near weightlessness. "My friend," Korzanovsky said. "I've disturbed your free time," Olmi said, picking polite concern. "Yes, but no matter. I'm glad to see you." "Have you heard?" "Heard what?" "Gary Lanier suffered a massive cerebral hemorrhage." "He wasn't protected." Korzanovsky's face paled. "He's dead?" "Very nearly. Karen discovered him a few seconds after it happened and immediately called Christchurch." "His damned old native pride!" Korzanovsky exclaimed. The anger was not just his own. "They reached him within 10 minutes. He's alive, but he needs reconstruction. The brain is extensively damaged." Korzanovsky closed his eyes and shook his head slowly. He did not approve of forced medication, but under the circumstances he doubted the hexamon would give Lanier much choice in his treatments. "They did this to him," he said bitterly. "We've all had a hand in it." "There's guilt enough to go around," Olmi said. "If Karen consents to reconstruction, most of the damage can be reversed. But he'll need medical aid that he's always been on record as refusing." "Have you told Ram Kikara?" Olmi shook his head. "She's being kept under house arrest, held in a communications null. Besides, my own leash is short." "So is mine," Korzanovsky said. "But I can swing wide enough to hit some influential people." "I appreciate that," Olmi said. "I'm afraid my political status is uncertain at the moment." "Why?" "I've refused to take command of the emergency defense effort." "You'd be the best choice," Korzanovsky said. "Why refuse?" Olmi smiled and shook his head. Korzanovsky, staring into his eyes, felt a small tingle of sympathy. He's not alone, either. But he couldn't decide what made him feel that way or what the feeling implied. "I'll explain later. It's not the time now. I think I'll be hard to reach for a while, however." The last message he picked it in tight beam, so that only Korzanovsky could receive it. "If you need to tell me anything, please—" Korzanovsky examined Olmi for a moment, then picked it. "I'll feel very alone without you to speak to, should I need you. Or Gary. Or Ram Kikara." Olmi nodded understanding. "Perhaps we'll all meet again. Star Fate and Numa willing." He tracked it swiftly back to the borehole. Korzanovsky floated alone once again in the blister, surrounded by wheeling machines, red spheres, and grey cubes. "No use trying to rest now," he told himself, and returned to work. 47. Earth. Lanier struggled on the lip of a well. Every time he relaxed his hands and waited to fall, somebody held on to him. He could not die. He began to resent being saved. So long as he was alive, he was condemned to suffer the sour old-party taste in his mouth and feel the constant disruption in his stomach and bowels. In a moment of lucidity, he tried to remember who he was, and could not. Light exploded around him. He seemed bathed in supernal glory. At the same moment, his mind itched, and he heard the first clear words in what seemed a very long time. "We've done all we can without reconstruction." He pondered those words, so familiar and yet alien. He wouldn't want that. Karen. Then there's nothing more we can do. Will he become conscious again? He's conscious now, in a way. He's probably listening to us. Can he speak? I don't know. Try him. "Gary, can you hear me?" "Yes, why not just let me die, Karen? No, there's work to do." "Gary, what work?" "Is the recovery over?" "Recovery over?" "Gary, you've been ill. Can you hear me?" "Yes." "I couldn't just let you die. I called the Hexamon Medical Center in Christchurch. They've done all they can for now." He still couldn't see, couldn't tell whether his eyes were open or closed. The glory had faded to brown darkness. "Don't let them—" "What?" "Don't
Let them. Gary, you tell me what to do. She was speaking Chinese. She sounded very unhappy. He was making her unhappy. What's reconstruction? Another voice interposed, speaking English. Say, Lanier, you can't recover fully without reconstruction. We send tiny mobile medical devices into your brain, and they help repair nerve tissue. No new body. Your body is fine, such as it is. It's your brain that's damaged. No privilege. What's he mean? The voice asked somebody else. Karen responded. He doesn't want any privileged medical attention. Sir Lanier, this is standard procedure. You mean— Voice fading, addressing somebody else, perhaps Karen again. He refuses implant preservation? He always has. None of that involved here, sir. Straight medicine. You haven't refused medical help before? No, I haven't. Long life. Although I must say, if you'd come into Christchurch, we could have told you this was coming on. We could have prevented it. Are you from orbiting bodies? Lanier asked slowly. He opened his eyes, could feel the eyelids open, but still saw nothing. I was trained there, sir. But I'm from Melbourne, born and bred. Can't you hear the strine? In fact, he could now, the thick Australian accent. All right, he said. Did he have any choice? Was he too afraid of dying, after all? He could hardly think, much less think straight. He simply did not want to be responsible for Karen's pain. Karen wept somewhere far away. The sounds faded, and the brownness darkened to black. Before losing all consciousness, he heard another voice, this one with a Russian accent. Gary, more help coming. Get well, my friend. Mirsky. 48. Thistledown. Olmy had decided to disappear. When it had become apparent they were going to offer him the command position, there was more risk than he was willing to take in harboring the Jart and standing at the center of the Hexamon's most sensitive activities. After speaking with Korzanovsky, he returned to his apartment below the Nexus chambers, then to his old apartment in Alexandria, and cleaned both of all traces. He then prepared to deactivate his library link. He hesitated. Before severing all ties, he had one last duty to perform. He called up his favorite tracer and inquired as to the whereabouts of his son. Thistledown, the tracer quickly replied. Incarnate, successfully born, and now receiving body indoctrination. Neither he nor Ram Kikara had been there. Guilt and remorse were not emotions implants were made to control. Can I speak to him outside of open channels? The tracer did not respond for several seconds. Not directly, but he has set up a clandestine data account that can only be accessed by you. Olmy smiled. Access it. The account contained only a single message. Accepted for defense service. First duty in a few days. Success to us all, Father. Olmy read the message several times and viewed the accompanying pict signifying love, respect, and admiration. Without thinking, he reached out to touch the pict. His fingers passed through it. I have a message for my son, he said, and a request. When the message was in Toppy's account, Olmy withdrew the tracer and shut down the terminal. The time had come to hide himself, for he was certain he could not be located. Stockpiling the few resources he needed, he moved them into a maintenance worker's temporary quarters in a service tunnel near the North Cap, third quarter. He was not yet ready to present his information to the Hexamon. There was much more work to do. As yet he had nothing that might be strategically useful. He had learned a great deal about Jart society, but nothing significant about Jart science and technology. There was little chance this Jart carried detailed information about such things. That would have been foolish in the extreme, given its mission. But Olmy still felt the need for a few more weeks of investigation. In truth, he was losing himself in the study. He saw the trap, his own trap, not the Jart's, and carefully avoided it. He could bury himself in his own head and simply process the information his partial passed on for months at a time.
returning to the outside world only to take his nutrient supplements and perhaps check on progress with the reopening. He had never been given the opportunity to study an enemy so closely, so intimately, and studying one's enemy was like examining a skewed mirror of one's self. In time, playing against the strengths and weaknesses of an opponent, one could become a kind of negative impression, like a superimposed mold, and vice versa. Olmi no longer despised the Jart. He sometimes thought himself close to understanding it. They had worked out a kind of psychological pigeon that allowed each to think in the other's manner, within a common bond of language. They had begun exchanging personal information, no doubt carefully selecting and pruning, but still offering each other personal insights. Olmi told the Jart of his background, his natural birth and conservative upbringing, the exiling of the Orthodox Naderites from the Second Chamber city. He did not tell of Korzanovsky's stored partials and his centuries-long conspiracy. And through the Jart, Olmi learned, a civilized planet is a black planet. No waste and no chance of detection. We hide here and prepare ourselves for service in the way. There are many planets like this, where expediters in and out of service wait for their assignments. I was brought into service on such a world, lovely dark against the stars. I do not know what a natural birth is. We have been brought into service by duty expediters for as long as my memory is informed. At creation, we are supplied with knowledge necessary to our immediate duties. Reassignments bring further knowledge. We do not forget our past assignments, but place them in reserve, that they may inform us in emergency later. Olmi told the Jart about human childhood, education, entertainment, choosing and receiving one's first implants, the libraries. He did not tell the Jart about the Thistledown or what it was, and he carefully monitored his visual information so that the Jart could not see the starship's gently curving chambers. He tried to provide the illusion that he too had been born and raised on a planet. In time he hoped to be able to penetrate the Jart's analogous lies. After all, he was the captor. He had the upper hand. Perhaps later, when he had become completely sure of his mastery, he would tell the Jart nothing but truth, and all of the truth. For the moment, however, they circled around complete disclosure. Outside, the Hexamon worked steadily toward its goals. Olmi sometimes accessed a public library terminal away from his hideout, using his tracer to penetrate Hexamon propaganda, which had become oppressively thick. The Hexamon seemed to be hiding from itself, guilty for its actions. It needed to convince itself again and again. Olmi was not encouraged by such subterfuge. It led to blunders and bad judgment. All of his worst suspicions and fears about the current Hexamon leadership were being realized. After the Mens Publica mandate, the reopening was on schedule. The defenses were nearly complete. The way could be reconnected within a month, perhaps less. Citizens on the orbiting bodies were enthusiastic but nervous. On Earth, the terrestrial Senate had been placed in emergency recess. The senators and corp reps were sequestered, as were a number of territorial governors. Ram Kikara was still kept under house arrest and in a communications null in Axis Euclid. Olmi received this information with grim resignation. There had always been the potential. Now the potential was actual. The reopening had become an obsession, and nothing would stand in its way, not even the honor and tradition of 1,000 years. In time he might come to respect the Jarts, with their single-minded purity, more than his own people, mired in hypocrisy and confusion. He returned to his study. 49. Earth. "Was Pavel Mirsky here?" Lanier asked as Karen turned him over and checked the flotation fields beneath him. She straightened and gave him an odd look, puzzled and irritated at once. "No," she said. "You've been dreaming." He swallowed and nodded. "Probably so." "How long have I been asleep?" "It wasn't sleep," she said. "You've been reintegrating.
They added the last repair microbes to your blood 2 days ago. You almost died.
She rolled him back onto the fields.
About 2 months ago.
Oh. She stood above him, face stern.
You almost did it.
He smiled weakly.
I don't remember much about it. Was I trying to find you when it happened?
You were sitting on your chair on the porch. It was cold outside. I found you, tipped over in the chair.
She shook her head slowly.
Sometimes I hated you. Sometimes—
I didn't know it was coming, he said.
Gary, your father—
I'm not him.
You acted as if you wanted to die.
Maybe I did, he said quietly, but I didn't want to lose you.
You wanted me to go with you, perhaps?
She sat on the side of the bed on the edge of the soft purple sleep fields.
I'm not ready for that.
No.
You look old enough to be my father.
Thanks.
She took his jaw in one hand and gently twisted his head to one side, touching a bump at the base of his neck.
They put a temporary implant in you. You can remove it later if you want. But right now, you're a ward of the Hexamon.
Why? They lied to me.
He lifted his head and reached up, feeling the tiny bump himself.
So there it is. I'm angry. Very angry. And I'm relieved, too.
The Hexamon wants you alive. Senator Ross Mashiny has been made the temporary administrator of New Zealand and North Australia. He ordered you be kept alive, and that implant be installed, whatever your feelings, so his job won't be made any harder. You're a hero, Gary. If you die, who knows what old natives will imagine.
You let them do it?
They didn't tell me until after. They didn't give me any choice.
Her voice softened, and her lip began to tremble.
I told them what you wanted. They did what they said they'd do at first, and then Ross Mashiny came. A sympathy visit, he said.
She wiped her palm across a damp cheek.
He ordered them to put in the implant. He said it must stay until the crisis is over.
Lanier lay back on the fields and closed his eyes.
I'm sorry, he said.
I thought you were dead.
She stood, then sat down again and covered both her cheeks with her hands, eyes squeezed tight shut.
I thought we could never resolve what—
He reached up to her arm, but she shrugged his hand away.
I'm sorry,
he repeated, reaching for her arm again. She did not refuse his touch this time.
I've been selfish.
You've been a man of principle, she said. I respected you, and I was afraid for myself.
A man of principle can be a selfish man,
Lanier said. She shook her head and took his hand in hers.
You made me feel guilty. After all we've done for the earth, not to share its handicaps?
He looked at the bedroom window. It was night.
What's been happening? He asked.
They're not telling us everything. I think they're close to reopening.
He tried to get out of bed, but the long convalescence had weakened him, and he gave up the effort.
I'd like to talk to the administrator, he said. If I'm important enough to keep alive, maybe I'm important enough to talk to.
He won't talk to any of us. Not really talk. He's full of platitudes. I've come to hate them so, Gary.
What a shock it must have been, Lanier thought, sitting on the porch, wrapped in blankets even though the air was warming. Summer. The earth was going through its cycles, raw and uncontrolled, and beautiful and ugly. What a shock to come from the perfect, controlled, rational environment of the way, and descend like angels into the squalor of the past. He lifted his notepad and scrolled the display through what he had written. Scowling, dissatisfied, he deleted a few paragraphs of obfuscation and tried to remember the words he had just pieced together in his head. "They don't need us," he wrote. "Everything they need is in the stone, the thistledown, and when they reopen the way, once again they'll have more than they need."
"If not more than they can handle,"
he murmured, fingers trembling slightly above the notepad keys. Lanier had decided the time had come to write down all he had lived through. If he was to be kept isolated from the play of history, then he could record what he had already experienced. His memory seemed sharper after the reconstruction, a sensation he luxuriated in, while at the same time experiencing more than a twinge of guilt. This was something he could do, under arrest or not. In time, perhaps what he recorded would influence people, if there was any profundity left in him. "What a shock," he began again, "to find the past full of people who knew nothing of psychological medicine, people with minds as bent and warped and distorted—" he deleted "bent" and "warped" "as nature and circumstance could—" He stopped, having written himself into a corner. Started over. "Minds as distorted as the bodies of people in ancient times, gnomish, shriveled, withered, ugly, clinging to their ragged personalities, cherishing their warps and diseases, fearful of some mandated, standard mental health that might make them all alike. People too ignorant to see that there are as many varieties of healthy thinking as there are diseased, perhaps more. Freedom lay in control and correction. The newly formed terrestrial hexamon knew, yet what a task lay before them. Tricks and subterfuge, outright lies, were necessary in a constant struggle against the ravages of the death as well as the causes of that disaster. And just as I was broken on the wheel of ministering to this misery, so the hexamon in time wished for—" He paused. What? A return to the good old days? To the world they were in fact more familiar with, more comfortable with, despite their philosophies and stated goals? The sundering had been the decision of a moment in hexamon time, just as now the reopening was. Spikes in the smooth graph of hexamon history. Points of cataclysmic fracture in a glassy matrix. All very human, despite the centuries of Talcet and psychological medicine. Even a healthy, sane culture with healthy, sane individuals could not rise above strife and discord. It was simply more polite, less senselessly destructive and horrifying. Karen had said she hated them now. Lanier could not bring himself to share that emotion. Whatever his anger, his disappointment, he still admired them. They had finally admitted to a fact that had been obvious all along. Humans of the past, old natives, could never comfortably mesh with humans of the future. Certainly not in a matter of decades, and not with the reduced resources available. With a suspicious eye he tracked a white speck flying above the green hills to the south, watching it pass behind trees and out of his line of sight. He glanced at his watch. "Karen," he called, "they're coming." She pushed through the screen door, carrying a tray of repotted plants. "Supplies?" "I'd guess," he answered. "How kind." She didn't sound bitter now. They were resigned to being pushed out of the way. "Maybe we can coax some straight news out of whomever it is." The small shuttle came to a frozen hover above the small square of garden and grassy yard in front of the cabin. A traction field touched the ground, extending from the craft's nose-hatch, and a young neo-Gesell homorph in black descended. They had never seen him before. Lanier gathered up his blankets and threw them over the chair-arm, standing with notepad in hand. "Hello," the young man said. He seemed oddly familiar in manner, if not in looks. "My name is Topi Ram Olmi. Sir Lanier?"
"Hello," Lanier said. "My wife, Karen."
The young man smiled. "I've brought supplies as scheduled." He glanced around, still smiling, but apparently ill at ease. "Pardon my awkwardness. I'm a newborn. I passed my incarnation exams 3 months ago. The real world is, well, it's vivid." "Would you like to come in?" Karen invited. "Yes, thank you." As he climbed up the steps to the porch, he removed a palm-length silver wand from a pocket in his black suit and ran his finger along a glowing green line on one side. "Your house isn't monitored," he said. "There are only monitors on the perimeter." "They don't care what we say or do," Karen said, no edge in her voice, only weary acquiescence. "Well, that's an advantage. I bring a package from my father." "You're Suli Ram Kikares and Olmi's son?" Lanier asked. "That I am. Mother nobody can reach. They're very afraid of her. But she'll be free soon. My father is hiding not because they're after him. I don't know why he's hiding, truly. But he thought you might like a clear, clean report of what's happening on Thistledown."
The young man looked solemn.
"I could get in a fair amount of trouble. But my father took chances in his career, too." "They designed well," Lanier said, translating a hexamon-picted compliment into English. "Thank you." Rom Olmy handed the old-fashioned memory cubes to Lanier. "You can probably spend a few weeks reading what's in there. No Picts, just text. Father had it translated from Picts where necessary. I can give a summary."
"Please," Lanier said. "Have a seat." He indicated a winged back chair near the hearth. Rom Olmy sat, clasping his hands in front of him.
"The engineer is going to create a number of virtual universes tonight, to fish out the end of the way. I think you'll be able to see the side effects. It's going to be spectacular."
Lanier nodded, not sure he was up to spectacular wonders just now.
"The defenses are in place. They haven't been tested, but soon. I'm assigned to one of the test crews."
"Good luck."
"I appreciate your irony, Sir Lanier," Rom Olmy said. "If all goes well, the way will be reconnected in a week, and the first test opening will be within 2 weeks. I hope to be there when it's opened."
"Should be quite a moment."
Lanier hadn't taken a seat. Karen stood behind him. Rom Olmy looked up at them, eyes calm, but body still not at ease. He moved his hands to the chair arms and then clasped them again. Like a young colt, Lanier thought. "I have a message from Konrad Korjanovsky, too," Rom Olmy said. "Ser Mirsky hasn't been seen anywhere. The engineer told me to tell you."
"The Avatar has fled."
Lanier nodded. Then he turned and said to Karen, "We're making the boy uncomfortable. Let's sit."
They pulled up chairs. Karen offered refreshments, but Rom Olmy demurred. "I'm built on slightly different lines than my father. Not as efficient, but I don't need Talcet devices." He held out his hands, obviously proud of his new material form. Lanier smiled. Toppy reminded him of Olmy, and that memory was pleasant. Karen seemed less taken by this breath of hexamon wind.
"Why is your father in hiding?"
"I think he's expressing some kind of disapproval, but I truly don't know. We're all embarrassed by your isolation here. I don't know of anybody in the Defense and Protection League who approves of the way Earth's being treated." "But you see it as a necessity," Karen said. Rom Olmy regarded her with steady, clear eyes. "No, Sir Lanier, I don't. The emergency laws put responsibility for decisions on the President and Special Nexus Council. They give us the orders. Disobeying the orders under these same rules means loss of incarnation privileges and direct downloading to city memory. That would put me back where I started."
"How did you pull this duty?" Lanier asked.
"Excuse me? Pull?"
"Get this duty."
"I requested it. Nobody saw anything to object to. I said you were friends of my father and of the engineer, and that I could carry a message from the engineer to you."
"They aren't secluded?"
"No, my father's hiding, but he hasn't broken any laws. They can't make you take command positions. That would be ridiculous."
"Korjanovsky volunteered?" Karen asked, her interest growing.
"I'm not sure what his motives are. Sometimes he seems quite strange, but he's getting his work done, so I hear. The Special Nexus Committee can't control all communication links. There's considerable gossip on Thistledown. I see him very seldom, and his partial gave me this message."
"We appreciate your bringing it to us," Lanier said.
"My pleasure. My mother and father mentioned you often. They said you were among the best old natives. I also wanted to say—" He stood abruptly. "I have to be getting back now. The supplies are unloaded. When this is over, when the way is reopened, the Hexamon feels it can finally have the resources to finish our work on Earth. I look forward to that, and I'd like to volunteer now to work with you on any project you might lead. Both of you. It would be my honor, and both my mother and father would be very proud."
Lanier shook his head slowly. "This will never be over," he said. "Not in the way the Hexamon imagines."
"Mirsky's warning?"
Rom Olmy asked. "Perhaps. And abuse of trust," Lanier replied. "The Hexamon will have a lot of patching to do."
Rom Olmy sighed. "We've all listened to the testimony. Nobody knows what to make of it. The Special Nexus Committee says it's a forgery."
Lanier's face flushed. "You must have your mother's and father's brains if they mixed you together out of their own personalities. What do you think?"
"He's caught up in the adventure, Gary," Karen said. Her attitude had softened. "Don't be harsh on him."
"Mirsky was no sham," Lanier continued. "He was here,
and he convinced the engineer and your father, I'm fairly sure, and your mother. His warning was serious."
"Where is he, then, sir?"
"I don't know," Lanier said.
"I'd be interested in meeting him, if he returns."
"If he returns. What if someone or something more powerful than Mirsky takes notice of the Hexamon's intransigence?" Lanier stood slowly, more agitated than he wished to appear. "Thank you for visiting us. Tell whomever is interested that we are well. I am recovering. Our attitudes have not changed. If anything, they have hardened. Tell your superiors this for us."
"Yes, sir, if the occasion arises."
He thanked Karen for her hospitality, locked eyes with Lanier, and nodded. "Goodbye." "Star Fate and Numa be with us all," Lanier said. They escorted the young man to the front yard, where remotes had finished the unloading and were now tracting back into their holds in the craft's underside. Ram Olmi boarded, and the craft rose quickly, spinning about to head west against the fading sky-glow. Karen put her arm around him and kissed his cheek.
"Well said."
"He seems to be a good fellow," Lanier said. "Still, he's one of them, heart and soul."
"His father's son more than his mother's?"
Lanier kissed the top of her head. Twilight was blending into night. He looked up expectantly and shivered. "What magic is the old wizard going to work this evening?"
"I'll bring out the blankets," Karen said, "and the heater."
For a moment, standing alone in the yard, with the stars coming out above him, Lanier did not know whether it was good or horrible to be alive. He could not stop the goose-flesh from rising on his arms. "This is real," he reminded himself. "I'm awake." Soon Korzanovsky, and perhaps a part of Patricia Vasquez, would be playing with the ghosts of universes. Karen returned, and they prepared a place on the grass.
"I wouldn't miss this for anything," she said softly. "They're bastards, but they're brilliant bastards."
Lanier nodded, clutching her hand. "I love you," he said, tears coming to his eyes. She lay her head against his shoulder. Early the next morning, on his notepad, Lanier wrote, "We saw the point of Thistledown low to the northwest, soft and ill-defined. The night was warm, and my old bones did not ache. My mind is more clear than it's been in recent memory, shockingly clear. I had my Karen lying next to me. We were among the few on earth who knew what to expect this evening. Or did we? We owe them so much, these determined angels, our distant children. A lump came to my throat simply watching the thistledown, the stone, ascend a few degrees. I feared for them. What if they made a mistake and destroyed themselves? What if Mirsky's gods, the end of time, decide to intervene? Where are we then?" Straight beams of clear white light fanned out from the stone and crossed 3/4 of the sky, reaching tens of thousands of kilometers into space, pointing away from Earth. I do not know what they were. Not light alone, surely, for lasers or some similar phenomenon could only be reflected by dust, and there is not so much dust in space. We sat almost as ignorant as savages. The lines of light faded abruptly, and for a moment there was nothing but the stars and the stone, brighter now, higher in the northwest. I thought perhaps Korzanovsky had thrown a rough sketch across the heavens, and this was all we would see. But from the point of the stone, across the entire night sky, there unfurled a gorgeous curtain of violet and blue, taking seconds to reach from horizon to horizon. Within the curtain glowed indistinct patches of red. It took us several seconds to see, within the unfocused patches, images of the crescent moon, somehow lensed to 2 or 3 dozen locations. The curtain then shredded, like rotten fabric washed apart by a river current. Where it had been, there now curled lazy arms of green, the tentacles of a monstrous jellyfish spiraling and vibrating. There was an organic ugliness in this that made me want to turn away. I was witnessing some unnatural birth, with the attendant gore and mystery, space being distorted or used in ways it is not accustomed to. Then all dimmed, and the stars returned, clear and sharp, undisturbed. Whatever happened now could not be seen by us. 50. Thistledown. Korzanovsky looked down on the sixth chamber through the blister covering the northern cap borehole, fingers working restlessly on a small die of nickel iron. Beside him the president floated with arms folded in ceremonial robe and cap, resembling a mandarin lord. He had come from a special Nexus session to observe the second and third series of tests. Now they waited to see how the sixth chamber machinery would react. A small plume of smoke rose from the third quarter. Already aircraft hovered around the damage site. "You know what that is?" Baron Cilium inquired. "Fire in an inertial control radiation duct," Korzanovsky said, paying the president little attention. His eyes were on the key points in the sixth chamber, points where any kind of pseudo-spatial backscatter could blow out huge sections of the valley floor. "It's a minor problem." "The tests are still successful?" "Successful," Korzanovsky acknowledged. "How much longer before we make the connection?" 9 days, Korzanovsky said, giving himself some leeway. "The machinery needs time to reach equilibrium. We need to let the looped virtual universe dissolve. Then the path will be clear and we can reconnect." The president picked at a symbol of unenthusiastic acceptance. "Neither I nor the presiding minister are comfortable with this," he tight-beamed at Korzanovsky. "We're all forced to do things we'd rather not do, eh?" Korzanovsky glanced at the president with cat-square eyes. "You've made the whole process draconian as a kind of revenge," he thought. "At least we'll be going home," he said flatly. "Back to a life we may have been ill-advised to leave in the first place." Baron Cilium did not respond to this unconcealed self-criticism. Korzanovsky had been the inspiration for just that action. The web had become too tangled to ever separate single strands. 51. Thistledown. What is Pavel Mirsky? Olmy stopped his exercises on the barren quarters floor and immediately swung up a second level of barriers. The question had come unbidden, and not through his partial or the established feed. It was not a stray thought or a wandering echo. For several minutes he stood rigid in the middle of the floor, face blank, trying desperately to locate the source of the query. It was not repeated, but as he checked each connection between his implants and natural mind, he realized repetition would not have been necessary. Information had been drawn smoothly and with very few traces of entry from his original natural memory. The barriers had been breached, yet seemed intact. The room was bleak enough to serve as a tomb. For an instant he contemplated blowing up his heart and the implants, but realized he could not. The voluntary connections had been severed. Now only if hidden detectors in the implants were disturbed would he die. Where was the partial? Had everything been absorbed, including the secrets of his safeguards? Is Pavel Mirsky a human like yourself, or is he command from another concern? Olmy locked down his thoughts, hoping against hope that not all had been lost. He did not have the slightest idea what had happened, or how extensive the breach was. "I am finding much hidden information that provides missing color and form," the voice continued. It felt very similar to his own internal voice. That told Olmy that his natural sub-personalities, what the Hexamon psychologists called functionary agents, had been suborned. Olmy felt like the captain of a ship whose crew has been suddenly and inexplicably possessed by demons. The bridge had been peaceful until just now, but peering below decks told a quite different story. "You are not command, nor are you duty expediter. Are you command oversight, in temporary physical form?" "No. We see you are a simple expediter given extraordinary privileges." "No. Even more astonishing. You have taken these privileges upon yourself." Olmy was fully aware he had made a horrible mistake. All of his safeguards had been sidestepped. So far, he had severely underestimated the Jart. "This Pavel Mirsky, there is nothing like him in your available memory, nor in associated memory, nor in memory we have been given permission to access. Pavel Mirsky is unique and surprising. What is his message?" For a moment Olmy thought that to allow the Jart access to this seeming irrelevancy could give him a chance to recover control and kill himself.
Olmi prepared and released a summary of Mirsky's story. The Jart's control could not be shaken. As Olmi's sense of helplessness and horror grew, its cool, speculative fascination with Mirsky increased. Mirsky is no longer of your rank and order. He is not human, yet once was. He returns with a message, but you do not know how he returns.
Mirsky has been awaited by us, yet appears to you. Perhaps it has appeared to our kind also, but unknown to you. Mirsky is messenger expediter from Descendant Command. Olmi tried to control his panic and relax. The situation had happened so quickly, with no warning, that some time passed before he fully realized their situations had reversed. He was the prisoner now, his personality fragmented and completely under the Jart's power. What little of his mind was left to him, he quickly scanned his available natural memories and found most of them blocked by Jart inhibitors, could hardly understand the Jart's last clear statement. The Jart found Mirsky's presence very significant. Your struggle is illuminating. I spread faster with each status search you make.
I acknowledge your control,
Olmi said. Good. You fear what I will do to your kind. Harm to your kind was my original instruction, but it is superseded now. News of the appearance of a messenger from Descendant Command is far more important than our conflicts.
How did you break through the barriers?
Inappropriate curiosity. Are you not fascinated by Messenger Mirsky? Olmi buried a fragment of himself that wanted to scream.
Yes, fascinated and puzzled. But how did you break through my barriers?
Your understanding of certain algorithms is incomplete. A flaw of your kind's development, perhaps. I have been in control an indefinite but significant number of periods now.
You've been playing with me.
Does a failed amateur deserve greater consideration? You do not fit in a rank that we acknowledge respect for. Nevertheless, I will accord you the respect you have accorded me.
Had he been integrated, Olmi knew this would have been the lowest point of his long life. As it was, he felt a distant, free-floating misery, like a soul disembodied in some hideous afterlife, powerless to change or move.
It will soon be possible to give this important information to Command Oversight, the Jart said. If you help, integration of your personality parts will be allowed, and you may witness this important event with full faculties.
I will not cooperate if you seek to harm my people.
No harm to hosts of Messenger. You have been recognized and by our law must be spared from storage and packaging. You are now expediters of Descendant Command.
Olmi tried to think that through. The risk was too great to even begin to think that Jart meant the Hexamon no harm.
It had admitted that its primary mission had been harm.
What do you want to do?
We must return to the way. Command Oversight must be informed.
Olmi knew he had no real choice. He had been hopelessly outmatched. He could not help but wonder whether, in time, the Jarts would have outmatched them all. Or was that a self-serving underestimation of his own uniquely personal failure?
52. Efficient Gaia.
Rhita felt like a caged animal. She did not want to know the truth. Rhodos was approaching rapidly, and it would reveal the truth. She was trapped in the bubble with a bent and distorted monstrosity, some unlikely, battered doll of a human being. She heard it standing up behind her, and dared not turn to look at it. Knuckles white on the railing, she closed her eyes, then opened them again, telling herself, "This is what you wanted, to see it all." But her reservoirs of strength had long since been tapped out. She opened her mouth to speak and closed it to mute a shriek. Shaking her head, she bent over the railing and flung herself back, straining her arms and hands, wild with a grief she did not yet completely feel, but soon would, as surely as this was Gaia, the real world, her home. Rhodos's commercial harbour was visible, and the long bridge of land to the fortress of Cambyses, across from Patricia's house that overlooked the old military harbour. The city of Rhodos itself was gone. Bare, brown dirt spread flat in its place.
"Where is it?"
she breathed. The island was studded with gold-topped pillars of stone. From inland mountains to coastline, the pillars rose like a Chrysos's dream of mushroom growths.
"Why?"
she cried out.
"What are they?"
Typhoon's speech was muffled now. He said something, but she could not understand, and refused to turn around to look at him.
The sun set behind them as the bubble slowed and approached the headland where Patricia's house had been, or still was, Rhita saw, surrounded by a fence of the same fringed metal snakes they had met with in the camp. It seemed much less than years before. "Your temple is near here, too," Typhon said. She heard it standing up behind her and felt an awful crawling along her spine. There were things worse than death, among them being in the service of these monsters. She wiped her face quickly with the palm of one hand, turned and faced the battered escort. "Why are these places still here?" "Because they mean something to you," Typhon said. It reached up and pushed the top of its head back into place. She swallowed hard to restrain another urge to throw up. She had one thing she must hold on to, and that was the bare remaining shred of her dignity. "This whole world is significant to me," she said. "Put it back the way it was." Typhon made a sound like a small dog choking, and its speech became much clearer. "Not possible. Already close to exceeding budget. Your world will have its uses. It will become its own repository. Whoever wishes to study Gaia in later cycles will come here and do so. Meanwhile, it serves as a place to raise and train young. What you would call a holy place." "None of my people are alive?" "Very few have died," Typhon said, adjusting a shoulder. She remembered the unexpected yielding of its substance and turned away again, fist thrust into her mouth. "In truth, more of your kind would have died had we not come here. By far the great majority are in storage. It is not unpleasant. Myself have been there many times. Unlike death, storage is not final." She shook her head, numb to the horror, but unwilling to listen to more useless talk. "Where are my companions? You said you'd bring them here." "They are here." The bubble moved through Patricia's grey and withered garden. The orange trees were dusty skeletons. They approached the house, and from behind the house other bubbles emerged, one containing Demetrios, another Lugatorix, a third Orosias. Each was accompanied by an escort, Orosias by what seemed to be an older woman, Lugatorix by a red-headed old man, Demetrios by a slender young male in student's garb. Lugatorix stood with arms crossed and eyes tightly closed. "What he can't see can't make him more miserable." Typhon kept silent behind her. The bubbles orbited slowly about each other in Patricia's yard. Lugatorix seemed to sense her presence and opened his eyes, looking on her with an expression of fierce joy. He had not failed completely. Demetrios merely nodded, unwilling to meet her stare. Orosias seemed unable to raise his head. Defeat. Final and total. No going back. What would Patricia do? If she were here, having lost 2 homes, 2 worlds? Rhita did not doubt the old Sophet would simply have laid herself down and died. The enormity was truly outside the range of a human mind. There was no hope. "The whole world is dead," she said. "No," Typhon corrected her. "Shut up," she said sharply. "It's dead." The escort did not contradict her again. She tried to speak with the others, but no sound passed between them. Suddenly she turned and faced Typhon. On his distorted face there was a triumphant expression, brief but unmistakable. He had absorbed enough humanity to mimic exultation. She had been brought here, she now believed, in part at least, so that the victors could measure their triumph. Prisoners on parade. She did not turn away. There had been no satisfaction in knocking the escort about. Clearly abuse did not bother Typhon, and there was scant satisfaction in defiance. She was too small and limited to even begin to search for weaknesses. Still, Rhita needed to do something, to pick up some thread, or indeed she would just lie down and die. But they would not let her die. She would be stored, and some day surely the people who had built the way would fight the Jarts again, perhaps destroy them, perhaps find her and her companions as records or in boxes or however they might be stored, and bring them back. Could that much be hoped? She could barely even conceive of such things. But Patricia would have grabbed at any thread. Rhita seized this one and observed Typhon calmly now, having lost everything and knowing it if not accepting. "Take us back," she said. "This means nothing to you?" She shook her head. "You do not wish to visit the temple?" "No." "Do you wish to die?" Typhon inquired curiously, politely. "Are you offering?" "No, of course not." "Just take me back?" "Yes." The interior of the bubble seemed to fill with gelatinous smoke. She felt all weight lift from her feet. "Store me," she thought. "Pack me away. My time must come again." Oblivion would have been welcome if she could have known she would not be disturbed. 53. Earth, Thistledown. Lanier had resumed walking the trails again, climbing the side of the mountain, looking down over the autumn-brown grasslands and the increased flocks of sheep. Despite all that had happened, he thought himself a contented man. He could not save all of humanity from its follies, could not stop the flow of history. Losing his sense of responsibility was a necessary liberation. He had spent much of his life helping others. Now was the time to calm himself and prepare for his own next step. Despite the forced implant and his relief at being saved from death, he knew he would not choose immortality. When the time came, whether it be 10 years or 50 years, he would be prepared. He did not think his personality was so valuable that it should impose itself on others for more than a century. This was not humility, nor was it exhaustion. It was the way he had been raised. He accepted that Karen did not agree. Even so, they were much closer than they had been in years. That was sufficient. 2 months after his recovery, on a particularly crystalline night, they walked under the stars. Thistledown was not visible. "I'm not sure I care what's happening up there. Down there," she pointed through the earth at where Thistledown might be. Lanier nodded. They walked on, lantern illuminating the trail in a blue circle for several meters ahead. "That's where we met," he said, and it sounded silly once he said it, silly and awkward, the words of an uncertain youth, not an old man. Karen smiled at him. "We have had many good years, Gary," she said. Then, with her usual directness, she said, "What's more important to us now, our past together or our future?" He could not answer. In a way, he was being forced to stay alive. That implied that he wanted his future to be brief. Yet he did not wish to die. He simply wanted equality and justice, and under the present circumstances, immortality did not seem just. He was willing to die for these convictions. "Just us, now," he said. She held his hand more firmly. "All right," she said. "Just now." Lanier knew that Karen would not stay at his side forever. Once the isolation was lifted, almost certain within the next few months, she would become active again, and perhaps separation would drive them apart again. He didn't want that, but they were no longer well matched. He could accept being old. She could not. Still, there were many people he would like to see again. Questions he would like to have answered. Whatever happened to Patricia? Was she home, or alive in some other alternate universe, or had she died trying? Thistledown orbited Earth every 5 hours and 50 minutes, as it had since the sundering. In some regions of the Earth, the asteroid's bright star was worshipped even after decades of education and social engineering. Humanity's psychological yolk sacks could not be eliminated so easily. The news that the Earth's saviors might soon leave, so the stories had been simplified, caused panic in some areas, relief in others. Those who worshipped the Thistledown and its occupants believed they were leaving out of disgust for Earth's sins. They were correct, in a sense, but if the Earth could not abandon its past, neither could the Hexamon. With the reopening on schedule and Korzeniowski's wonders performing flawlessly, the Nexus Special Committee set about healing some of the worst wounds in their relations with Earth. There was not much time, nor did they expend an enormous amount of effort. The Hexamon were enthused. Hysteria was not possible, or at least highly unlikely, in the population of the orbiting bodies, but an almost drugged sense of splendor reigned. They were proud of their power and cleverness. They were happy to be working to solve otherwise insoluble problems, and they felt that Earth would benefit in the long run, that the way would bring prosperity to them all. Mirsky's warnings were virtually forgotten. Hadn't the so-called Avatar vanished without trace? If his strength had been so enormous, why hadn't he put a stop to the vote and forced the Hexamon to do things his way? Even Korzanovsky gave Mirsky little consideration. There was too much to do, too many compulsions, exterior and interior, and the interior compulsions grew stronger with each day. The engineer tracted from one end of the borehole to the other, wrapped in his closed-end, baggy red robe like an overgrown infant. The long, slender shapes of 3 Flaw ships, transported from Axis Thoreau 2 days before, threaded through the Thistledown boreholes. Hung suspended in softly glowing traction cradles, huge dark spindles along his accustomed path. These were fully armed vessels, brought in as precaution. They could also be used to explore the way. Korzanovsky looked down on the wide cylindrical valley of the 6th chamber and felt a yearning he could neither analyze nor repress. The foundation on which all of his assembled partials had been integrated now colored him through and through. He did not protest. Something was wrong within him, but it did not stop his work. If anything, it made him more brilliant. For Olmi, dreaming had never been the same with implants, and it had changed even more radically since the Jart had taken over. Sleep was not necessary for an implant-aided homorph. The processing of experiences and memories, and the relaxation and play of an overworked subconscious mind took place during Olmi's waking hours. These activities were assigned to surrogate mentalities within the implants. Essentially, Olmi's concentrated conscious effort could continue at all hours, while a parallel mentality slept and dreamed. The mentality could then refine and filter Olmi's subconscious mental contents. The process had been perfected across centuries. Olmi's dreams were intense, as real as waking experiences, like living in another universe with different and changing rules. But he did not access them unless he wanted to. They had accomplished their purpose without his necessarily being aware. Eventually, after 5 or 6 years, dream contents were purged or compressed in his personal implant, and either downloaded to external personal memory or deleted. Olmi tended to delete such contents. He was not fond of experiencing his own dreams, and seldom did so unless he felt they might hold the resolution to a pressing personal difficulty. Now, however, the Jart mentality occupied all of Olmi's available implant space, including his personal implant. Olmi, even when he had been in control, had had to reassign subconscious processing to its natural center, his primary mentality. He had had the choice of either sleeping and dreaming naturally or filtering out waking dream experiences. Before the Jart's conquest, he had chosen the latter. Dreaming while awake posed few problems. He was mentally disciplined enough to not be distracted. Now, however, the Jart was controlling and manipulating not only the implants, but his primary conscious and subconscious routines, those activities which took place within his organic brain. Olmi's conscious primary self was often shunted into the dream world abruptly and without warning. It was a realm filled with monsters. The subconscious, all those agents and routines which handled automatic responses, was in a terrible state. Olmi could be consciously calm, but his fundamental self was terrified, helpless, and in a panic. Often, when the Jart did not need his immediate attention, he was forced to wander the dream landscape like a character in a bad biochrome. Forced to confront his dreams directly, Olmi found signs of character flaws that further undermined his already low morale. Why hadn't he dealt with these flaws through Talcet or other therapy decades or centuries ago? He might not have made the disastrous decision to ingest the Jart if he had been fully rational. In his dreams he repeatedly found suicidal urges and had to fight them off, small insect-like creatures that threatened to eat away his limbs or bite off his head. Sometimes it took all his courage and will just to survive until the Jart allowed his consciousness access to the external world. In time he wondered whether the Jart knowingly put him to this torture as a kind of revenge, drowning him in his own mind, just as the Jart had been forced to drown in its thoughts until it had slumped into timeless stasis. But he had no proof, no evidence the Jart could be cruel or vengeful. It simply needed his entire mind to sweep for information or practice its masquerade as a human being. When his personality was foremost and in apparent control of his body, he could not act on any impulse or plan unless approved by the Jart. So far, the Jart had not tripped any of those algorithmic snares that would kill them both. Not even Olmi knew where they were. The partial had managed to erase itself just before Olmi's surrender. The Jart's single lapse thus far, and only the partial had known the locations and character of the snares. The Jart, having satisfied itself that its position was now secure, began to give Olmi more and more control, and to act more and more as a firm rider on a horse rather than a puppet master. For the first time it expressed its wishes as a demand, rather than simply forcing him to act. "We must speak with Korzanovsky. Make us available for the reopening."
"They'll open a test connection first," Olmi explained. "It would be better to wait for the final reopening. Even better not to be seen in public at all."
The Jart considered this. "We are both on borrowed time. No, fellow expediter, we must act quickly. The risk of early exposure does not outweigh the risk of finding your pitfalls. Once his test opening is made, Korzanovsky may have great difficulty closing it." The sixth chamber machinery had been examined and certified, and repaired or replaced where necessary. 10,000 corporeal humans, some 70,000 partials, and innumerable robots and remotes had done their finest work the past few weeks, at Korzanovsky's direction. The next major test was at hand. In the final hours before the first connection, the engineer rested in his spherical quarters, attached to the wall of the borehole like a cocoon. He was mentally and physically near complete exhaustion. Even dividing himself into a dozen partials could not lighten the burden he carried. He had felt this burden before, and, in one way, it exhilarated him, but it had a sour edge. Once, gate-openers in the way had relied on psychological self-mastery. The cloak of ceremony wrapped around a gate-opener's duties served as a reminder that a fogged or unfocused mind could not properly use a clavicle. Yet Korzanovsky, his mind in turmoil, was about to use the entire sixth chamber, in effect the Thistledown itself, as a clavicle, opening something analogous to a huge gate. He curled tighter in his red robes, resting within a tube of sleep-field lines. Eyes closed, he released a small cloud of talcet, the last genuine talcet in the terrestrial hexamon, as far as he knew. The session would not last long enough to clear his thoughts completely, but it would help. The fog filled the sleep field, and he inhaled deeply, evenly, letting the tiny particles enter through lungs, skin, wherever they could. Cleansing, correcting, soothing. "Sir Korzanovsky." He opened his eyes. Through the thinning talcet fog he saw a man floating nearby. The sphere was locked. No one could enter without the monitor notifying him. He uncurled, brushing away the last wisps. Again it was Olmi. His friend's appearance startled Korzanovsky. He looked unkempt, his eyes did not seem to focus properly, and he smelled like an ill-tended homorph. He also smelled afraid. Korzanovsky's nose wrinkled. "I would have invited you in," Korzanovsky said. "No need to enter like a thief." "Nobody knows I'm here." "Why hide?" Olmi shrugged. Korzanovsky noted that he wore no picture. "We've been close friends, more than that even, for a long time." Korzanovsky stretched out and braced himself against a weak traction field. This sudden awkwardness was peculiar. They had always been at ease around each other. "You've always relied upon my judgment, trusted me, and I've always trusted you." The engineer liked this conversation less and less. Olmi seemed scattered, almost twitchy. "Yes?" "I'd like to make an unusual request, something the hexamon might disapprove of. I can't explain all my reasons now, but I think you'll have major problems opening a test link with Away."
"My old friend, I'm expecting problems."
"Not like this. I've been researching, collecting everything that we know about Jarts. I think I've found a way to prevent even greater problems when we complete the reopening. It may even help with the test. I'm asking you to send a message down the way through the test link."
"A message to the Jarts?"
Olmi nodded.
What sort of message?
I can't tell you that.
Korzanovsky grimaced. Trust has its limits, Olmi.
It's necessary. It might save us all from a hideous battle.
What did you learn that could save us all?
Olmi shook his head.
I can't do something so unusual with so little explanation.
Have I ever asked anything of you before?
No.
This may be primitive and uncalled for, Conrad, but you owe me a favor.
Very primitive,
Korzanovsky agreed. For a moment he had a strong urge to call security. The urge passed, but it added to his sense of unease. You must trust me that this is very important, and that I cannot explain now. Korzanovsky regarded the man who had saved his life and arranged for his resurrection.
You have unique privileges in this community, he said, but as you said, you have never taken advantage of them before, or taken advantage of me. What sort of message is it?
Olmi gave him a memory block. It's recorded here, in a code the Jots might understand.
A message directly to the Jots?
Korzanovsky could not conceive of a way in which Olmi might turn traitor. Still, the idea shocked him.
A warning?
Think of it as an overture for peace.
You're playing at diplomacy with the worst enemies we've ever faced. Does the President or the head of Thistledown Defense know about this?
Olmi shook his head, obviously unwilling to say more.
I ask you just one thing. Will this jeopardize the reopening?
Solemn oaths are old-fashioned, too. I give you my solemn oath that this will not jeopardize the reopening. It may ensure its success. Korzanovsky accepted the memory block, wondering if there were some quick way he could come to understand its contents. Knowing Olmi, probably not.
I'll transmit it through the link on one condition, that you explain to me very soon what you are up to, what has really happened to you.
Olmi nodded.
Where can I contact you?
Korzanovsky said. I'll be at the opening of the test link, Olmi said. Pharencilium has invited me.
The Neo-Gesell observers want to keep watch on all of us. I'd just as soon not have an audience.
Difficult times for all of us, Olmi said. Korzanovsky slipped the block into his robe's pocket. Olmi stretched out his hand, and the engineer clasped it. Then he left the small quarters. Will he transmit the message? The Jart asked as they exited the borehole.
Yes, Olmi answered. Damn you to whatever Jarts call hell.
The Jart's internal voice seemed tinged with sorrow. We are like brothers, yet we do not trust each other.
Not at all, Olmi said.
I cannot convince you of the urgency of my mission now.
You haven't yet.
When your people open the way again, I do not know what they will find, but it will not likely be pleasant.
They're prepared.
Your passion is curious. I can do your kind no harm. You carry the message of Descendant Command. That is the message your friend will transmit, that you are not enemies, must not be enemies. 54. Earth. On his last day on Earth, Lanier cut wood for their stove, more a decorative item than a necessity, and enjoyed the physical labor. The positioning of the iron wedge and the solid slam of the sledge, the stacking of the logs, solid, muscle-straining, authoritative, ancient rituals. He watched Karen baking bread and tasted a slice from a fresh loaf early in the afternoon.
"Today I am free of my little helpers," he said, pointing to a red mark on a wall calendar. The last of his internal medical remotes would have dissolved by now. "You should call Christchurch for another checkup," Karen said, following him with her green-gold eyes. "They won't remove the implant," Lanier said. "Until they agree to do that, I'm boycotting Ross Mashiny's little medical tyranny."
She smiled, obviously not agreeing, but not willing to argue any more.
"Fine bread,"
he said, putting on his boots, grimacing at the new muscles he had found chopping wood.
"Makes the whole world cheerful again just by its smell."
"Old English recipe, with some Hunan embellishments," Karen said, removing a second loaf from the oven.
My mother used to call it 4 unities bread. She slipped the loaf onto a rack on the tile counter. Going walking? He nodded.
Need to stretch and cool down after all that labour. Want to go along?
4 more loaves, she said, taking his arm and kissing him on the cheek. She stroked his grey stubble with one hand, solicitous, gentle. You go on. I'll have dinner ready when you get back.
He took the short trail behind the house into an old coniferous forest that had managed to survive clear-cutting throughout the 20th century. The thick arching ferns and spreading canopy of branches cast everything into a sun-spotted green gloom. Birds caught devious flutters through the undergrowth and high overhead. He had hiked about 2 kilometers from the house when a weakness along his right side became apparent. Walking a few more meters, he felt a numbness accompanied by a dull tickle. His armpits became wet with sweat, and he leaned on his walking stick, legs shivering like a sick dog's. Finally, he couldn't stand up any longer, and he half sat, half fell, onto an old mossy stump. Right side. Left brain. A new hemorrhage had occurred in the left side of his brain.
"I've had the little helpers," he said, his voice high and childlike with pain. "They must have fixed me. This shouldn't happen."
A shadow crossed his face. Half bent over, unable to get up, he twisted his head to one side and saw Pavel Mirsky standing no more than 2 meters away. "Gary, can you come with me now?"
"I'm not supposed to be sick. The helpers—"
"They were not working right, perhaps?" Fading fast.
"I don't know."
"Inferior. Not Talcet. Pseudo-Talcet."
"The medical should have fixed it."
"Nothing human is perfect." Mirsky sounded very calm, yet he was doing nothing to help Lanier, not even calling for aid. Lanier had left his communicator in the cabin. There was not much pain now, just the black tunnel, the doors slamming on memory.
"It's now, isn't it? You're here because it's now."
"You'll be downloaded into your implant soon. You don't want that."
"No, but it shouldn't be now."
Mirsky bent on one knee and stared at him intently. "It is now. You are dying. You can either die their way, they will give you a new body this time, or you can die your own way, in which case I would like you to come with me."
"I don't understand."
His speech was slurred. He couldn't control his tongue.
"This is awful. It was awful before. It's awful now. Karen."
Mirsky shook his head sadly. "Come with me, Gary. There's adventure, and some startling truths. You must decide soon. Very soon."
"Not fair. Call for help, please."
"I can't. I'm not really here. Not physical this time."
"Please."
"Decide." Lanier closed his eyes to avoid the tunnel, but he could not. He hardly knew who he was now.
"All right,"
he said in a voice so weak it was not even a whisper. Something warm pressed behind his eyes, and he felt a sharpness, not painful, just sharp, throughout his head. The sharpness pared his thoughts away layer by layer, and for a brief moment there was no self at all. Still the paring went on, unwinding, unraveling. Then the process seemed to reverse, and he felt things fall back into place, but with a different texture underlying, as if you were a layer of paint on a canvas, being peeled from the old surface and pressed onto a new. Yet there was no surface, no ground, nothing solid to hang himself on, only the pattern and some ineffable connection to Mirsky, who no longer looked like Mirsky, or any human. What he saw now was not light, and what he heard from Mirsky was not words.
"I've been wondering what you really are,"
he commented, without lips to move.
"You're not a man at all."
"No longer," Mirsky affirmed. "I will put something here for Karen, that she will not have lost everything." Lanier's body fell to one side, crushing a fern and knocking bark from the rotten side of the stump. The eyes flickered half open. The right hand twitched and curled sharply, then relaxed. The lungs fluttered, and urine trickled into the pants. The heart continued to beat for several more minutes, but then the breathing stopped, and the chest was still. His implant was not empty, but Gary Lanier was dead. 55. Thistledown. The seventh chamber was in shadow, turned away from sun and earth and moon, pointing to the stars. Its smooth-cut edges, its vast, round cavity swept clean of debris, were a lesser and emptier black. Only 4 sets of lights shone on its perimeter, and fitful glows from survey parties making final alignments. The blister capping the borehole now contained a contingent of VIPs and guests, the official Hexamon historians, a group Korzanovsky was not unfamiliar with, scientists and technicians who would assume the maintenance functions once the way was reconnected and reopened, the president and presiding minister, the director of Thistledown, Judith Hoffman, Olmy, looking considerably improved. They all hung in the dim lines of traction fields like spiders' prey, quiet, expectant. As much ceremony as if this were the actual reopening, Korzanovsky thought, moving to the center of the dome with his extended clavicle. He had done this before, centuries ago, opening the way for the first time after its creation, setting the Hexamon on a course far more difficult and final than any had then suspected. He had still not made his final decision on whether to transmit Olmy's signal. Friendship, even personal debt, was not something that could be weighed against an event as important as this. The considerations of individuals were dwarfed by his larger responsibilities. And yet Olmy had never in his life done anything that was not for the good of the Hexamon. A more heroic and dedicated figure did not exist. Korzanovsky locked himself into the traction field at the center of the blister and slowly swung the control clavicle into place. The nodes surrounding the seventh chamber's cap were slaved to this device. He had all the capabilities and the entire power of the sixth chamber machinery at his disposal. He had months of preparation and tests behind him. His hands on the clavicle were sure. His mind was more clear and more sharply focused than it had been in years. The time had come. Around him the visitors fell quiet and stopped picting. Korzanovsky closed his eyes and let the clavicle speak to him. The Thistledown's super-space probes, little more than mathematical abstractions given temporary reality by the sixth chamber machinery, spread outward and inward, and in directions that could not be followed by unaided human brains. Across the smear of closely related half-realities that surrounded this universe, across the multiform fifth dimension that separated the great universes and their different world lines, the probes went in search of something artificial, something unlike the precisely organized chaos of nature. They passed the results back to the clavicle and to Korzanovsky. He saw a weave of great universes twisting around and even through each other, coinciding and separating, almost always spreading away from each other, their fifth-dimensional distances increasing. He knew a kind of ecstasy. The part of him that was Patricia Vasquez was like the quiet surface of a deep ocean accepting rain, not responding, merely receiving, leaving him alone to work his extraordinary technology. For a timeless moment Korzanovsky's senses merged with the clavicle, and he understood with a clarity at once transient and transcendent all the secrets of this limited fifth-dimensional cross-section. Korzanovsky was in the state he had experienced only a few times in his past. Theoretical quibbles about the nature of superspace meant less than nothing. He knew. In that place, beyond words and experience, he found an anomaly. Infinitely long, curiously coiled. It is very like a worm. At a number of points, those points being places of deep confusion known as the geometry stacks, curiously supercoiled within the boundaries of one universe, his own, extending like a linear flame to an unoccupied and indefinite darkness, the shadow of the terminal universe that would be made and would fail. The way. Within those ponderous, fluid, yet immutable coils, intestines, snakes, protein molecules, DNA, he searched for a cauterized end. The search might have taken centuries, he did not know or care. If the Thistledown itself had become a cold, sterile hulk in the time it took, it would not have been bothered. His goal was clear and overwhelming. Korzanovsky examined his creation more carefully this time, with a more practiced and mature eye. There were certain features of the way he thought might merit future investigation, the structure of the very twisted and interwoven geometry stacks, the wonderful, complex curves of the way as it interacted with its parent universe's own enormous space-time anomalies, avoiding disruption and inevitable destruction. His creation had become like a living thing, seeking to continue its existence undisturbed. In all the weave of great universes, nowhere could the sensors find any overall pattern or sense. No intelligence had made all this. Nothing had willed this totality into being. If a god or gods existed, they had no place here. This much he understood beyond any shadow of a doubt, knew in a way he could never consciously understand or recover. There was no god of allness and everythingness. No god would have desired such a role, for what Korzanovsky saw could not have been created, and would never be destroyed. It was superspace's own mystery, ineffable, the sink beyond all mathematics and physics that absorbed all Gödelian contradictions. What Korzanovsky saw was a fantastic panoply of canvases on which those things which concern intelligences could be painted, a playground for ever-evolving and ever-greater intelligences, up to and beyond gods, worlds upon worlds upon worlds, without end or beginning. There would never be true boredom here, or true and permanent loneliness. This was all, and it was infinitely more than enough. Almost as an anticlimax, the engineer found what he sought, the cauterized end of the way. He readied the clavicle, and powered the stimulators and projectors surrounding the open seventh chamber. Reflections and distortions of earth and moon and sun formed slowly spinning halos around the perimeter. The distant stars shimmered. He moved nothing, exerted no force, yet brought the cauterized end of the way across vast distances to meet with a broadly distended field of the projectors. He gave little thought to anything but the reaches of superspace. He was in the ecstasy of stretching his abilities to their greatest range. Consequences were irrelevant now. The act itself was sufficient. 56. Earth. The night sky above Earth filled again with diffuse sheets of light, and the stars danced. Karen shouted through the punctuated blackness. Lanier had been gone for 7 hours, and she could not call for a search party. Power to the cabin was out. More than power was out. No communications were possible. She navigated back and forth along the trail, moving through the forest by the light of an electric lantern, flinching at the pyrotechnics visible through the canopy overhead. "Gary!" She had an awful knowledge, the awareness of a missing connection. She knew she would not find him alive. She wiped her cheeks with the back of her hand and blinked to clear away a sting of terror. Again Karen shined the lantern beam on the trail. Always his footsteps ended here, as if he had been carried away. She had gone farther 3 times now, finding no more footsteps, no trace. Tear streaks on her face reflected red from the sky as she stared up, grimacing with frustration. "Gary!" His footsteps became confused here, as if he had stumbled around. Beside the trail, ferns and deep moss hid any spoor. A stump rose from the foliage. She had passed the stump 6 times, pacing, shining the lantern at it. For the first time she noticed that a long layer of bark had been freshly peeled away. She pushed through the ferns and saw a declivity beyond. Ferns had been crushed on the lip. Breathing deeply, erratically, she stumbled and slipped down the shallow angle and stood in the gully, pausing, not wanting to complete the act. Lips set tight, she bent over and fingered a broken fern. Then she used both hands to pull aside the thick fern boughs. Above the forest canopy, cold sea-green luminosity smeared across the sky, brighter than her lantern, creeping under every shadow and flattening all depth. The outline beyond the ferns was brought into dreamy belief. "Gary," she said softly, her face contorted. After a moment in which she felt as if she were falling down a long, deep well, she touched his neck for pulse, found none, then shined her light into half-open, unresponsive eyes. Her skin crawled at the coldness of the body's skin, her husband's skin, and her breath came in painful hitches, unconscious, sharp, bird-like cries lost in the forest. She could not call Christchurch. All communications were disturbed by the activity at Thistledown. She was on her own. Instinctively, she had done this only once before, but the training had been thorough. She opened her pocket tool and pulled down the rumpled jacket collar, rolling the corpse over to expose the neck. 57. Halfway. Lanier could not feel his body, or for that matter anything else, but he could see in a fashion, seeing without eyes, wrapping himself around light and finding images. He experienced the presence of his teacher, and knew it to be the being that had masqueraded as, or played, or returned to the role of Pavel Mirsky. He mingled with this being, observed its nature and qualities, and began to model himself after it, gaining more control. Without speech or words, he asked certain pressing questions left over from his physical mind, and received the beginnings of answers.
"Where are we?"
"Between the earth and the Thistledown."
"It doesn't look like the earth. Those fingers of light."
"We're not seeing with eyes now. You left those behind."
Yes, yes.
The taint of his own impatience sent a ripple through him that was its own punishment. He would soon learn to control these vestigial emotions. Without a body, they were more than useless. They were disturbing.
"The pain is gone, but so is my body."
"No need." Lanier absorbed and processed images of the earth below. It did not look at all the same now. It seemed covered with glowing, shifting strands that reached out to darkness, twisted and vanished.
"What are they? I can hardly see the planet. There are so many of them."
"All those being gathered, large creatures and small. Watch where the light goes."
"It ties into a kind of knot. I can't follow it."
"Harvesting their lives, gathering all the memories and patterns, all the sensations and recollections."
"Souls?"
"Not as such. There are no ectoplasmic bodies or souls. We are all frail and temporary, like wilting flowers. When we are gone, we are truly gone, and the universe is empty, desolate, shapeless. Unless at some time those with the power decide to arrange a kind of resurrection."
"Who's doing this?"
"The final mind."
"Our descendants save us?"
"With reason. The observations of living things are a distillation of the universe, a conversion of information to knowledge. All sensation, all thought, all experience is gathered, not just at death, but throughout one's life. That knowledge is precious. It can be distilled even further and passed through the tiniest fissures of connection between this universe, as it dies, and the new universe that is born out of it. The distillation imposes itself on the new creation, like the passage of seed, guides it away from chaos, impressing a pattern. The new creation can then develop its own intelligences, who will in some way or another repeat the process when their universe grows old."
"Nothing dies?"
"Everything dies. But that which is special in all of us is saved, if the final mind succeeds. You see the urgency of my mission?" Lanier's memories of all the years of pain and death came to him as if spread out in an album of three-dimensional pictures. Everything dies. But the final mind was burning galaxies at the beginning of time to power this effort to recover all that was finest in all the things that had ever lived. Not just human beings, but all living things, all things, at any rate, that converted information to knowledge, that learned and observed and came to know their environment that they might change it. From the scale of microbes to the living earth itself, all levels harvested and encoded, selected and
saved.
He savored that thought, tasting it, delighting in it, sobering at what it really meant. Not the resurrection of the body, not the salvation of any individual, but the merging and transcendence of the whole, that which is best in all of us. He thought of his father dying of a cerebral hemorrhage in a parked car in Florida, of his mother dying of cancer in a hospital in Kansas, of his friends and relatives and colleagues and acquaintances instantly immolated in the furnace of the death, that scorching, ashing breath that lingered so briefly on the earth. Their achievements, their courage, their foolishness and mistakes, their dreams and thoughts, harvested, as if a combine swept over them, threshing their kernels of grain away from the husks and chaff of death. All the simple people and the brilliant, the swift, contentious birds of the air, and the sheep of the green, cloud-shadowed fields, fish and strange beasts of the sea, insects, people swept up and saved. Was this immortality, to be rendered into such a form that the final mind could remember all that you were? And not Earth alone, but all the worlds of this galaxy, and all the worlds of those galaxies filled with life, immense fields of hundreds of billions of worlds, some strange beyond imagining. Immense was not the word for such an undertaking. On any such scale the fate of the Earth was less than insignificant, yet the final mind was diverse enough, powerful enough, to reach down to Earth and shape history with such delicacy, focusing the ever-eternal on the infinitesimal. Even in his present form he found this hard to accept, impossible to understand. Am I being harvested too? Is that what you're doing now, carrying me away? We have a different path and a different role. What are we? Spirit? Energy? We are like a current, using the hidden conduits by which particles of matter and energy speak to each other, tell each other where they are and what they are. Pathways hidden to humans in our time, but available to the final mind. Where are we going? First, to Thistledown. 58. Thistledown. The witnesses had gathered in the borehole behind Korzanovsky's control center. The President, Presiding Minister, the Director of Thistledown, official Hexamon historians, Judith Hoffman, selected senators and corp reps. Directly ahead, through the blister, a circle of night expanded slowly until it touched the smooth-cut edges of the open seventh chamber, banishing the stars. Within the darkness swam after-images of sun and moon and earth, growing smaller and dimmer. Korzanovsky opened the test link. A pinpoint of milky light glowed in the center of the dimensionless blackness. Concentrating on the clavicle, refusing to be distracted by any display but the abstraction provided by the machine, he felt through the link and explored what lay beyond. Vacuum. The nearly empty void surrounding the Flaw, the brightness of a plasma tube. The frequency of light matched that of the way's own variety of plasma tube. A few meters behind Korzanovsky, President Farancilium heard the engineer whisper, "It's here." Now Korzanovsky broke out of his trance long enough to pict an instruction to the console hovering beside him. Olney's mysterious signal passed through the open link and down the way. "Is everything—" the President began. The point of light in the darkness ahead of them flashed. Korzanovsky felt a tremor in the clavicle. That tremor seemed to growl throughout the Thistledown. Warning picts appeared in front of him, telling of disturbances in the sixth chamber. Korzanovsky made sure the link had been correctly established. It had. Something was trying to pass through the link from the other side. Korzanovsky focused all his attention once again on the clavicle. A force had inserted itself into the link, intent on keeping it open, a force stronger and more sophisticated than Korzanovsky had imagined possible. Trouble, he picted quickly at Farancilium. He tried to sever the link. The point of light remained, even grew in size. He could not reduce the link. All he could do was expand it, and he did not think that was wise. Whatever was on the opposite side apparently desired a complete reopening, a reconnection with Thistledown. Returning to the clavicle's simulation of the weave between universes, Korzanovsky examined the link from a wide variety of angles, searching for a weakness, something that, in theory, had to exist. He could exploit that weakness to destabilize the link, clamp it down on whatever was trying to pass through. Before he found that weakness, a hideous flare of energy shot from the point and pierced the traction field blister over the end of the borehole. The blister sparkled and vanished, and everything spun in an instant wind, other traction fields flickering desperately as air rushed out of the borehole. Farancilium grabbed Korzanovsky's robe. The flare of energy whipped this way and that, searing the walls of asteroid rock and metal, arcing over the witnesses to touch the lead Flaw ship and blast its nose into shards. The Flaw ship swung out of its traction dock and smashed against Korzanovsky's spherical personal quarters, squashing it against the smoking wall. Korzanovsky could not breathe, but that didn't matter. He closed his eyes, and in the expanded instants of implant-augmented time, searched for the defect he knew must be there. Pharyncylium lost his grip and shot past Korzanovsky. An emergency traction field net expanded across the gap, lines glowing fiercely as it tried to stop the outrush of air and debris and people. The President struck this net and spread out against it, arms and legs held fast. Olmi had fetched up against a pylon and now clung desperately, watching people fly past. Judith Hoffman, wrapped in a flickering emergency environment field, rolled by, and he reached out to grab at her. His hand was burned by the malfunctioning field, but he caught her and held, and the field extended round both of them. Korzanovsky, body spinning like a pennant cut loose in a storm, held in place only by the traction field connecting the clavicle and the console, felt his natural consciousness fade. He immediately switched all thought to his implant processors, and saw a glimmer of inequity, a hint of instability, from a certain angle on the link. The implant was wildly interpreting the flow of data from the clavicle. The defect smelled like something burnt, and left a sharp, resinous taste in his mind. The rush of wind slowed, the borehole pressure having dropped almost to the level of the outer vacuum, but the blaze of energy pouring through the tiny link with the way was narrowing, seeming to grow more specific in its targets. It had not yet, as far as Olmi had been able to see, hit any people, concentrating instead on large chunks of machinery, but now in its curls and convolutions it was coming dangerously close to the engineer. Korzanovsky felt the heat, but with eyes tightly closed did not see the edge of his robe glow and disintegrate. More traction fields fought to regain the borehole's integrity, and emergency fields quickly formed spheres around the remaining people, but they were still being disrupted by the energy pouring out of the link. The borehole filled with spinning debris, stunned and unconscious people, agonized whirls and streamers of smoke. The loose Flaw ship rolled and bounced slowly against the wall, threatening to crush the confused remotes that had gathered at the sides, awaiting instructions and an end to the chaos. Korzanovsky directed all the energies of the sixth chamber through the clavicle at the defect in the link, seeking to open a gate there, a premature and disruptive gate that would force the link to close or create a violent crimp in the way itself. He wondered for a dark instant if they were facing the power of the final mind, as Mirsky had threatened. His intuition said otherwise. The link blossomed into redness like an expanding rose, and the petals lashed and abraded the cap of the open seventh chamber. He saw all of this briefly through the clavicle, and then felt an implant overload. If he did not disconnect, the implant, and part of his natural mind as well, would probably be erased. He removed his hands from the clavicle, but the work was already done. The rose shrank against the blackness and stars. The blaze of energy vanished. The point of light, dimming rapidly, winked out. Air stopped its painful rush past the engineer. The traction fields held, and somewhere in the borehole far behind, huge pumps began to replace the air lost in the past few— How long had it been? Korzanovsky queried his implant. 20 seconds. Only 20 seconds. Olmi made sure the unconscious Hoffman was not seriously injured, then picked instructions for the environment field to separate. He tracked it alone toward the console and Korzanovsky. The engineer steadied himself against his own emergency field, sucking in the thin air with painful gasps. "What happened?" Olmi asked. The jart within him supplied the answer. "Automatic defenses."
"I was about to ask you that," Korzanovsky said. "Your signal—"
He stopped and looked around.
"How many people lost? Where's the President?"
Olmi looked through the transparent field now sealing the northern end of the borehole. He could see a few twinkling bright objects flying outward on trajectories away from the seventh chamber and Thistledown. The traction field holding Pharyncylium had failed. Remotes were already speeding out to capture them.
"He's out there,"
Olmi said. Korzanovsky curled up in exhaustion and misery, collapsing like a pricked balloon. "I think," Olmi said, "that most of the dead are Neo-Geshels. They all have implants."
"Disaster,"
Korzanovsky said, shaking his head forlornly.
"Was it what Mirsky warned us about?"
"I don't think so," Olmi said.
"Jarts, then."
Olmi took hold of Korzanovsky's arm and gently urged him away from the clavicle. "Most likely," he said softly. "Come with me." The Jart did not attempt to control his actions. Korzanovsky was as important to it as to Olmi. The engineer was almost babbling. They tried to force the link to open completely. They want to get at us. They want to destroy us.
Olmi asked the Jart if that was what they wanted. Unless and until they receive the signal, that is almost certainly their goal.
The screams and groans within the borehole subsided as medical remotes began to issue from the staging areas in the walls. Olmi guided his mentor toward a hatch. "We're going to have to talk," he said. "I have some things to explain." He did not know whether he had spoken the words voluntarily or at the Jart's command. Did it matter? The message had been sent. Something had happened that could have destroyed the seventh chamber, perhaps the asteroid. The connection was not irrefutable, but it was strong. Olmi's failure was bearing its first fruit. 59. Thistledown City. In the Nexus chambers, the engineer stood before the armillary sphere of testimony. Presiding Minister Driss Sands occupied his Nexus seat, to one side of the President's empty seat. The PM had escaped any serious injury. Judith Hoffman, bruised and exhausted from the ordeal in the borehole, sat in a special witness seat, along with the others who had escaped major harm. The rest of the Nexus chamber was empty. This was a matter for the presiding minister alone, as acting president under the emergency rules. Olmi sat beside Judith Hoffman. The Jart was quiet within him, alert but not interfering. The PM requested that status reports on the dead and injured be projected before the chamber. "The President," he said dryly, "is being reincarnated now. There are a total of 7 dead and 9 seriously injured, including the 2 official historians, 2 corp reps, 1 senator, and the director of Thistledown. We haven't suffered such losses since the Sundering. Fortunately, all are equipped with implants and are expected to survive. Can you tell us what happened, Sir Korzanovsky?" The engineer glanced at Olmi. There had been no time for the conversation Olmi had promised. Both had been taken away by medical remotes for examination upon slipping into the staging area. They had not been alone since. "I opened a test link with the way. Something tried to pass through the link and interfered with my attempt to close it." "Do you have any idea what the something was?" "A Jart weapon, I presume," Korzanovsky said. The presiding minister stared at him. "Is this merely a guess?" "Vigilant Jarts, waiting for just such an opportunity," Korzanovsky said. "I don't know what else it could be." The presiding minister asked if the representatives of the Thistledown Defense Forces agreed. They did. There was certainly no evidence to the contrary. "Would it be possible to open another test link and learn for certain?" "Yes," Korzanovsky said. "I can open an off-center link, in effect open a gate 100 kilometers or so beyond the closed end of the way. With proper shields and safeguards we can make a reconnaissance and close the gate with little chance of detection." "How little?" the presiding minister asked. "Little enough," Korzanovsky said. "But I recommend Thistledown be evacuated, all but for essential personnel and defense forces." The presiding minister stared grimly at him. "That would be a horrendous task." "It is essential," the head of the defense forces said. "If we are going to reclaim the Way territories and establish a beachhead, there must be a buffer between the battle and our civilians." "What sort of buffer do you contemplate?" "All civilians must be sent to the orbiting precincts, or Earth." "Do you advocate removing just corporeals?" "No, sir," the head replied. "We advocate removing all corporeals, all residents in city memory, and all important cultural materials and data stores. Thistledown must serve as a buffer. In the unlikely event of our defeat, we must be willing to shut down the Way by destroying Thistledown." Hoffman glanced at Olmi. The expression on her bruised face was grim. "This is becoming an extravagant indulgence, isn't it, Sir Olmi?" she murmured. "Nothing worth doing ever comes easy." Olmi didn't reply. Second thoughts were more than ridiculous now. "Is there substantial damage to the sixth chamber?" Driss Sands asked. "No, sir," Korzanovsky said. "We can proceed." "We can't say this is unexpected," the presiding minister said. The following pause was long and accusing. Nobody in the chamber missed the unspoken criticism. The President and Presiding Minister had been given little choice, and now those who had put them in such a position had to face the consequences. As acting President, and under the authority of the emergency laws, I order that Thistledown be evacuated, and that Ser Korzanovsky and the Defense Forces make joint plans for further reconnaissance into the way. 60. Earth, Christchurch. Karen sat in the waiting room of the Christchurch clinic, face pale and drawn from lack of sleep. It had been 30 hours since she discovered her husband's body, and still there was no word from technicians about the implant. Her chair was opposite a window. Outside, the streets of Christchurch were filled with people, many in hexamon uniforms, many terrestrial citizens, thronging around the hospital. News of the evacuation had arrived less than half an hour ago. She worried now that her husband's condition would be of no importance whatsoever in the middle of this enormously greater crisis, that they would both be forgotten. She glanced at her hands. Despite scrubbing in the hospital lavatory, she saw there was still an overlooked speck of dried blood under her index fingernail. She focused on that speck, her husband's blood, and closed her eyes. The memories would not go away. Opening up his neck, digging for the implant, slipping it into a pocket and zipping the pocket shut, driving along the dark roads in a balky ATV with a body and the implant into Twizzle, all taking hours. After the sky had cleared, a shuttle had flown her into Christchurch. The body, useless, had stayed in Twizzle. The issues were far from clear to her. They had spent so many years together, and so few years, in comparison, growing apart. Their time coming together again had been so brief. Humans are made for sorrow. We are not made for answers or certainties. A technician, not the same one she had given the implant to, came through the door of the waiting room, glanced around until he saw her, and set his jaw grimly, a professional expression that indicated trouble. She raised her eyebrows, lips forming an expectant O. "Mrs. Lanier?" She gave the slightest nod. "Are you sure the implant came from your husband?" Karen stared at him. "I'm sure. I took it from him myself." The technician spread his hands and glanced at the window. "He's dead?" she asked suddenly. "The implant doesn't contain your husband, Mrs. Lanier. There's a personality, but it's female, not male. We have no record of this personality in our files. We don't know who she is. She's complete, however." "What are you talking about?" Karen asked. "If the implant is from your husband, I don't see—" She stood and almost screamed. "Tell me what has happened." The technician shook his head quickly, intensely embarrassed and uncomfortable. "There's a young woman in the implant, about 21 years old. She seems to have been out of action, stored, for some time, maybe 20 years. She doesn't have any memory of contemporary events. She certainly wasn't downline loaded recently. Her coding—" "That's impossible," Karen said. "Where's my husband?" "I don't know." "Are you acquainted with anyone named Andia?" "What?" "Andia. This woman's ID lists that name." "She was our daughter," Karen said, the blood draining from her face. She half sat and supported herself with one hand on the back of the chair. "What happened to my husband?" "We haven't done more than an initial query. The only personality in the implant claims that her name is Andia. I have no idea what happened to your husband." Karen sat heavily, shaking her head. "How? She's been dead, missing, 20 years." The technician shrugged his shoulders slightly, helpless. "Gary, they made him wear the implant." She straightened in the chair. This was not reality. This was beyond anything she had ever dreamed, hope, or nightmare. To regain her daughter at the expense of her husband? Through some miracle or perverse trick? He beat them at their own game. But he couldn't have done it alone. She looked up at the technician, determined not to shake herself apart. Her arms and lower legs felt as if they carried a mild electric current. She had to stand and move around, or she would faint. She stood carefully, slowly, letting the blood flow back to where it was needed, willing herself to be calm and not get sick. Something had to be said. She had to react in some rational way. "May I speak to her?" "I'm sorry. Not until we're able to expand her storage. She won't be lucid until then." "Your daughter is a terrestrial citizen?" Karen followed the technician into the hospital records area and answered his questions. With some searching, the old inactive legal records were recovered. Personality maps taken during the installation of Andia's implant were compared. They matched perfectly. "The only word I can think of is miracle," the technician said. Obviously, he did not believe her story. He had not removed the implant himself. "I'll have to arrange for a legal inquiry." She nodded, numb now from head to toe despite her determination to stay calm. She felt cast adrift, isolated between horror and sorrow and wonder and hope. "I've lost Carrie and found our daughter." There was only one way that could be explained. She had never been raised to believe in forces higher than humankind. Her upbringing had been strictly Marxist. The solace of religion was not available to her. Yet now she could think only of Mirsky and what he might represent. "If you have him, please take care of him," she thought, addressing her message to the Russian and to the forces beyond the Avatar. "And thank you for my daughter." She waited alone in a small side room for an hour while the doctors and technicians tried to make their way through the maze of procedure and law. For a few minutes she dozed off into a blank void. When the technician returned and awoke her, she felt much stronger. Her numbness had passed. "We'll arrange for a reincarnation. She's entitled," the technician said. "That may take time, though. We're going to be extremely busy here for the next few weeks, maybe months. We've been told to prepare our clinic for an emergency. Every available shuttle is going to be tied up for the foreseeable future, and all vehicles, too. I think I can arrange to have a medical shuttle take you home, however, if you leave in the next hour or so." She waved her hand, dismissing his offer. She had nothing to do at home. "I'd rather stay here, if I can be of any help." "I suppose you can," the technician said, still dubious. "We've gone through your records. Sorry, but there was an element of uncertainty here. None of us can figure out what happened." He shook his head. "Your daughter was lost at sea. There's no way you could have her implant, and not your husband's." She smiled a dismayed, sad smile and nodded. "Are you going to be all right?" She thought about that for a moment. "Yes," she said. "I'd like to speak with my daughter as soon as possible." "Of course," the technician said. "I suggest you sleep in the infirmary for a while. We'll call you." "Thank you," she said. She looked round the room and prepared to lie down on an examination table. Andia. 61. Thistledown City. Korjanovsky walked across the park that bore his name, a relic come back to view his own monument. A brilliant anachronism. He had come to meet with Olmi and talk, arriving an hour early to survey this old work, visited only once since his reincarnation. For the time being there was little for him to do in the sixth chamber and borehole. Whenever the defense forces had finished their work and the evacuation of Thistledown was accomplished, he was ready to open another, more discreet test link with the way. Korjanovsky Park covered 100 acres in Thistledown City, green and quiet, covered by immaculate fields of mowed and rolled grass, dotted with flower gardens and forests of oaks and elms and other more exotic trees. It had been one of the few parks to maintain itself perfectly over the centuries of the exiling. Korjanovsky, before his assassination, before the completion of the way, had designed this place on practical yet utopian principles, using plant and animal, insect and microorganism, as harmonious pieces in an isolated perfection. He had given himself one constraint, that all living things within the park would be unaltered and natural. The utopian artifice had come from keeping certain species separate, and limiting the park's ecology to a few well-chosen and complementary combinations. The result had been peace. One could walk through the park at any time of the year, The weather mimicked Earth's seasons from the point of view of England in the late 18th century, and see nothing but growth. Remote gardeners groomed the park regularly, trimming away dead growth and mulching it on the spot. Insects and microorganisms did not prey on plants so much as work with them. Here was topiary on a grand scale, arranged across Hilbert rather than Euclidean space. Its shape was not that of animal or geometry, but of perfect biology, a kind of living heaven. Eden, as it might have been seen by an English gardener, certainly as Konrad Korzenowski saw it. He had done this. He hardly knew who or what he was now. Was he the engineer, living history, animated legend, accorded formal respect and informal suspicion by both Neo-Geschels and Naderites? Was he Konrad Korzenowski, natural-born human being, brilliant son of Orthodox Naderite parents, mathematician and designer? Was he a container for the unhappy spirit of Patricia Louisa Vasquez? It didn't matter much. He was a mote of dust in a high wind, and what he had been or done in the past seemed more than remote. It seemed irrelevant. Soon the hexamon would try to push back into the way. There was a good possibility the current claimants to the way would force them to destroy Thistledown. If that happened, very likely he would be annihilated in the firestorm. Powers, forces, dominations. He could barely remember the time he had spent working on the park. Those memories had been poorly represented in the partials that had been gathered and archived after his assassination. He had been murdered by Orthodox Naderites, shunned by his own parents for forcing the exiling. Troublemaker. That just about summed it up. He entered a circular hedge maze at the geometric center of the park. The waist-high outer hedges wandered in uneven tessellations, following no particular radiant or arc of the circle. Some angles were in fact projections of three-dimensional figures, which made the outer maze particularly troublesome. Humans with implants had little difficulty riddling the maze, since they could easily visualize and manipulate it in their heads. Without implants, it was a substantial brain-bender. He remembered building it with a hope that those with implants would not use them, but most did. That had taught him something about human nature, that challenge and difficulty mattered less to the great majority than accomplishment and gain, even in the hexamon. Korzenowski glanced up toward the center of the maze and saw a man standing there, 100 meters distant. The man began to work his way outward. Korzenowski, as if challenged, began to work inward. The sport was diverting, relaxing. He did not look at the man directly, choosing instead to remember his own design and riddle what he had forgotten or lost. They were still some meters apart, on separate concentrics of the easier central maze, when Korzenowski looked up and stared the man full in the face. For a moment it seemed as if no time at all had passed since the sundering, 40 years gone, and the early hours of his reincarnation fresh in memory. The man was Roy Avers, chief gate-opener for the infinite hexamon. His presence was as impossible as Mirsky's. Both had gone with the Geschel precincts down the way. "Hello," the gate-opener greeted him, lifting a hand. He nodded at a point behind Korzenowski, alerting him that they were not alone. Korzenowski reluctantly turned away from Roy Avers and saw Olmi on the maze's periphery. Abruptly the engineer laughed. "Is this a conspiracy?" he asked the gate-opener. "Are you in league with Olmi?" "No conspiracy. He isn't expecting me." This seemed like an opportune moment to talk to you both. "Shall we meet Sir Olmi on the outside?" the man asked. "This is a wonderful maze, but no place for comfortable conversation. Too many distractions and problems to solve." "All right," Korzenowski said, his tone deliberate and measured. "You don't seem surprised," Roy Avers said. "Nothing surprises me now." Korzenowski waited for the gate-opener to join him. As they moved together through the maze, following the pathway, he asked,
"Are you also an avatar prophesying doom?"
"No prophecy. I'm afraid I'm here to be a hard taskmaster," Rhita said. "Would you like to question me, to confirm my reality?"
"No."
Korzanovsky waved his hands, brushing the suggestion away.
"You're the ghost of Christmas past. Clearly the gods themselves take a great interest in all our affairs."
He laughed again, this time a small, exhausted laugh. "You're convinced I am what I appear to be?"
"No, not that," Korzanovsky demurred. "But I'll accept that you are whatever Rhita has become."
The former gate-opener picted approval of that judgment. Korzanovsky noted that Ser Oyu did not appear to wear a torque or any other kind of projector. The Picts emanated out of nothing, a talent interesting in itself. "I have a difficult request to make of both you and Olmi," the gate-opener said.
"More a command, I suspect," Korzanovsky said.
"I'd like the opportunity to convince both of you of a certain necessity."
"I agreed with Mirsky," Korzanovsky said, feeling vaguely guilty. "At least part of me did. I supported his efforts."
Rhita smiled knowingly. "You've worked exceptionally hard to reopen the way." His tone was not accusatory, but in the engineer's present mental state, under the present Dickensian circumstances, the gate-opener did not need to directly accuse. Korzanovsky waved one hand again, as if to shoo the gate-opener away.
"I perform my duty before the Hexamon."
"You have no other motives?"
Korzanovsky did not answer. He had no other motives. Whatever stained his personality like a dye he could not answer for.
"You contain a duplicate of the mystery of a very singular woman. I myself arranged for the transfer. You're working for her now, aren't you?"
"If you put it that way."
"I do."
"I suppose I'm working on her behalf, yes. But what she wants doesn't contradict my duty."
"A mystery is not a complete personality. When something goes wrong during a transfer, if motivations or basic obsessions are copied as well, then the mentality resulting is not a responsible, integrated individual." Korzanovsky felt a hollow, dismal despair.
"I am haunted," he admitted. "I have been pushed, compelled—"
He couldn't finish. "Don't be distressed. It can all work out for the best." Korzanovsky wanted to shrink away, to consider whether he should in fact resign from his duties, appoint someone who was accountable, responsible. "You can use her brilliance, what you have of it," Rhita suggested as they exited the maze. The gate-opener picted greetings to Olmi, who accepted his presence without comment. "Nobody surprised to see me," the gate-opener observed wryly.
"It's the season of miracles,"
Olmi said, his voice oddly inflected, strained. Outwardly calm, inwardly tormented, Korzanovsky wondered what compelled him now. "Have you two confided in each other yet?" Rhita asked.
"I've confided nothing," Olmi said, "but I suppose we have no secrets from the final mind."
"I wouldn't go that far, but it's obvious the time is right for a long talk." Korzanovsky thought Olmi looked at least as haunted as he did.
"This is as safe a place as any," he suggested. "No monitors, no remotes. We can pick in tight beams."
"Speech will be difficult," Rhita said. "It's time to bring the nonsense to an end. Ser Mirsky's approach was not firm enough, I gather, or devious enough. I have a proposition for both of you, something that could resolve all of our difficulties, though not the Hexamons. Earth and the Hexamon are going to have to learn to live with each other. Are both of you willing to listen?"
"I am obedient,"
Olmi said, his tone even more strained.
"You are from Descendant Command."
"What does that mean?" the engineer asked. They sat down in a circle of stone benches surrounded by tree roses. "You're not the only one who's haunted," Rhita said. "Time for Sir Olmi's explanation, and then my proposition." 62. Thistledown. There had been nothing like it since the Sundering.
the 4 million inhabitants of Thistledown were being removed from the asteroid's 5 populated chambers with every vehicle available in the Earth-Moon vicinity. Even with 10,000 shuttles of all sizes and utility, the evacuation went slowly. There was a great deal of resistance. Some infighting had broken out between the various factions that had made new homes on Thistledown. In the last 4 decades, Thistledown had become the bulwark and nerve center of the hexamon, taking over many functions from the orbiting precincts, which were considered much more vulnerable. Transferring these functions was an enormous task, simplified only slightly by the hexamon's ability to move mountains of data in very small packages. Olney stood in the first chamber borehole, wrapped in an environment field, watching shuttles pass back and forth in ordered array. 4 shuttles had been taken out of service, and as gaps occurred in the steady stream, were being guided below the rotating docks into the staging areas for repair. 4 out of 10,000. Hexamon technology was still wonderfully efficient in some areas. Olney's master witnessed these actions without comment, leaving Olney, for the time being, to follow a previously agreed-upon routine of working with the evacuation effort and preparing, in secret, for the theft of a Flaw ship. He had made his confession. The expression on Korzanovsky's face had been particularly painful, but the distinctions between failure and defeat, and compliance with an authority higher than any of them, were dim indeed now. Olney had put down some of his burdens. Now he assumed a greater burden, the realization that even were he not Jart-ridden, he would be doing the same things, making the same plans, opposing the will of the hexamon's leaders and the mens publica. Some would undoubtedly believe that that made him a true traitor, not just a defeated and foolish soldier. Korzanovsky made his preparations just 9 hours before the next link, this time neglecting his ceremonial red sack robe and wearing black overalls, more utilitarian, more suited to the adventure, or misadventure, on which they would soon embark. As he absorbed the reports of automated remotes and partials, all saying that the 6th chamber machinery and projectors were functioning properly, his natural mind gave in to a bit of wandering. He clearly remembered the early years after the first opening, when unexpected instabilities had 4 times threatened complete collapse. Those had been very difficult times, when the hexamon had faced not only his awesome temperamental creation, but the threat of the Jarts. At first there had been standoff. Neither Jarts nor humans had known what to make of each other. Attempts at communication with the Jarts had been rebuffed. The first attacks by the Jarts, more like sorties with intent to inflict damage, had come just after his first instability crisis. The 7th chamber had sustained minor damage. In those early times, Korzanovsky had worried that damage to a buried projector node could cause disastrous pinches in the way. His worries then had been unfounded. But through other means, such a pinch or crimp could be the very technique he would use in a short time, perhaps within 24 hours, to begin the way's dismantling. The crimp, if properly formed, could be accelerated along the way's length in superspace, causing it to coil, knot, form fistulas, and eventually disintegrate. Coil and knot meant something quite different when applied to such higher dimensions. Korzanovsky had worked out what that ripple of destruction would look like from within the way and from without. While the way intersected an infinite number of points in space and time, and a smaller infinity of points in other universes, each intersection was not in itself eviternal, of infinite duration. Each gate opened would have a finite existence, no greater than the total duration of the way's existence as measured internally. No single gate would be in existence longer than the way itself. The total number of gates that could be opened in the way was huge, but not infinite. The way could not give access to all possible points of intersection. It would take years, perhaps centuries, for the ripple of destruction within the way to complete its work. Much of the way's length would be accordioned as the crimp passed by, and a number of spontaneous fistulas, interconnections between different segments, would close off long sections, in effect creating closed loops. The fistulas could redouble and make connections between themselves, cutting the looped segments and letting them drift free. When the crimp had completed its journey along the way, there would be only a small tail remaining, connected to the balloon of the aborted universe mentioned by Mirsky. All of this, in a way difficult even for him to understand, was reflected in the character of the far distant segments of the way as they had been viewed by Rai Oyu before the sundering. Had Rai Oyu, or Patricia, even suspected such an unlikelihood, they would have seen the effects immediately. Korzanovsky finished receiving the reports and retired to sit in his restored spherical quarters within the borehole. He closed his eyes, losing himself in contemplation and a deep melancholy that was not entirely unpleasant. He had nobody and everybody to leave behind, no offspring but the hexamon itself. Having died once already, he certainly did not fear extinction. What he feared was overstepping limits. He had already intruded upon beings vastly superior to humanity with the creation of the way. That they bore him no ill will was remarkable, and perhaps a hallmark of their superiority. Or it was possible that any emotion or description of the predicament, even the projections of Mirsky, were gross simplifications suited for limited minds. Now he was betraying his duty to the hexamon to make amends for that overstepping of bounds. Would the hexamon find sufficient flexibility and ingenuity to do without the way forever? Would they try to make another? What, if anything, would stop them? In all his explorations through the clavicle, and all the explorations of all the gate-openers throughout the way's history, they had found no other construct like it. In this universe, Mirsky had hinted that other artificial constructs similar to the way had been made in other universes, but no new way would be made here. Korzanovsky was fully aware of his capabilities, but did not doubt that others could match them. He had failed to find a method of opening gates without an intermediary construct like the way. Perhaps others had succeeded, and that explained the lack. Another possible explanation for the way's uniqueness was interference, prevention by the forces of which Mirsky and Rai Oyu were but the tiniest representatives. But why would those forces allow even one way, if its effects were so obstructive? If they followed Rai Oyu's plan and succeeded, there seemed enormous risk involved. Perhaps in due time the final mind, what the Jart within Olmi called Descendant Command, could explain it all to them directly. Within him, the mystery of Patricia Vasquez was quiet. Rai Oyu's plan did not forget her needs. 63. Earth. Before receiving her duty assignment in Christchurch, Karen made sure that the mentality of her daughter was being given the best of care. The equipment required to fully expand Andia's mentality was not available in New Zealand, as it turned out. Because of the evacuation and confusion all around the Earth, it would not be available for weeks. That would delay Andia's reincarnation. It also meant that Karen could not speak with her. For the time being, she could only work and be patient. The confusion worked for her in one way. Nobody could think of charges to bring against her, not even Ross Mashini, who received the news of Lanier's death with barely controlled rage. The easiest course seemed to be to ignore her, let her blend into the evacuation effort. There could even be some political capital made by publicizing her devotion to duty in the face of tragedy. When the orbiting precincts were full to capacity, camps were set up near the most technologically sophisticated urban centers on Earth. The ideal centers for relocation could provide city memory facilities and the advanced technology hexamon citizens often needed for daily maintenance, like hothouse flowers, Karen thought, or specialized insects in a hive. Very much like all human beings, only more so. She was assigned to the camps being constructed around Melbourne, acting as liaison between the old native administrators and the evacuation officials from the orbiting precincts. Day in and day out, as the week progressed, she smoothed over difficulties, improved understanding, and made sure that the resentments of the old natives did not hamper progress. At night, exhausted, she slept in a small private bubble habitat, dreaming of Gary and of Andy as a child, and of Pavel Mirsky. When she did not sleep in those short rest periods, she wept, or lay quiet as a stone on an emergency cot, face set, trying to puzzle through her reactions. Despite their separation, emotionally and sexually, she had never stopped relying on Gary's presence, or at least the knowledge that he was available. She was grateful for the chaos and the work. She suspected her grief was stronger and harder to come to grips with than if she and Lanier had been close all along. She could not put aside the thought that, given a few more months, they might have come together as strongly as before. The world was changing again. Karen actually relished the challenge of change, but with Gary at her side, what work they could have done, what problems they could have solved, and with such style. The wounds of grief were already beginning to heal through her glorification of the good memories and cloaking of the bad. She resisted these mild dishonesties at first, and then gave in, if only to shed her pain. The camps neared completion by the end of the week. Shuttles already were arriving, disembarking evacuees. Just after noon on the last day of the week, Karen climbed the side of a low, scrub-covered hill, carrying a small wrapped sandwich and a bottle of beer. She looked over what had once been a broad parkland. Hundreds of hexamon machines, no larger than trucks, had planned, designed, and extruded emergency shelters, creating what would in a few days become fully functional, largely self-contained communities. To the east, dumps of raw materials awaited the attentions of intermediate processors, which separated out the raw materials necessary for the construction machines. Purified minerals and cellulose and added foodstuffs, necessary for the machine's quasi-organic components, were stacked in hills of meter-wide cubes. The community on the flat land below the hill was more than half finished, and already it bore some resemblance to the cities on Thistledown. For the moment, all the structures, row upon row of domes and tiered prisms, broad expanses of farm belt, large community centers like inverted cups, were translucent or white, but soon organic paints and textural modifiers would be layered over them, coloring and sculpting. Interiors would then be added. Very few would be equipped with decorating projectors. The hexamon's evacuees would have to get used to more austere environments. No doubt they would feel deprived, Karen thought, but this community would still be more advanced by several centuries than any other city on Earth. By being forced to live on Earth, perhaps the hexamon citizens would finally carry out the necessary but long-delayed steps in the recovery. Terrestrial and orbiting hexamons would finally be compelled to come to terms with past and future. Unless, of course, nothing happened to Thistledown. Then the evacuees would return, and things would continue as before. But that seemed highly unlikely. Whatever the outward explanations, Karen saw the hand of Mirsky behind the evacuation. Again she found herself beseeching the Russian to take care of her husband. It had become a daily ritual. She found a surprising amount of comfort in it. If forces beyond her comprehension were still at work, it was possible Gary had not simply passed into oblivion. Even if she never saw or spoke with him again, he would exist somewhere. The wind blowing over the camp and toward the hill brought a scent of fresh greenery, the scent of a city growing, coming alive. Karen glanced up at the sky and, cruelly, irrationally, wished for Thistledown to be destroyed. Not until late that evening, waking from a troubled sleep, did she realize why. And in the morning, preparing for conferences between the Melbourne City Fathers and newly elected corp reps for the camp town, she had almost forgotten again. The wish remained. You have to know where you are. You cannot live in two worlds. 64. The Way. In the odd moments, whatever those moments were, time or delusion, when Rhita was not being examined, tested, questioned, whatever it was the jarts did to her, when she could think a thought that she was reasonably sure was her own, she tried to understand what her grandmother had told her. That she worked through a wall Patricia herself had not penetrated was obvious to her now, a wall of ignorance regarding the jarts. What are they doing to me? They seemed to be keeping her thoughts and self in a separate enclosure. She did not feel her real body, or at least she did not believe her real body was still connected to her. Some of the illusions presented to her were very convincing, but she had learned to distrust all apparent realities. Where am I? She was back in the way again. That much seemed probable. She had been given the impression that whatever had been done to Gaia, the task was not yet finished. By deduction, she would not be kept there. It would perhaps be more convenient to those testing her to have her body nearby. Her mind might be anywhere. Is Typhone testing me? She did not know. Perhaps it did not matter. Jarts seemed interchangeable. The tests they put her through were occasionally enlightening to the extent that she remembered them, and that she could work with those memories in the scattered moments she had left to herself. She was placed in different social situations, with phantoms of people she had known. At first these phantoms did not include those she had met in Alexandria. She played the scenes with some hope they were real. Part of her played them in earnest, quite deluded. She gave what she thought were honest performances. The part of her, however suspended, was always skeptical. Many times she met Patricia. Many times certain scenes were reenacted. In this way her own memory was brought to the forefront, and Rhita was given an opportunity to review it. At the same time the charts did so. All this changed after an immeasurable time. Her life became rooted. She became a student in Alexandria. The delusion was not interrupted by her captors. She stayed in the women's dormitory, fought her way through social and political ostracisms, and attended classes on mathematics and engineering. She hoped soon to begin her studies in theoretical physics. Demetrios became her didaskalos. The small part of her still suspended in skepticism wondered if this was the real psyche of Demetrios. There seemed something more convincing about him. All of her surroundings were real enough that she began to relax. Her skeptical, suspended self faded until she regarded such memories as passing delusions themselves. The last perception of this fading, skeptical Rhita was, "They have finally gotten through my guard." Then Alexandria became real, if somewhat skewed at times. She remembered nothing of the journey to the steps. Rhita won most of her academic battles. Demetrios seemed to take an interest in her beyond the normal relationship between didaskalos and student. They had something in common neither could define. The days passed, Egyptian winter coming, dry as usual, but cooler. They went boating on Mareotis. He confessed that he had taught her almost as much as he knew, outside of political wisdom. "You seem slow to acquire that," he told her. She did not deny it. She expressed her belief that honesty seemed a better policy than merely fitting in. "Not in Alexandria it isn't," he said. "Not even for the granddaughter of Patricia. Especially not for her." White ibises stalked through reedy shallows near the sandstone and granite retaining walls that had maintained Mareotis's ancient boundaries for 1,000 years. Rhita sat in the boat, trying desperately to remember something, her head hurting. Perhaps she felt the pressure of her didaskalos's attentions. They weren't unwelcome, but there had been something else far more urgent. Meeting with the Queen? When would she do that? "I am still waiting for my appointment with Cleopatra," she said, apropos of nothing. Demetrios smiled. "Your father's doing?" "I think so," she said, her head hurting more. "He wants to beat out the bibliophylax." "I don't think that's the reason. It must take a long time for anybody to see the Queen." "Reasonably enough. She's very busy." Rhita pressed her hands to her cheeks. They felt like nothing made solid. "I need to go back to shore," she said quietly. "I feel ill." Perhaps it was then that the long, continuous delusion began to unravel, and not because of her captors. Something within Rita's psyche was going wrong. All she had seen and felt erupted within her hidden thoughts, seeking release. Days seemed to pass. She studied, tried to sleep quietly at night, but sleep was an odd thing, a void within a void. She dreamed in these troubled sleeps of a young girl pounding on her grandmother's door, wanting in. Who was this young girl who wished to see Patricia when she was very busy and could not attend to just anybody? The young girl wept and grew thinner, starving. In one night's dreams she was nothing more than a husk, wrapped in a tight linen shroud and smelling of herbs, slumped against the door like a roll of stiff cloth, jaw slack. The next night he was not there, but the knocking continued anyway, empty and desperate. Patricia never gave an audience to the girl. Rhita, however, did finally get an appointment with the Queen. She walked through the private quarters, noticing Orosias sitting in one corner, reading from a very thick, very long scroll, like an ancient scholar. She saw a funeral portrait of Jamal Atta on the wall. And then a red-headed Celt led her into the Queen's innermost chamber, the bedroom, deep in the palace, surrounded by arms and arms of quiet stone, cool, dark. The room smelled of incense and illness. Rhita examined the Celt, who regarded her with outwardly solemn, inwardly terrified eyes. She said, "I should know your name, too." "Go in," the Celt told her. "Never mind my name. Go in to the Queen." The Queen was ill, that much was obvious. Rhita saw her on her long, wide leather bed, draped in the skins of exotic animals from the southern continent. Gold oil lamps hung around her, and dim electric lamps as well. The Queen was very old, thin, white-haired, wearing a black robe. Objects in wooden cases lay scattered around the bed. Rhita stopped by the bed's right corner. The Queen's eyes followed her. "You're not Cleopatra," Rhita said. The Queen did not speak at all, merely watched her. "I need to speak to Cleopatra." Rhita turned and saw Lugatorix, that was his name, standing by the entrance to the bedroom. "I'm not in the right place," she said. "None of us is, mistress," the Celt said. "Remember, I am trying to be strong, to remember, but it is difficult. Remember." Rhita trembled, but did not feel her fear deeply. Typhon came out of the shadows, undistorted, as convincing now as Lugatorix, his face textured with experience, eyes wise, knowing, more human. "You are permitted to remember now," the escort said. 65. Thistledown City. Toppy Ram-Olmi walked down the corridor of the centuries-old apartment complex, searching for the floor designator of the Olmi-Sikor Triad Families Unit, as his father had instructed. He found it easily enough. The door was open, showing an interior decorated with the style and taste of the original occupants. He had often studied that period in his father's life. The Triad family had spent only 3 years in this unit, after being forced out of Alexandria, the second chamber city, in the last stages of the exiling. And yet his father had always returned to this place, as if it represented home more than any other living space he had had. Toppy, still fresh to the much more stable world beyond city memory and the creche, found such devotion curious, but accepted it. Whatever his father did, Toppy was sure, was fit and proper. Olmi stood near the apartment's single broad window, in a wide room to the right of the entrance. Toppy entered without speaking, waiting to be noticed. Olmi turned. Toppy, for all of his youth, was discomfited by his father's appearance. He seemed to have abandoned juvenation, or neglected his periodic supplements. He was thinner, haggard. His eyes seemed to fix on Toppy without seeing him. "I'm pleased you could come." Toppy had pulled every string he could think of to be here, when every available member of the defense forces was on constant duty. He was not about to explain this to his father, however. "I'm pleased you asked me." Olmi approached him, his eyes coming into focus again, looking him over with a loving gaze that pretended to be objective. "Very fine," he said, observing those little details and embellishments apparent only to one who has lived in a self-designed body. "You've done well, indeed." "Thank you." "You carried my message to Gary Lanier, I understand, before he died?" Toppy nodded. "I regret not serving under him." "He was a remarkable man. This is more awkward than it should be, between 2 men used to serving the Hexamon." Toppy listened intently, head cocked to one side. "I would like for you to convey my love to your mother. I cannot see her." "She's still isolated," Toppy said. "I can't talk to her now either." "But you'll be seeing her before I will." Toppy's lips tightened on one side, the only acknowledgment of worry. "I'll never see either of you again. I can't explain much more than that. You've told me this once before, Father, Toppy said. This time there's no doubt. No second chances. Pavel Mirsky came back to us, Toppy said, hoping to make an extreme comparison as a joke. Olmi smiled in a way that chilled him. Probably no chance of that, even, Olmi said. Can I ask questions, Father? I'd prefer you didn't. Toppy nodded. I couldn't answer if you did. Can I help in any way? Olmi smiled again, this time warmly and with a slight nod. Yes, he said. You've been reassigned to weigh defense in the seventh chamber. Yes. You can tell me one thing. My research hasn't borne any fruit here. Do your weapons still attack only Jart or non-human objects? They're not set for human objects. They won't fire on them. Under any circumstances? We can target them to fire on any object manually, but there's little time expected to do any manual targeting. Don't, Olmi said. Sir? Just that. Don't manually target a human object. I will not compromise you any more than that. Toppy swallowed and glanced down at the floor. I must ask one question, Father. You are not working under Hexamon instructions. That much is obvious. He looked up and reached out to touch his father's arm. Whatever you're doing is for the good of the Hexamon? Yes, Olmi said. In the long run, I think it is. Toppy backed away. I can't hear any more, then. I will do my best to not do this, whatever. But if I see any sign, even the— His anger and confusion were apparent. Olmi shut his eyes and gripped his son's hand. If you have the least suspicion I'm lying or working to harm the Hexamon, you target manually. Toppy's face was grim. Anything else, sir? You have my blessings, Olmi said. Will I ever know? If there is any way within my power to let you know what happened and why, I will. Are you going to die, Father? Olmi shook his head. I don't know. What do you wish to tell Mother? Olmi handed him a block. Give this to her. Toppy tucked the block into a pocket and moved toward his father, hesitated, and finally put his arms around him, hugging him tightly. I don't want you to go. Not forever, Toppy said. I couldn't say that to you the last time. He pulled back, and Olmi saw tears on his cheeks. My God, he said softly, you can cry. It seemed a good thing. Olmi touched his son's tears with a finger in wonder, and said, It is. I've always regretted losing that. They left the apartment together, and Olmi closed the door. They parted in the corridor, saying nothing more, walking quickly in opposite directions. Your son is very much like you, the Jart commented. Too much, Olmi said. 66. The Seventh Chamber. The borehole was almost deserted this time. It contained only Korzhanovsky and 2 Defense Force observers in corporeal form. Shields were in place beyond the traction blister, ready to move into position between the borehole and the link at the first sign of problems. Emergency overrides had been placed on certain projectors to allow Korzhanovsky to destabilize the link and withdraw power from the connection, a more efficient and rapid way to cut all communication between the Way and Thistledown. Even with all the safeguards, Korzhanovsky was apprehensive. What would the Jarts do next? Something even more violent? Something that could override all precautions? It was remarkably like playing chess with a masterful opponent, one's life hanging in the balance. If the message of Olmi's Jart had gotten through, there might be an entirely different reception. But he counted on nothing. The blaze of energy had come through the small link almost as soon as it was opened, and there was no way of telling whether any signal could have passed through, or if there had been anybody or anything ready to receive such a signal. He maneuvered himself before the console and placed his hands on the clavicle. He concentrated on this moment, and sank into the trance of superspace, experiencing all over again the glory and chaos and majesty of a search for the Way. He found it, much more easily than before. In the clavicle's sensory simulation of environments that were not entirely real, much less comprehensible to human senses, he orbited around a segment of the way, although there was no outside to the pipe-shaped universe any more than there was an outside to any other universe. He quickly located a likely coordinate for a gate-like link. The clavicle and the sixth chamber made their necessary adjustments. Thistledown seemed insubstantial around Korzanovsky, less than smoke, a dream from a past life. A spot of light appeared beyond the blister, like a new star, not very bright. Korzanovsky instructed remotes to push a probe through and investigate the environment beyond. No energies slashed out. The gate-like link was stable and unimpeded. The remotes gave him a visual picture from within the way, just centimeters above the link. The way was empty in this vicinity, and for hundreds of kilometers, north and south. Radar signals probed rapidly south and returned just as rapidly, telling him his gate had been opened a distance of 1,000 kilometers from the cauterized end of the way. The way was empty in that direction, and to the north as well, for at least 500,000 kilometers. Korzanovsky broadcast the Jart signal once again through the link, paused for several seconds, and then repeated it continuously. There was no response. But the emptiness might be response enough. Might, in Jart manners, be an exceedingly cordial invitation. "We have a beachhead," Korzanovsky picketed to the Defense Force observers. "The way is empty to at least 5x5. He removed the remotes and severed the gate-like link. It had been previously agreed that under this circumstance he was to go ahead and attempt a full link, to connect the way to the seventh chamber. Defense forces were already marshalling there, ready to secure the Hexamon's advantage. Korzanovsky rested for several minutes, steeled himself, and began the reopening of the way. The dot of light formed again, extended its petals outward, filled the void beyond the open seventh chamber with a garden of intricate, elegant flowers, the tortured world lines of a haze of half-real universes surrounding status geometry. The flowers dimmed and were pushed aside. At the edges of the seventh chamber, the color of bronze became apparent. Faster than his unaided eye could follow, the way filled in the void with its complete presence. The engineer kept his place at the center of the blister, linked to the clavicle, waiting for the final evidence of his success. The lengthening of the way's central singularity, the Flaw, to compensate for the way's new condition as an adjunct of status space-time. He knew precisely where the Flaw would stop its advance. It would end up just over 19 centimeters from the locus of his clavicle, pushing through the blister field. He felt the Flaw advancing. To his eyes it resembled a strange, curved mirror, growing larger in front of him. In the clavicle's abstraction it registered as an enormous, dynamically restrained force, all the tension of the way's existence and self-contradictions tied up in a calm, yet raging knot. The singularity was in some respects more real than the way itself, but few humans could comprehend that kind of reality. The Flaw pushed aside the blister's field, which formed a thin, bright blue ring around it. Inexorable, awesome even to the engineer, the blunt end of the Flaw reflected some nightmarish version of their world, images thankfully indistinct, and came to its greatest extension, as he had predicted, barely a hand-span from the clavicle. Korzanovsky removed his hands from the clavicle's bars. He could not see Ryoyu, although he had been aware of the gate-opener's presence throughout the linking. Defense forces in the seventh chamber swept their invisible beams of sensor radiation down the reopened way, searching for any sign of Jart occupation. "The connection is stable," he said. "The way is open." 67. The Way. The stone orbited the earth, as it had since the sundering, with only one difference. It now pointed its north pole away from the earth. The seventh chamber was now a featureless, abyssal darkness. Traction fields kept all matter away from the North Pole. Nothing would be allowed to enter the area of linkage. News passed quickly. There were few celebrations. The reality was more a matter of sober reflection than festivity. The Hexamon's obsession had been fulfilled. But they had been away from their vast domain for decades, and who knew how much time had passed within the way? The President's new body was still being made. Korzanovsky stood in the middle of the President's third-chamber apartment, located on the peak of the highest building in a chamber-spanning curtain structure on which skyscrapers hung like crystals from a spider-web. The space was empty and echoing, luminous with the unfinished whiteness of an undecorated environment. The President's image was a projection from an isolated section of Thistledown's city memory.
"Good day, Sir Engineer," Farancillium said. Korzanovsky stood with arms folded before the image. "The work is done, Sir President."
"So I've seen, and been told. A superb job, according to your colleagues."
"Thank you."
"Can you explain why the way is now empty for such a distance?"
Korzanovsky shook his head. "I cannot, Sir President."
"It comes down to lies. Could it be because the Jarts are waiting for us in ambush?"
"I don't know what the Jarts are thinking, Sir President."
"I think you might have a clue. As much as I do. I've had visitors in city memory. 3 of them."
Korzanovsky raised his eyebrows, but looked away, close to total exhaustion, wanting to sit. A chair rose out of the floor behind him, and he sat.
"Excuse me, I haven't slept or used any Talcet. It's been very strenuous."
"Of course. It isn't possible to truly dream in city memory, and fantasy or delusion is always clearly marked. What I saw was no delusion."
Korzanovsky folded his hands, unwilling to make guesses.
"Mirsky was there," the President said, "and oddly enough, Gary Lanier, who has died. Ross Mashani tells me that he forced Lanier to have an implant. I don't approve of that, but there's little I can do to Mashani, except guarantee he never rises above terrestrial senator. At any rate, the implant did not retain Lanier's personality. Somebody else was found in it. Somebody missing and accounted as dead for 20 years, Lanier's daughter. Who brought her back?"
Korzanovsky gave the slightest shake of his head.
"Ryoyu was there also. He spoke with me. Lanier and Mirsky said very little. The gate-opener frightened me. He reminded me of higher duties, duties we once accepted as part of our responsibility in the way, to utilize the way in a manner that would ultimately benefit all of our clients. And he told me that you are going to start a crimp in the way soon, which will eventually destroy it."
"Yes," Korzanovsky said.
"These avatars can apparently go wherever they wish. Lanier and Mirsky are gone now. We won't see them again. The gate-opener is still with us. He says his work is not finished, though nearly so, if you're still convinced."
"I am,"
Korzanovsky said.
"This goes beyond immediate politics, no? We are both in key positions. I have the power to interfere in the plan, or I can stand aside and let it proceed, even make it easier for you."
"Yes, Sir President."
"The Jarts are no longer our enemies?"
"Perhaps not, Sir President."
"They will not attack Thistledown? They are willing to give up the way and all it means to them?"
"I don't know. Olmy's Jart—"
Korzanovsky stopped, hoping he hadn't told Farancillium something he didn't know.
"I am aware of Olmy's Jart, though I think the Jart now has Olmy, not the other way around."
"It's probably responsible for the Jart's pulling back from the end of the way. A signal was sent, informing its kind that humans had definitely communicated with what they call Descendant Command, Mirsky's final mind."
"So Ryoyu told me."
"They probably won't attack us unless this is disproven or remains unconfirmed."
"I can't imagine the Jarts giving up anything, certainly not the existence they've fought for, the privileges they value so highly. Could humans be so magnanimous?"
"We've both lived a contradictory existence the past year, Sir President, working for the Hexamon rather than ourselves."
"That's our sworn duty."
"Yes, sir. But there are higher duties, as you've said."
"Do we know what would happen to the Hexamon if we were to persist and keep the way open?"
"No."
"Is it possible Descendant Command, or the Final Mind, would find a way to persuade the Jart that the way must be closed, and the hexamon must be destroyed in order to do that?
I don't know. It's certainly possible.
I think it's likely.
The President's image appeared to come closer to Korzanovsky. I know what my higher duty is. We must preserve the hexamon, whatever the mens publica thinks. However polite these avatars have been, however many miracles they've worked, I doubt we can stand alone against that kind of force. Korzanovsky looked down at his hands.
No, sir.
I have no other choice, then. I order you to destroy the way. Can Thistledown be saved?
To completely destroy the way and prevent another way being made, the sixth chamber must be destroyed as well. If we tried to...
He picked at images of the sixth chamber being sabotaged, hexamon forces arrayed against other hexamon forces, civil war, destruction and division, the likes of which the hexamon had never experienced, even during the Sundering.
There's no choice. If we wish to destroy the way and preserve the hexamon, Thistledown is already prepared for its own death.
The President's image darkened. Why? He asked quietly. Would anyone ever wish to be a leader of humans? We could be judged the most treacherous villains in hexamon history. But so be it. I'll make sure the last phase of the evacuation is thorough. You will warn the defense forces. I don't think they need to know what's happening and why, but they should not be killed for their valor.
I'll warn them.
I'm being installed in my new body tomorrow. When will the destruction begin?
Not for another 60 hours, Sir President, to give all citizens and defense forces time to evacuate.
I leave it in your hands. You know, Sir Korzanovsky, I'll be glad not to have to deal with these issues much longer. The President's image went black and disappeared, leaving a formal pict of dismissal and the hexamon's gratitude for services rendered. 68. Between. They had finished their work on Thistledown. Now they moved through their hidden conduits to points between worlds. Lanier's sense of time had flown, not inappropriately, since he was supposed to be dead. But he still thought, still remembered, his mind somehow operating in a new matrix established and maintained by Pavel Mirsky.
"Am I dead now?"
he asked Mirsky. "Yes, of course."
"There's no oblivion."
"Would you rather have oblivion? It's not all it's cracked up to be."
"No."
"Our time here is done. We have choices to make, choices on how to go home." Lanier felt like laughing. He conveyed this to Mirsky. "Marvelous, no? Such freedom. We can return as Roy Oyu will return, or take another route, much longer, more arduous." And he outlined for Lanier where that route would take them and how long. Floating in the soothing, undemanding between, Lanier absorbed the information, already feeling separated from the reality that had been his life. Either route seemed acceptable, but the second way was extraordinary. Only rarely had he even imagined such a thing. Complete freedom, a journey beyond all journeys, and, as Mirsky pointed out, a journey with a definite purpose. The final mind needs many observers along the way, many progress reports. We can provide one continuous report from the beginning to the end.
"We won't start here?"
Lanier asked. "No, we go back to the beginning. We are only observers, after all, and not actors, now that our labor is done. The information we gather can have no effect on the times we'll gather it from." Lanier's thoughts became crystalline again, and he felt another sharp wave of an emotion mixing sense of duty, love, and nostalgia.
"I haven't cut my roots to the present yet."
Mirsky admitted that he had not either. Not completely. "Shall we say our farewells, briefly, unobtrusively, to those we love?"
"For the last time?"
Lanier asked. "For a very long time to come, but not necessarily for the last."
"Now you're being obscure."
"That's our privilege, with such freedom." Where will you go to say farewells?"
"I have to find Karen."
"And I will find Garabedjan. Shall we meet again in, say, a few seconds, and begin?"
Lanier found he could still laugh, and the feeling of lightness in him was held down only by that same weight of duty and nostalgia. "All right, a few seconds. However long it takes."
They sped along the conduits reserved for the subtle messages of subatomic particles, space-time's hidden circuitry. Karen walked with 3 terrestrial senators through the freshly painted streets of the Melbourne camp. "They call these camps. I call them palaces," the senator from South Australia said. "Our people will still be envious." That debate had been going on all morning, and she was tiring of it rapidly. The day was going to be unbearably long, more meetings, more pointless bickering, more awareness that never in all of human history would they be free of their monkey heritage. Karen stopped and felt her knees tremble. Something welled up within her, a tide of love and anguish and joy at having spent so many years with her husband, working together, doing as much as 2 humans could.
Absolution. We are not perfect. It is enough that we did what we could.
"Gary," she said. She could feel his presence, almost inhale him. Her eyes filled with tears. Part of her said, "Not now. Don't lose it now in front of these people." But the sensation continued, and she held up her arms as if to a distant sun. The South Australia senator turned and regarded her quizzically. "Are you all right?" she asked. "I feel him. It's really him. It's not just me." She closed her eyes tightly, brought her arms down, and held them rigid at her sides. "I feel him."
"She lost her husband recently," the senator from the South Island of New Zealand explained to the others. "She's been under tremendous strain."
Karen didn't hear them. She listened instead to a familiar voice.
"We are always a team."
"I love you," she whispered. "Don't go away. Where are you? Is it really you?" She raised her arms again, grasping at the air, eyes still closed, and felt for the merest moment the touch of his fingers on her own.
"There are many more surprises,"
she heard him say, and then the touch was gone, and he seemed to recede across a vast distance. She opened her eyes and stared at the puzzled faces around her. "My husband," she said, trembling uncontrollably. "Gary." They led her to a small green space between buildings. "I'm all right," she said. "Just let me sit." For a moment, surrounded by young trees and well-manicured lawn, hexamon architecture a few dozen yards away, she thought she might be on Thistledown again, in the second chamber city, before meeting and working with Gary, that it was all just beginning. She shuddered and took a deep breath. Her head was clearing now. The contact had been strong and undeniably external. She was not hallucinating, though she doubted she would ever be able to convince others. "I'll be fine. Truly. I'm all right now." 69. The Beginning of the Way. Korzanovsky was making a sentimental journey. He wished to touch the surface of the way before beginning its destruction. It was more than his only child. It was so large a part of himself that ending its existence was a kind of suicide. Taking the elevator to the surface of the 7th chamber, he prepared his environment field and waited for the massive door to slide open and show that enchanting perspective, like something from an endless dream. Considering the time he had spent as a cluster of inactive partials only for the first century and the last 40 years, had he truly lived? By hexamon standards he was a youngster. He was certainly younger than his own creation, whatever time measurements could be applied to the way. Pumps sucked the air from the elevator cab. The door opened, and he stared down the throat of the beast that had once swallowed him. The hexamon, the jarts, and dozens of other races, opening up commerce between separate worlds, separate times, even separate universes. The scoured, bare rock and metal floor of the 7th chamber stretched for almost 10 kilometers, grey and cold and dead. Beyond lay the surface of the way itself, bronze in color and not at all lifeless. Korzanovsky knew that if he drew his eye close to that surface, he would see shots of black and red, a kind of ineffable bubbling activity, the life of space-time itself, vacuum-teased and twisted and seduced into throwing up a perverse surface. The bronze pipe, 50 kilometers wide, elongated itself to infinity before him. A mimicry of the tube light within the enclosed thistledown chambers ran in a pale, glowing ribbon down its center. He felt dizzy for a moment, as if he had actually become part of the tortured geodetics describing the way's unlikely existence. A small personal shuttle awaited him. He boarded, and it flew at a level of several meters over the flatness, crossing the 7th chamber's boundary, stopping and hovering some 30 kilometers from the southern cap. Korzunovsky stepped down from the shuttle hatch and stood a few centimeters above the naked surface of the way. He removed the environment field segment beneath his feet. Now he was on the surface itself. Removing his slipper, he let his naked foot touch what was neither warm nor cold, what possessed only one quality at this moment, and that was solidity. The surface of the way was uninterested in the laws of thermodynamics. Korzunovsky bent down and rubbed the palm of his hand on that surface. He stood up, feeling his foundation, the mystery of Patricia Vasquez, very strongly now, as if someone were watching over his shoulder. Her creation, too, in a way, he thought. Our offspring. A wonderful monstrosity. "Nothing is ever pure, except for you," he said to the way. "You were made by precocious children. We didn't know what you would mean to us. You allowed us to dream fine dreams. Now I've got to kill you." He stood in silence for several minutes on the unresponsive, unreal surface, then returned to the shuttle and the 7th chamber borehole. 70. The Way. "We're prisoners," Rhita told Demetrios on the lake in the long wooden rowboat. "All of us. The Queen is dead, and so is Jamal Atta. They aren't here." "All right," Demetrios said. "I agree something isn't right. But what do you mean by prisoners?" "This is a test, an experiment, the Jarts." "I'm not familiar with that word." Rhita touched his face with her hands. "Do you feel it, though, that we're prisoners?" "I'll take your word for it." "Do you remember a Celt named Lugatorix?" An ibis flew from the shore and landed on the prow of the boat. It opened its long beak and said, "You can remember now." Rhita shuffled back through her past, hiding. Why remember? There was nothing she could do, no way to escape when the legs with which she would run weren't real. She visited with her mother for a time, sitting in the stone and plaster house near Lindos, talking about inconsequentials, relaxing in the sun, which was not as warm as it should have been, nor as bright. On the road to the temple to spend a day alone, her shadow preceded her, walking long in the morning sun on the dirt and gravel. She watched it with mild interest, then stopped. It raised its arms. Her arms were down. It gestured wildly. It lengthened, crossing the road, up over dry hedges and stone walls, across a dead orchard. The tree branches swayed wherever it touched. A young man with black hair approached along the road. He stood beside her for a time, watching the shadow lengthen to the island horizon, and then spread across sky and rushing clouds. She glanced at him, not at all curious. He told her, "We are losing you, Rhita Vasquez. You must not hide. If we cannot hold you, your self will dissolve in its own memories, and we would not wish that. We will have to inactivate you. Wouldn't you rather continue thinking?" "No," she said. "I know what I'm doing." She ran from the youth, but in thought or memory, or wherever she was now, she made a very wrong turn. Rhita stumbled into the warehouse of all her nightmares. Before she could be inactivated, she saw the ghosts of all she had killed flying over the sea's bloody waters, questions on their lips, knives in their hands. Why did you open the gate? She had killed Gaia. But she could not herself die. Her psyche, her butterfly, lay pinned in a box, examined and prodded by monstrous collectors. She saw hall upon hall, brightly lit, stretching for millions of miles, lined with steel cases, in every case row upon row of humans, infants, old men, crones, girls, young men, mothers-to-be, soldiers, all passing under her inspection with infinite detail, more real than anything in her true life had ever been, squirming on the pins that ran through their hearts. "I am with you," she said. "I can't run from you." But she was running, with no physical body to run with. She chased herself through her own memories, over all the roads of her mind, frantic with grief and fear and guilt. She ran faster and faster until she seemed to melt and flow like water, the water frantically surging into a cold spray, diffuse and selfless. No center, almost no awareness. A brief warmth before null. 71. Thistledown. Thistledown, launched 13 centuries before by its own timeline, had been beyond doubt the greatest single achievement of the human race, made even greater by the creation of the Way. Containing the 2 finest and largest cities of all humanity, yet never fully populated, containing the greatest weapons ever devised, birthplace of the most accomplished and wide-ranging civilization, center of philosophies encompassing all the human religions, many synthesized into the myth of the good man, who exemplified the imperfect but glorious expression of that universal urge to just progress, star fata numa, the universe, history, and human spirit. Thistledown, transient and even humble name for such an endeavor. Pharyncylium contemplated all these things from his apartment. He would not have time to get used to this new body. In a way, he regretted the waste of resources, but preferred to end his life in a physical form. If Thistledown were to die, he would die with it, rather than explain to its citizens what he had done and why. Despite an odd melancholy, something akin to what he had seen in Korzanovsky's face, he did not feel much like a traitor. No doubt, in the scales of cosmic justice, he was a hero, but he didn't feel that sense of justification either. He had become nothing more than a small transducer in the circuit of history, a fate experienced most acutely by politicians who believe or hope they are in control. He knew his place in the Thistledown's history, though he was far from sure it would be an honored place. With no authorization, only the power of being in a certain office at a certain time, he had ordered, or at least supported, the asteroid starship's destruction. He had done so for reasons that were inescapable and correct, yet that were still not clear to him. I have been persuaded by gods. Historians are seldom kind to leaders. His family was on Earth by now, in a camp in Southeast Asia. His 2 children, both conceived and born in the natural manner, in accord with his Naderite beliefs, but of course with a few hexamon embellishments, since he was not orthodox. Those children would grow up more influenced by Earth than the orbiting precincts. He could prophesy. The precincts would more than likely close themselves off as a society, rendering aid and assistance, but turning inward. As such, within a century or 2, they could cease to be viable, their societies beginning the long process of decay, like a— he borrowed now from terrestrial experiences, such as Gary Lanier might have had. Lamb's tail, bound with cord, cut off from the parent body. Who could have foreseen such a possibility during the enthusiasm of the sundering? Earth would grow on its own, having been given a mighty boost. Who could say where it would go, after the recovery and such strong hexamon influence? He had placed remotes and partials in several places around Thistledown, all connected to his sensoria, to allow him to fully experience the moment when, and if, it came. He still reserved a small and probably foolish skepticism. Thistledown had always been, in his life at least. He felt a wave of sentiment for the old times in the Way, and it shamed him, but those times had been so much easier to comprehend, even if no less complicated. He had never thought he would be homesick for the awesome reaches of Korzanovsky's creation. Since the sundering, it seemed that the hexamon had never truly known where it was. It had never found home. 72. The Beginning of the Way. Olmi reached out to touch the blunt, mad mirror terminus of the Flaw, and felt it draw his fingers along where he applied pressure, and pushed them back when he applied pressure from the opposite angle. Frictionless, enormously powerful, the Flaw had once supplied all the Hexamon's energy through these transforms of space and time. Korzanovsky watched from the blister.
"You can enter the Flaw ships?"
"I can enter at least one of them," Olmi said. "My imprint is still on this one." He pointed to the first ship in the row, closest to the Flaw, mounted behind the blister that covered the borehole. The wreckage of the Flaw ship damaged by the Jart intrusion had been removed, replaced by the second ship in line, and a third added. "It took us down the way and through the closing end, during the sundering, with Patricia Vasquez and Gary Lanier. We dropped off representatives from Timbl and other worlds. We dropped off Patricia to open her gate in the geometry stacks." They tracked it along the borehole to float beside the Flaw ship.
"I didn't remember this was the ship," Korzanovsky said. "They look so much alike."
Olmi pressed his hand into a circle scribed in the side of the Flaw ship, and a hatchway irised open noiselessly. The smell of the interior was clean and metallic, redolent with the blunt odors of unbreathed air and form-fit decor. Light spilled from the hatch, gleaming against the dark metal and stone of the borehole wall opposite. They entered. Olmi tracked it along faint purple field lines within the ship to the controls. Korzanovsky moved to the transparent bow. Behind them the Flaw ship interior was shadowy and silent, a long cylinder interrupted here and there with rounded shapes of unformed furnishings. "Are there restrictions to your use?" the Jart asked. "I don't think so," Olmi replied. He had once had nearly as high a clearance as a full-rank Hexamon senator, with the added advantages of connections in the defense forces. As far as he knew, his status had not been changed. He did not doubt that the ship would respond to any instruction he gave it. The defense forces would not expect a rogue in their midst, even though Olmi had played that part before. Certainly not a rogue that would steal a Flaw ship and run it down the way. With the President's influence and a little help from vigilant Toppy, still somewhere aboard Thistledown, they would make it. Olmi inserted his hands into control dimples and created a large docking field around the Flaw ship. In the dark borehole, green and purple diffusions played across the raw rock and metal walls. Slowly the Flaw ship advanced toward the blister. Korzanovsky, in the bow, used his picter to instruct the blister to accept intrusion. They would pierce the blister and string themselves on the Flaw. The Flaw would pass through the center of the ship, down a Flaw passage that gave the ship its U-shaped cross-section. When the ship was strung, the open end of the U would close, and the ship's Flaw grips would seize the elongated singularity. At Olmi's instruction, the grips would bear down at a certain angle, and the Flaw would translate the ship forward.
"My partial is sounding the final evacuation alert," Korzanovsky said. "The crimp in the way will be started in 6 hours. We should be well down the way by then."
Olmi nodded. Toppy might leave a partial of himself to oversee operations, as would others in the defense forces, but there would be no one living left aboard Thistledown. "Are you tired of life, Sir Engineer?" Olmi asked, apropos of nothing.
"I don't know," Korzanovsky said. "Tired of not knowing who I am."
Olmi agreed. "To knowing who we are," he said, raising an imaginary cup in toast. He pushed the Flaw ship slowly forward, through the blister and on to the long, mad mirror ribbon of the singularity. 73. Thistledown. The last Hexamon archivists and archaeologists withdrew their hundreds of thousands of hastily created partials from the second and third chambers, where they had conducted a final survey of the Thistledown's cities. For lack of time, the other chambers had been neglected. The contents of Thistledown's city memory and the various library centers had been gleaned. All that remained untouched were the hidden information stores, private caches put away over the centuries by individuals who distrusted direct links with the libraries. Who could say how much history would be lost if these private caches were destroyed, never to be discovered or analyzed? The archivist's frustration was that the Hexamon, before the sundering, had had centuries to explore the deserted cities, and had forbidden most such exploration because of the remote possibility of tampering in the sixth chamber. After the sundering, the archivists had thought they had all the time they needed, never imagining a day such as this. The defense forces withdrew with the last of the archivists. Only a few suicidal or thrill-seeking individuals remained now, and Pharyncylium, prepared to atone for his decision, however correct it had been. He sat in the high, undecorated suite overlooking the third chamber city, picking artistic designs around himself, waiting patiently. So far, nobody knew he was here, or where he was. That saved the embarrassment of last-minute rescues, if anyone would be so rude as to interrupt a citizen's chosen path to extinction. There were no signs of the coming destruction. Thistledown was stable, the tube light steady and bright. 74. The Way. "I'm setting acceleration at 1G for the first few minutes," Olmi said. He asked the Jart, "Do you know where your people will be?" "Singularity stations are spaced at intervals of about 5 million kilometers in Jart territory. We'll encounter Flaw defenses and barriers first." "Then we shouldn't be traveling very fast, should we?" "No more than 1/50th C. That is maximum velocity for all of our vessels on the floor. Anything traveling faster is automatically destroyed." "I presume you'll have some way of alerting your superiors that we're not belligerent?" "When that time comes, I will perform through you." Olmi, having at least the illusion he was in control now, did not look forward to losing it again. He explained the situation to Korzanovsky. "We should be 1,000,000 kilometers down the way when the kink is initiated," the engineer said. He picketed his calculations to Olmi, who understood at least the factors of acceleration of way destruction, their required velocity to outrace the destruction, and how long they might have at their unknown destination to do whatever the Jart thought necessary. Was this what he had been preparing for these past years? He had thought he was preparing for war, not for a fool's run down the way on a quasi-religious errand for a Trojan horse Jart. But he knew he had to count his blessings. At least his error would not destroy the hexamon. His own sacrifice, measured against avoiding even the bare possibility of such a disaster, was inconsequential. He called up a display of the seventh chamber's southern cap, now receding slowly behind them. The display showed no activated defenses beyond the deep-way sensors and sweeping automatic target acquisition fields. With no sensation of motion, the Flaw ship contained its own inertial damping system. They began to accelerate at 1G. "Here we go," he said. Korzanovsky could not help modeling again and again the sequence of events happening now in the sixth chamber machinery. Certain control centers would undergo planned failures within minutes. Other mechanisms would try to compensate for the failures. For a short time they would succeed, but they would be exposed to strains and contradictions in design that would bring about their own irrevocable failures. The projection nodes would try to shut off long enough to allow robot workers and remotes to correct the imbalance. When no such repairs were made, and the nodes had to switch on again to avoid their own destruction under the way's growing instability, the entire carpet of sixth chamber machinery would fail. The kink in the way would begin. Where the kink originated, the way would quickly become unlivable. Fundamental physical constants would change rapidly. What matter was left in the way would cease to exist, converting to varieties of radiation not encountered in normal space and time. These radiations would quickly decay to extremely high-energy, photon-like particles, which would leak through the kink and appear in the regions near the Thistledown, and in randomly selected regions for 100,000 light-years around the Sun. Entering normal space, they would assume the character of actual photons, appearing as brilliant displays of Cherenkov blue. Korzanovsky shook his head, close to weeping. Unlike Olmi, he had never had himself altered to eliminate such emotional displays. What he felt was a deep sadness that extended into that part of him which was Patricia Vasquez. The mystery they shared, however tainted by her obsessions, knew what was going to be destroyed and how important it had been to the engineer, how integral a part of his existence. "It's beginning now," he told Olmi. Roy Oyu came forward from the shadowy rear of the Flaw ship, startling Korzanovsky. "Your bravery is deeply appreciated," he said. Korzanovsky shook his head slowly. 75. Axis Euclid. Suli Ram Kikara was no longer a ward of the Hexamon. Released from confinement to her apartment, she was a free woman again, free to contemplate the confusion and contradiction of the past few weeks. She could not help thinking that Olmi was playing some substantial part in all this. Perhaps he even knew what was really happening. Nobody else did. All her anger and frustration was overridden by her sense of duty. First, she had to be sure that the destruction of Thistledown, if it happened, would not jeopardize the orbiting bodies or Earth. She did not have the technical expertise in these matters, even using the full capabilities of her implants, to come to any useful conclusions by herself. For a moment she simply reveled in having her lines of communication open and unmonitored. She decided to contact Judith Hoffman. When she called Hoffman's terrestrial residence in South Africa, a message awaited her, conveyed by a delegated partial with instructions to speak only to selected people, herself among them. The partial explained that Hoffman had been on Thistledown until the very last moment, and was now on a shuttle returning to Axis Euclid. The partial was willing to arrange a meeting. It was possible, if channels were not closed by the Hexamon, to speak with its primary now. Did she wish to do so? Ram Kikara, usually reluctant to impose, did not hesitate now. "If you can open a channel, I'll be very grateful." Hoffman's partial made the necessary arrangements, found that channels were still available, and Hoffman herself appeared in Ram Kikara's living room, seated in a white shuttle form-fit, exhausted and unhappy. "Suli," she said, trying to muster a semblance of polite gladness, "it's a disaster out here. We couldn't access a third of what we wanted to. If it all goes, we'll lose so much." "Do you know what's happening?" "It isn't even classified," Hoffman said, waving her fingers in dismay. "The presiding minister lifted all security measures." "I know, I'm free." "The reopening is a disaster. They say there was instability in the way, but I can't believe Korzanovsky couldn't take care of that." "Mirsky?" Ram Kikara suggested. Hoffman rubbed her neck with her hands. "We were warned." The colouring on her image changed. With raised eyebrows she peered to her left, where a transparency in the hull might be, and a look of wonder crossed her face. "What is it?" she asked others around her. Ram Kikara caught muffled sounds of other voices. She glanced through her own window at the arc of darkness visible beyond the edge of what had once been the Flaw passage. That region was no longer dark. Now it glowed a ghostly blue. "Something's happening," Hoffman said. "Transmission—" She faded with a silent sizzle of white lines. Ram Kikara called for an image of the precinct's exterior, and then added, "Where's Thistledown? Show me that octant." A circle of radiant blue appeared in the middle of her living room, enchanting and deeply disturbing. It did not block out the haze of stars visible beyond Earth. "Thistledown," she ordered. "Show me where Thistledown is." A projected red line curled snake-like around the bean-sized white object and blinked. The glow was not coming from Thistledown, nor was it limited to the starship's vicinity. It seemed to come from all space, all directions. The bean-sized object grew brighter as she watched. "Magnify," she demanded. Throughout Axis Euclid, she knew citizens by the tens of thousands were asking for the same picture. Her own private projector's image flickered occasionally as the precinct's signal amplifiers and splitters cut in. Thistledown appeared enlarged and in sharp detail, surrounded by a faint corona of even brighter blue. The North Pole pointed away from the Earth and all precincts, but the South Pole itself glowed now. Concentric and expanding rings of luminous pin-specks formed beyond the South Pole, followed by even brighter rings, and then continuous halos. The Beckmann drive engines were cutting in. She was sure of it. Thistledown had not used those drives since the sundering. Now the asteroid starship was pushing itself away from Earth and the precincts. What had been only an intellectual speculation before was now reality. Thistledown was preparing for its death. Somehow she knew Olmi was still aboard, or very near the Thistledown, perhaps in the way itself. Ram Kikara, like Olmi, did not have the means to cry. She sat in tense silence, watching as Axis Euclid's sensors tracked the Thistledown. How long? The glare from the Beckmann drives increased until the display had to adjust for brightness. The plume of destroyed matter reflected from the South Polar crater, forming a long violet brushstroke against the unnatural blue. The colours and the circumstances went against all reason. She felt as if she were watching an artificial entertainment, depicting something remote and beautiful, but hardly plausible. "It hurts," she thought, her implants working steadily to handle the emotional overload. "I know he's there, and that's my home, where I was born and grew and worked. Within the way." She could hardly bear to watch, yet she did not move. She owed her past this much, to sit and watch it die. 76. Earth. The ethereal night sky brought people out by the hundreds of thousands. In Melbourne there was religious frenzy and rioting. Karen heard the sounds, like a distant grumbling wave, from the balcony of her hotel room. She had been ordered to take a week's vacation after her episode in the evacuee camp, a gift she did not appreciate, since it left her with little to do but think. She looked upon the show calmly. Marvels had multiplied in her lifetime. After the events of the past 2 weeks, she almost expected them now. She had some vague notion this glow was associated with Thistledown, but the asteroid starship was not visible. At midnight, however, she did see the violet plume of the Beckman Drives rising from the northeastern horizon like a spotlight beam. It faded 3 hands'-breadths above the horizon, which meant it was huge, tens of thousands of kilometers in length. She did not know what it signified. She thought it might be Thistledown's death-glow, but that was yet to come. Sitting in a deck chair on the balcony, wrapped in a sweater against the night chill, she looked across Melbourne's brightly lit skyline, clutching a ceramic mug, shivering slightly, not just with the cold, but with having drunk too much coffee. She knew she was a wreck. She allowed she might some day be able to rebuild herself, conduct her own recovery, perhaps become a whole human being, but for the moment the curtain was down and the stage props were being rearranged. What came before the spotlights next might be a new Karen Farley linear, or merely a rewrite of the old. At any rate, she hoped it would be a more successful one. Andia could help her, but until she actually saw her daughter, she would be as unreal and fantastic as the night sky. The plume seemed to grow longer as the minutes passed. Then she realized the earth was turning, perhaps bringing Thistledown into view, if it still existed. She had had no more contact with Gary. She began to wonder if, in fact, she had been overstrained, but an inner voice reassured her. The experience had been real. It had been Gary. That alone could give her strength. If the powers behind Mirsky had saved her husband, or given him some alternate existence beyond death, then perhaps all things would turn out right after all. Perhaps her life, however trivial in the march of millennia and on a scale of light centuries, would have some use, be worth continuing. Though not forever. Gary, whatever his final doubts, had left her this: that age and death and change were natural, even necessary, if not for citizens of the Hexamon, then for those humans who had not seen the slow evolution of life extension across the centuries. Some day she would allow herself to age and die. She smiled, thinking what Ram Kikara might say. Something rose in the northeast at the beginning of the violet plume, a bright twinkling thing that looked less like Thistledown than some distant continuous fireworks display. Suddenly it became as brilliant as a sun, and cast Melbourne into the light of full summer noon. Cup still hooked to her finger, she flung up her forearm to shield her eyes, and gave herself a painful whack on one ear. The cup fell to the concrete porch and shattered. Cursing in English and Chinese, she lurched out of the chair, through the open sliding glass door, and into the bathroom. There she blinked at herself in the mirror, her face hidden behind a negative blind spot turning green and red at the edges. The flash had been silent. The hotel was quiet. Even the sound of distant riots had died. When her vision recovered, she peered around the bathroom door. The sky outside was dark. Cautiously she walked to the balcony, holding her hand up near her eyes just in case, and squinted at where the Thistledown had been. The plume still glowed faintly in the blackness. A few degrees past the plume's tip, all that remained of Thistledown was a turbulent, dim red ball, the size of her thumbnail. 77. Thistledown City. Pharyncylium felt the grinding sound before he heard it. It came through the anchors and suspension cables into the hanging buildings, vibrating the floor under his feet, making his bones ache. A remote in the 6th chamber relayed its impressions. The northern borehole leading to the 7th chamber was spewing a fountain of intense white and green. The fountain grew along the axis of the chamber, spreading as it traversed the 30-kilometer length. The remote's eyes tracked the fountain to the opposite southern cap, where it sprayed out in brilliant rings of violet and greenish blue. The 6th chamber machinery was no longer operating. The remote turned its attention to the chamber itself. The valley floor seemed to be buckling, but that couldn't be. The sound and vibration would have been much more violent. Areas of machinery tens of kilometers wide formed globules and rose toward the axis like soap bubbles. That, too, made no sense. Then the sound increased. The northern cap split from the center, outward like a plate of glass hit by a bullet. Radial slivers of asteroid rock and metal lifted away from the cap and twisted weirdly with the stress of their uneven inward and outward centrifugal spin. With dream-like slowness they plummeted toward the valley floor, striking and crumpling. Where they had left gaps in the cap, glowing red molten rock spewed into the chamber, arcing outward in beautiful, uneven pinwheel spirals. The remote had a momentary glimpse of this before the entire cap blew inward, the shock wave racing along the valley floor, obscuring everything with dust and smoke and ending its transmission. "It's grinding the end off Thistledown," Pharyncylium thought, "working its way toward me." The remote in the 5th chamber watched mountains and rusty rivers distort as if in a rippled mirror. The northern cap shattered, but there was no outpouring of molten rock. The air in the chamber abruptly clouded over. This remote also ceased transmitting. In the 4th chamber, the President's extended eyes and ears heard the rumbling grow to potentially deafening levels, the trees of the forest shaking their limbs away, rivers and lakes seeming to boil. The 6th chamber was almost certainly gone, and that meant no more inertial damping within Thistledown. If the asteroid was subjected to any abrupt motion, the cities in the 2nd and 3rd chambers would crumple like toy castles made of stacked blocks. Pharyncylium could see his own death, then, minutes before it came. He would not witness the conclusion of this final episode in Thistledown's history. 78. The Way. Korzanovsky knew the kink had formed, ablating the first few chambers from the Thistledown. The force of this would twist the asteroid around like a piece of wood on a lathe. The twist would probably reverse at some point as the kink began its motion along the way, and that would destroy everything within Thistledown. He could see this with a feverish clarity. Time and again his implants created realistic scenarios for the asteroid starship's demise with a painful persistence he could hardly stop. Something akin to guilt compelled him to pay attention, to imagine the destruction as accurately as he could. For he was directly responsible. He had built the way. He had pushed a sliver into God's finger. They had been traveling for just under 5 hours. Ryoyu floated near the bow, face calm. The Flaw ship shivered faintly. Olmi called up a select display of the next few thousand kilometers. He saw odd square patches floating a kilometer or so above the Flaw itself. "We approach a Flaw station," the chart warned him. "Begin deceleration." He applied the clamps in reverse, making the Flaw fluoresce a vivid green. By the time they came to a dead stop, they would have traveled some 5 million kilometers. The Flaw station was probably just where the chart had foreseen. "We'll reach a Flaw station in about 4 hours," he told the engineer. The chart took him over, and began to send signals through the Flaw ship radio frequency transmitters. 79. Axis Euclid. Ram Kikara's display showed the Thistledown spinning this way and that like some giant's spindle gathering thread and throwing it off. The northern first third of the asteroid had been melted and blasted away and formed a fan of glowing red haze around the remaining mass. Hoffman's shuttle had not been damaged, she had learned a few moments before. All communications had been cut off to allow full channels for official hexamon signals. Thistledown's demise would not affect the Earth or the orbiting precincts, beyond a few old natives temporarily blinded by the first flare. She stood up and walked around the apartment, unable to turn away from the display. What next? How long until— A funnel, like the bell of an enormous trumpet, congealed out of darkness ahead of Thistledown. Undulating like a jellyfish, the funnel had none of the qualities of the way, something far more ominous, had just come into being, a restrained, shaped black hole like nothing this universe had ever seen before. The starship began to visibly move toward the yawning dark bell. That implied tremendous acceleration. The uneven acceleration toward the funnel split the starship along its thinner walls with surgical precision. Tidal forces twisted the asteroid apart in latitudinal segments, as if it were being cut by a giant cake knife, each section corresponding roughly to an internal chamber. Air and water and rock, and molten rock toward the northern end, spread outward from Thistledown like paint smeared by an enormous thumb, accompanied by a dusty debris that could only be the fragments of interior mountains, forests, cities. Thistledown's ruins vanished into the gaping funnel, emerging nowhere, going nowhere, creating a deficit of trillions of tons in this universe which had to be made up in some fashion. From the complex domain of superspace to the far-spread reaches of this universe, spontaneous and compensatory leaks of pure energy would occur, amounting precisely to the mass of Thistledown. Thus the books would be balanced. Chances were the leaks would be so widespread that not a single one of them, and they would probably number in the billions, would occur near a star, much less a planet. Still, for thousands, perhaps millions of years, tiny bursts of gamma rays would mystify human and non-human astronomers. And who would guess their origin? Perhaps no one. Ram Kikara watched the display for minutes after Thistledown had disappeared. The funnel showed now only as a ring of inward-spiraling dust and debris and a greater darkness against the stars. Then the bell closed like a flower withdrawing for a long night. The way had begun its long, violent suicide. 80. The Way. The Jart Flaw station, from their perspective, was simply a huge black triangle strung on the Flaw, its edges flashing dark rainbows as they approached. Korzanovsky and Ryoyu watched Olmi work intently at the Flawship console, aware that the Jart was conducting the orchestra, attempting to make the right music to placate vigilant defenses. "There's been an enormous amount of activity here," Olmi said. Korzanovsky looked at the picted information from the Flawship sensors. Gates had been opened dozens of times, about 200 kilometers ahead. They appeared to have been opened in one latitude surrounding the Jart Flaw station. Glancing at Ryoyu, the engineer brought forward his clavicle. "This is a geometry stack region," he said. "We're very close to where Patricia Vasquez opened her own gate." "It must have been fused shut by the stellar plasma," Olmi said. "It would have left a trace. Something the Jarts could have detected," Korzanovsky said. "Did they?" Olmi consulted the Jart. "They have that capability." "They might have found the trace of a gate in the geometry stacks too unusual to ignore." Korzanovsky shook his head. "Patricia may not have had much time, whether she made it home or not." Entry to a world populated by humans would be most useful to command oversight, the Jart said within Olmi. He turned to Ryoyu. "They might have found her. Did they?" "I don't know," Ryoyu said. "I don't know the answers to a good many questions, regrettably. Our jobs would be a lot easier if I did." Korzanovsky scanned the latitude ahead in more detail as they came closer. 4 gates remained open, though there was little activity around them now. The triangle filled their forward view. The engineer was aware of some abrupt change around them, passage through a kind of traction field, perhaps, or suspension of the Flawship's inertial damping. The Flawship entered the station's dark triangle like a spear sliding slowly into a black pool. Beyond was more darkness, as if the pool were black paint, absorbing all light, all information, telling nothing. Olmi's Jart had no idea what awaited them. Things had changed greatly since its capture. Little was familiar, including the design of the Flaw station. Ryoyu floated toward Korzanovsky and curled up beside him. "This is the area where I should find Patricia's world," he said. "If I have an opportunity to fulfill my obligations to her, I'll need to copy her mystery." They hadn't brought along the necessary equipment. "How?" Korzanovsky asked. "This much I have the power to do," Ryoyu said. Close your eyes, please." The gate-opener did not even touch him. A few seconds of warmth scattering through his head and body, the opposite of tingling, and it was over. Korzanovsky opened his eyes. He did not feel any different. "Just a copy," Ryoyu said quietly. The darkness at the Flaw ship's nose suddenly parted, and they stared at a segment of the way perhaps 300 kilometers long. Blocking the segment was a black radiance, deeply scalloped around its circumference, fully 50 kilometers in diameter. The walls of the way leading up to this formation were brazen, undisturbed. "We will not be allowed to pass," the Jart told Olmi. "That is a barrier to protect command individuals." Olmi slowed the Flaw ship to a few hundred kilometers per hour. "A reception?" he asked the Jart. "Very unusual for command individuals to come this far south." He slowed the Flaw ship to a crawl now, as the black shape filled their northern view. Green lines spun outward from the center of the shape and made graceful arcs to the circumference of the way. "I think we've been noticed," Olmi said. The arcs rose and neatly encased them. Dozens of transparent bubbles, perhaps 1.5 meters in diameter, each containing a tiny black smudge like ink and water, flowed toward the Flaw ship along the green lines. "Traction fields, or something equivalent," Korzanovsky said. "Do they know how to communicate with us?" "They don't know any of our languages," Olmi said. A voice issued from the console. "We welcome the representatives of Descendant Command. Please accept the passage of our transport vehicles." "That was English," Korzanovsky commented dryly. The message was repeated in Spanish, then in a language very similar to Greek, and another language similar to Chinese. Other languages were less identifiable. At the conclusion of the translations, the bubbles took formation in concentric rings around the Flaw ship. Olmi felt the Jart take control of his movements again. The Jart sent another signal to the barrier through the Flaw ship radio transmitters. It then moved Olmi to the transparent bow and waited there. One of the green arcs flared suddenly and illuminated the Flaw ship's bow. Olmi was surrounded by something like St. Elmo's fire. His body convulsed. Korzanovsky had tracked it halfway toward his friend when the display stopped. Olmi rotated to face them with a wan smile. "Inspection," he said. "They still don't trust us completely." "Did you pass?" Korzanovsky asked. "So far, so good." "Very advanced," Ryoyu said. Korzanovsky thought he detected a hint of irony. "Remove the ship from the Flaw," came a return signal in English. Olmi went to the console and instructed the Flaw ship to unstring itself. "Ride within the bubble nearest your ship's door." They put on environment packs and stood by the hatchway. When it opened, a bubble expanded to about 4 meters in diameter and fastened itself around the hatch with a sucking, sizzling sound. The black nebulosity within congealed to make a railed platform. "Our phaeton," Korzanovsky said, following Olmi onto the platform. A quiet hissing surrounded them. Cool air, smelling faintly musty, sweet like young beer, blew against their faces. The bubble withdrew, sealing itself, and carried them along the green arcs toward a point just outside the center of the barrier. The Flaw in this region was an uncharacteristic sour orange color, carrying the additional burden of Jart information. It cast a feeble glow against the barrier's gray-black surface. 4 green arcs cradled the Flaw ship and guided it toward the walls of the way. Olmi looked at the descending ship with a twinge of regret. Their last contact with the hexamon. Arms folded, still not entirely resigned, Korzanovsky faced the featureless barrier surface toward which they were being ferried. His eyes carried little of Patricia's impression now. She seemed to have sunk back deep into a psyche, biding her time. Ryoyu put his hand on the engineer's shoulder. "In our youth," he said, "we would have called this an adventure." "In my youth, I always preferred thinking to adventuring," Korzanovsky replied. The barrier absorbed the bubble, and again they were in darkness. Olmi would have been more comfortable if the Jart communicated with him, but it was silent. Nothing had passed between them since the inspection. He could still feel it within him, as an oyster must feel a grain of sand. When they finished their passage through the barrier, all that was human lay behind them. The bubble hovered above a broad, forest-green floor. Perhaps 100 meters away, the floor met a wall of lighter green. There did not seem to be a ceiling, merely a pale, featureless void. "You will meet with command individuals," said a bodiless voice in the bubble.
"Fine," Korzeniowski said, lips straight and tight. "Let's get on with it."
The green wall parted like a curtain, and the bubble passed through. Only now did Olmi feel the jart react within him. It seemed to change its shape, rearrange its points of contact with his mentality, stiffen. "Big day for my conquering companion," he said. "Time for debriefing." They passed along a proscenium, flanked on both sides by processions of identical sculptures resembling abstract chrome-plated scorpions. Their long, tail-like abdomens stuck into the green floor, stiffly supporting gleaming bodies, their abstracted legs and claws raised and spread in formal salute. Around and between these shapes floated fist-sized orange and green balls of light.
"What are they?"
Korzeniowski asked Olmi, pointing at the sculptures.
"I don't know," Olmi said. "My guide is silent."
Korzeniowski made a face and nodded, as if that was the least they could expect.
"Even their architecture is menacing," he said. "Damn us all for going this far."
Olmi could only agree. Whatever happened to those far-off days of duty and research, and nothing but inner turmoil? Those times seemed positively peaceful and desirable. What he feared now was not so much death as something nameless, perhaps coming across the exact opposite of life and humanity, the antithesis of all he believed in, and finding it was also true and indisputable, losing all reference and simply fading like an outmoded idea. They had already faced the strangeness of Mirsky and Ryoyu, but these avatars had been tailored to humanity. What would Ryoyu become to convince the Jarts? The proscenium opened onto a broad circle surrounded by pale, translucent, sea-green cylindrical tanks, each twice as high as it was broad. Within the tanks, black membranes waved with a calm, resilient rhythm, like misty banners. Directly ahead there were no tanks, only a flat stage about a meter above the floor. Above this stage floated 3 obviously organic shapes, sleek and long and somewhat more massive than elephants, torsos wrapped in more misty dark banners that first obscured them, then revealed. Command individuals among the Jarts were incarnate organisms, closest in form to the forebear originals. Whatever world had bred these figures must have been a place of poisons and death and bad dreams. They appeared, first of all, vital. There was no denying that these creatures were survivors, with their long black spiked legs and efficient armor casings wrapped around long tapering thoraxes. They split in 2 near the front, each bifurcated section rearing up from the platform, displaying deep gashes along the underside. These were fringed with wrinkled appendages tipped with wickedly pointed black claws. No eyes or other sensors were visible. They did bear some resemblance to the body in the hidden chamber, Olmi thought. They were much more efficient-looking, however, perhaps more evolved. The dead form in the transparent box might have been a precursor, like a chimpanzee, compared to a human. How much time had passed in the way? Decades or millions of years? "Do you recognize these individuals?" Olmi asked the Jart within. For a long moment it did not answer, and then it said, "These are not command, as known to this expediter." "Perhaps they are not Jarts at all." "They are my kind. There is glory in them. They have accomplished much improvement."
"Will they know you?"
"They already recognize this modified expediter. Humble submission to their presence." Something else passed between them that did not fit the pigeon mental language Olmi shared with the Jart, something ominous and dark and exalted at once, a kind of murderous pride he could not classify in human emotions.
"You're looking bemused," Korzanovsky said to Olmi.
"No muse at all," Olmi said. "Those are definitely jaunts."
"Ah," said Korzanovsky dryly. "Our hosts."
The bubble came to rest at the fourth corner of a square, the command individuals occupying the other three. The misty black drapes wrapped around their bodies evaporated, and the jarts lifted their anterior bifurcations, claws on appendages meeting delicately tip to tip, like sutures over twin gashes, in a manner that would have made Olmi's skin crawl, and did make Korzanovsky draw back instinctively.
"They are quite thoroughly horrible,"
he said. Olmi did not disagree. He could not remember encountering intelligent beings who looked more threatening. Ryoyu stood at one edge of the bubble platform, still relaxed and undisturbed.
"Surely they're not the most vicious-looking intelligences in the universe," Korzanovsky thought. "The final mind, doubtless, will encompass far worse."
He glanced at Ryoyu, who smiled and nodded, as if listening and agreeing. The three command individuals spread their uplifted bifurcations into wider V's. "We meet," said the voice in the bubble, seeming to each of them to come from over his right shoulder. "This event is not expected. Are you one or many?" "We are each individual," Ryoyu said. "Which represents Descendant Command?" "I do." "Is there confirming evidence?"
"They want loaves and fishes," Ryoyu said in an undertone. "So be it."
He did not appear to do anything, but the three command individuals shivered slightly, as if struck by a cold breeze. Their upper sections closed almost to the point of joining. The voice said, "The testimony is adequate confirmation. What is your plan for completion?" Korzanovsky frowned, puzzled. Ryoyu said, "Tell them what we've done and what we wish to do. Tell them who you are."
"My name is Konrad Korzanovsky," he said. "I designed the way."
The command individuals did not react.
"We have already begun destruction of the way."
"Command individuals are aware of this," the voice said.
"We've come to finish the last of our work, to bring one of your own back to you, and—"
He stumbled over the words in his head, trying to express himself clearly and in a way non-humans might understand.
"I carry part of the mentality of another human, who once did work that helped me design the way. We wish to return this mentality to an appropriate world in the geometry stacks, behind where we are now."
He gestured awkwardly over his shoulder, unsure even of direction.
"We hope to journey on and help the final mind, with you or alone."
How naive and childlike to even think of being able to help something so vast as the final mind. "Command individuals have accessed and stored a human-occupied world in the regions you refer to," the voice said. Then it did not speak for several long minutes. Finally, "Command is aware. Command did not create the way. Do you have knowledge regarding human designator individual Patricia Vasqueza or Patricia Luisa Vasquez, human duty expediter, or of similar rank?" Korzanovsky closed his eyes, then licked his lips, as if savouring some inner taste, and said,
"Yes, I carry part of that individual. Do you have her? Did you find her?"
The voice's tone altered radically. It now sounded female. "This is command oversight. We have the sexually generated, twice-removed progeny of designator individual Patricia Luisa Vasquez." "I think they mean they have Patricia's granddaughter," Ryoyu said. Olmi agreed.
"Where did they find her?"
Korzanovsky asked. Eyes square and bright, he faced the command individuals.
"Where did you find this woman?"
The female-toned voice answered, "We have accessed and stored the world where human designator individual Patricia Luisa Vasquez traveled from the way. Sexual progeny, twice removed, is stored also."
But not Patricia Vasquez herself?
Individual Patricia Luisa Vasquez is dead.
Can we speak to her granddaughter? Ryoyu asked.
This individual has been damaged by our investigations.
Korzanovsky felt a sudden tremor of horror and despair.
He struggled to control his anger, and a deeper anger from the ghost of a grandmother who had never met this granddaughter, never even known of her existence.
"We'd like to speak with her, damaged or not," Ryoyu said, "if that's possible."
The command individuals wrapped themselves in shifting black cloaks again.
Korzanovsky turned away, sickened by this strangeness, this
incomprehensibility, this casual cruelty. What had happened to the world Patricia found? What sort of world had it been before the Jarts stored it? In what condition was it now? Ryoyu touched his shoulder again, and Olmi moved closer, lending support through solidarity. "This damaged individual is highly valued," the female voice said. "Damage was unintentional."
"Let us speak with her,"
Korzanovsky said, his voice cracking. The three command individuals receded on the platform as if through the turning of some distorting lens. A scene appeared in front of the bubble, the interior of a house of human construction, though not any home Patricia might have found in Los Angeles in the early 21st century. Rhita came out of a moiling eternity, where time was not so much lacking as non-linear and randomly arranged. True memories dancing with simulations, unorganized animal thoughts, disembodied hunger, pointless yearning, sexual desire, vying with brief moments of crystal clarity in which she remembered her situation, and rejected it, returning to the turbulent eternity. In one moment of clarity, she saw herself as a hero, consciously making herself useless to her enemies by eluding them within their own incomprehensible sanctuary. In another, she realized she might never recover from this jumble, that her enemies might keep her in this state forever, and a better definition of Hades she could not think of. She was worse off than any shade thirsting for blood and wine. What she thirsted for was the sweet liquor of reversed history, second chances, doors to a past not so much dead as pickled and preserved, waiting for some inhuman feast of knowledge. She no longer touched on the presences of Demetrios or Orosias. Then, at no particular moment, the tempest of chaotic escape calmed. Her thoughts were still jumbled, but what she experienced and felt was crystal clear. She stood in her grandmother's house on Rhodos. Typhon was with her, still human in appearance. She tried to escape again, back into her chaotic freedom, but suddenly noticed three human forms that did not seem to be Jarts. She did not know them. There was conversation of a sort. Again the voiceless talk of Jarts in a dream, disembodied, hideous. Still, now and then, in her self-imposed confusion, she managed to listen and not reject what was being said. There was talk of her grandmother. Could the two actually be humans? People from Gaia? Or... Again the storm grabbed her thoughts and whirled them. Grandmother's mystery. A memory, sharp and demanding. The Sophet explaining how she had loaned a part of her psyche to a man. Magic and mystery in the way. Suddenly she stood not in a simulation of the Sophet's house, but on the stones of a temple of Athene Lindia. Not in simulation, but in memory. The memory was so vivid she could feel the wind in her hair and hear the song of birds darting between the massive cream-coloured columns. This was the memory she always returned to, a memory of peace and solitude, where she withdrew from the welter to think her own thoughts, discover her own self. She had once imagined herself as Athene in her various forms, wise woman, bringer of victory, Athene of the storms, Athene of python and owls, Athene, helmeted, adorner of old coins, goddess of the great and tortured city of the Hellenes. An adolescent girl could be all of those things in the space of an hour, and yet face no danger for her hubris, for Athene understood such dreams. Athene understood and forgave failure. even should it cost a world. Rita closed her eyes and opened them again. There was talk of Patricia, which was, she remembered, the way her grandmother had sometimes pronounced her own name. "She's been stored in a memory matrix, much like city memory," Roy said. "She's retreated into herself, following personal pathways. They can't unravel her. She's defying them in the only way left to her." They watched the uncertain, wavering image of Patricia's granddaughter, placed in the context of the house memory like a mannequin within some museum exhibit, or a zoo animal on display.
"Sir Olmy, how does your jart justify this?" Korzenowski asked.
"It's distressed that a valued bit of information should be damaged," Olmy said.
"I mean the packaging of an entire world."
"In their own way they try to serve the final mind," Roy said. "They want to send all they've stored on to the final mind, and that is what they'll do. But we should be able to stop this woman's suffering. The time has come for decisions. The Jarts know the way will soon cease to exist. They accept me as a representative of Descendant Command. They're anxious to present the fruits of their labor to the final mind. They'll do anything I say. As far as they're concerned, this is the time they've been waiting for, the time that justifies their entire history. I can take Patricia's mystery and her granddaughter's stored mentality back to the geometry stacks and try to give them some peace."
"Why?"
Korzenowski asked, his eyes square and cat-like now, as if he were suddenly all Patricia Vasquez.
"Why just them? Why not restore all the worlds the Jarts have destroyed and packaged?"
Ryoyu shook his head. "Not within my means. I do what I can do now, largely to fulfill promises. Long ago, when I was merely a gate-opener," he tapped his own chest emphatically, "I failed to teach Patricia Vasquez properly. I make up for that by giving her another chance, and her granddaughter as well. Besides, there's the aesthetic satisfaction."
"Gary Lanier refused special privileges," Korzenowski said, his face contorted, a mask of contradictory personality and emotion. "Why should you give Patricia Vasquez special consideration?"
Ryoyu considered this for a moment. "For my past self," he said, "we can't correct all of our failures. But the engineer has redeemed himself for the creation of the way. Olmy has suffered for his ambition and feelings of self-importance. Mirsky has paid some of his own debts. Please allow me to correct one of my own failures."
The engineer's face relaxed. "All right," he said softly. "Take them home."
"And what do you choose? Sir Olmy, freed from the Jart, where would you go? Sir Korzenowski, still carrying part of Patricia Vasquez, where would you go?"
"I am incomplete without her," Korzenowski said. "I think she will stay with me and be content, as long as she knows some part of her is going home. We'd like to journey down the way and become part of the final mind."
Olmy considered. "That would be fascinating," he said. "But I'm not sure I'm ready. If all the stories we've heard are true, we follow that route wherever we are, however we go." "They are true?" Ryoyu said.
"I think of how few beings have actually known this," Olmy said. "How privileged we are. I know where I'd like to go. Still alive, still incarnate."
"Where is that?"
"Timbl," he said. "The Frat homeworld. I have many friends there."
"There should be enough time to reopen the gates to Timbl," Ryoyu said.
"Don't you feel a bit like Santa Claus?" Korzenowski asked.
Or perhaps it was Patricia. The engineer knew very little about the old terrestrial legends. Ryoyu smiled and turned toward the image of the room, and the jumbled figure of the woman within. "I'll convey all this to our hosts. I'm sure they'd be proud to have the creator of the way go with them to meet Descendant Command." Rhita focused on the wise-looking, smiling, grey-haired man, feeling more secure in his presence. He did not have the fierce aspect of a Zeus, but more the calm air of a Serapis, with his stalks of corn and Plutonian dogs, his ceremonial bulls and festivals of resurrection. This calm man spoke of going home. "I'm going back to Gaia?" she asked, her voice strong in this place, without true sound or true voices.
"Now," Rhita said, "we perform the most sacred of weddings once again. Patricia, carried within me, will you have the patterns of your own granddaughter as a shell in which to live until we can search for the home you have lost?" Olmi saw the image of Rhita shimmer, become solid, fade in color, become solid yet again. Always the young woman's eyes watched Korzanovsky, and Korzanovsky watched her. "Rhita, will you lend part of yourself to this shadow of your grandmother, that she may have the strength to go home?" "Yes," Rhita said. She felt a mingling of their waters, like the mingling of seas so clearly visible along the outermost pillars of Hercules, entering into the broad ocean of Atlantis. She saw a dense weave of realities, Gaias in profusion, and knew that none of them were exactly like her world. But the grey-haired, smiling man, who might have been Zeus or a Serapis, told her to choose one in which the Jarts never did open a gate, never did invade, in which the expedition never happened. He suggested no more. She closed her eyes. "Time for saying au revoir," the second avatar said. "I entrust Sir Korzanovsky to these command individuals." Korzanovsky transferred his clavicle to the gate-opener and backed away. The engineer became separated from Olmi and Rhita as the bubble split in two. Olmi watched him move off and vanish behind another black barrier. Rhita lifted the clavicle as if to become used to its weight and capabilities again. "Sir Olmi, these are servants of the final mind, however misguided. They tell me they are eager to convey you to your chosen gate. They are preparing to find the gate and open it now. I believe we can trust them, but no one knows how much time has passed there." "Always an element of risk," Olmi said. "Uncertainty keeps us interested," Rhita commented. "Thank you." "You are quite welcome. They will accept their modified expediter any time you choose to give him up." Olmi was not at all reluctant to part with this reminder of his greater failure. Again he was surrounded by a pale fire. The Jart within him vanished. For a moment he savoured the wonderful aloneness, to be restored, alive and sane, and to return to Timbl. He thought of Topi and Ram Kikara, of other failures less spectacular and ultimately, perhaps, more haunting. "Be content, Sir Olmi," Rhita said, and clasped his hand, then released it. Their bubble split into again. Rhita turned to the command individuals. "I would like to travel back to the geometry stacks. I will need to open gates to two worlds in universes very slightly different from our own." His bubble moved back through the barriers, into the Flaw station and down to the way. He carried Korzanovsky's clavicle lightly. The bubble spread open at the bottom and gave him access to the living bronze surface. The gate-opener closed his eyes and murmured the ritual incantations that prepared his mind, however unnecessary they might be in his present form. "I lift this clavicle to worlds without number, and bring a new light to the way, guiding this gate that all may prosper, those who guide and are guided, who create and are created, who light the way and bask in the light so given." The surface of the way grew dark with the approach of the accelerating kink. That would make opening gates even more difficult. There was little time left, perhaps only hours, and he had much work to do, much searching even after the gate was open. He finished with, "Behold, I open a new world." He had never before, in all his career as gate-opener, made a double gate, yet this gate would open onto two precisely chosen worlds. A circular depression began to form beneath his feet, its edges sparkling. The first world spun beneath him, as seen through the clavicle. Here was an alternate,
to Rita's Gaia, a spreading branch from the Gaia where Patricia had arrived and made her changes, yet where no Jarts had ever invaded. The gate-opener could not stretch this gate far back in time. He made a brief attempt, then pulled back and concentrated on locating Rita Vasqueza, a Rita who had never known the Jarts, who had never travelled to find the Jart Gate. The way shimmered violently, and he wondered if there would be time. 81. Home. Rita walked through the grove where Berenike had told her she would find her father. She saw Ramon sitting discouraged among the olive trees, back against a gnarled trunk, head in hands, face twisted with troubles. Having fought some petty battle against the Academia's increasingly rebellious Board of Masters, needing encouragement. "Father," she said, and then stepped back as if slapped. Something fell on her, into her, something at once familiar and very alien. She saw herself, strange and exhausted, tumbling from nowhere, as if into a cup. Memories of invasion, destruction, and something like death filled her. She closed her eyes and held her hands to her head, wanting to scream. She gasped like a fish with the shock of assimilating so much, feeling for an instant that she must have lost her mind. Stumbled on a root and almost lost her balance. When she recovered, the memories were cached in deep background, safely isolated for the moment. "Rita?" Ramon looked up from his reverie. "Are you all right?" She made up an excuse to cover her confusion. "Some illness, I think, from Alexandria." She was home for a vacation, truly home, not in a dream or a nightmare. She grasped her upper arms with both hands. Real flesh, real trees, her real father. All the other memories, visions, hallucinations, faces, nightmares. "I felt faint. I'm all right now," she said. "Perhaps it was grandmother touching me." "We could use her touch," Ramon said, shaking his head. "Tell me what's happened," Rita said, and sat before her father, digging her hand into the dry, cakey soil, clenching the dirt between her fingers. "I will sort this out in time. I promise myself that I will. Visions and dreams and nightmares enough for a dozen lifetimes." The legacy of the Sophet, who was, even now, where? Doing what? The way was coming apart. The Flaw station had moved out of sight, retreating in the face of the engineer's accelerating destruction. Rai Oyu gave up his human form then, hovering as a twist of light and pattern over the double gate, searching across a different Earth, an Earth without the death, reaching through the geometry stack some decades back in time, finding a specific moment. Even in his immaterial form, the stresses on the way began to dissolve him. He shifted character again, hid himself within the geometry of the gate, found the gate itself dissolving, struggled to keep integral long enough to complete this last but not least important of his duties. Patricia Luisa Vasquez stepped from the car of her fiancé, Paul, clutching a bag of groceries. The air was chill with California's mild brand of winter, and the last light of day spread grey and yellow fingers along the scattered clouds high overhead. She started up the flagstone path to her parents' house, and dropped the bag onto the lawn, arms thrown wide, neck jerked back, eyes seeming to vibrate in their sockets. "Patricia!" Paul shouted from the car. She rolled onto the ground, then straightened again, bucking against the grass, grunting and whining incoherently. Then she lay back, limp, spent. "Jesus, Jesus!" Paul said, bending over her, hand on her forehead, other hand waving, not knowing what to do. "Don't let Mother hear you say that," Patricia whispered, her throat raw. "I didn't know you were epileptic." "I'm not. Help me up." She tried to gather up the spilled groceries. "Oh, what a mess!" "What happened?" She smiled fiercely, sweetly, triumphantly, and then the smile faded and was replaced by puzzlement.
"Don't ask," she said. "I'll tell you no lies. If I know where I am," she thought, "I know who I am." Nothing was very clear. She had only vague, scattered recollections of a group of people trying valiantly to help her, and succeeding. But she was home, on the walkway just outside the little bungalow in Long Beach, and that meant she was Patricia Louisa Vasquez, and the worried young man kneeling on the grass beside her was Paul, whom she had mourned for some reason, just as she had mourned. Looking around at the streets, the houses, unburnt, solid, skies clear of smoke and flame. No apocalypse. "Mother will be so pleased," she said in a hoarse croak. "I think I've just had an epiphany." She reached up and wrapped her arms around his neck, hugging him so hard he grimaced. Around his head she peered up with sharp, cat-like eyes at the stars just beginning to shine overhead. "No stone in the heavens," she told herself. Whatever that means. 82. In the Flaw. With grave misgivings still, Korsanovsky submitted to being stored. The engineer experienced a time of cold nothingness, and then a wonderful and nightmarish jumbling in the maelstrom of information gathered by the Jarts, the remnants of thousands of worlds, trillions of beings, gathered haphazardly through time, now transmitted along the Flaw, to pass into the final mind. The way gathered in great coils and supercoils, eating itself like some ineffable burning fuse, and died. The time of avatars on Earth came to an end. 83. Timbl. Olney felt rather than saw the gate closing above him. Static crackled in the dry air, and a low moan spread out from where his feet lightly touched red sand. Then nothing but the whisper of a thin breeze. For a moment he feared that all he would see would be another Jart conquest, a world fanatically packaged and preserved for descendant command. But Timbl had not been invaded by the Jarts. They apparently had not bothered to reopen this particular gate until now, and they would never return. He stood in the raw, blinding glare of Timbl's sun, smiling broadly. His altered skin could withstand this much ultraviolet. It even felt good to him, familiar. It seemed to make little difference how much time had passed here. Timbl, at any time, would be home to Olney. He was at the top of a hill. Below the hill, to the north, lay a flat paved field, still kept polished white, despite the absence of hexamon vehicles. This was where the main gate to Timbl had once opened. It had been closed just before the sundering, when the hexamon had begun its withdrawal from the way. Olney looked to the west and saw the brilliant blue ocean. A tiny torch-like arc crossed overhead, and was intercepted by a purple beam of light. Cometary fragments still fell here, and were still intercepted by hexamon defenses. Not so much time had lapsed, after all. There were undoubtedly a good many hexamon citizens on Timbl, refugees after the closing of the gate. He would not lack for human company. But that wasn't what he sought out first. Any visitor to Timbl had to be personally welcomed by a Frant to have official status. Early in their history, when Timbl had been besieged by devastating comet falls, Frants had evolved to pass along the memories and experiences of every individual to its fellows. The great mass of Frants carried the memories of all individuals, if not in detail, then at least as a kind of inbred history. Any individual Frant returning home was quickly absorbed, integrated, debriefed.
By now, every mature Frant on Timbl would know something about Olney. They would have assimilated the experiences of the Frants he had worked with decades past, sharing the memories, diffusing the personalities. Every adult Frant would be his friend. He did not deserve so much, but here it was. Olney walked down the hill to the east, toward the ripe, wind-swaying fields of yellow and blue food plants, into the closest village with its characteristic central stupa. He passed young Frants, who stared impassively after him. The young would not yet recognize him. Olney met his first mature individual just outside a marketplace closed for the midday rest period. The Frant, tall and gangly, face narrow, eyes protruding to each side, its shoulders cloaked with ceremonial foil, sat on a broad stone bench. It regarded him silently for a moment. "Greetings, Sir Olney," it said. "What a surprise to see you here." "My pleasure," Olney said. Epilogue. "First," Mirsky told his companion, "we start at the beginning." "And then?" Lanier asked. "We search for points of interest until we come to the end." "And then?" Acknowledgments. Karen Anderson has once again provided invaluable help with my odd languages and history. Her work on the last chapter of Aeon laid many stones for the foundations of the oikumene in this sequel. Adrienne Martin Barnes lent much useful research material. I've ignored her direct observations on the architecture of roads at my peril to demonstrate deep historical changes on Rhodos. Brian Thompson, illustrious editor, believed and trusted and took risks, and also worked valiantly to keep my prose from stumbling. Blame these fine folks for nothing. All error in this book is mine, or perhaps my computer's. End of Eternity by Greg Bear. Narrated by Roy Avers in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, July 1989. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Warner Books, Incorporated, 666 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York, 10103.
End of book.